Chapter 174. For Star Martial Spirit Realm, the table that old ancestor Extreme Flame was sitting on was passed down from generation to generation. It was said that it was made by Feng Luomu, and it was rumored that it was a branch from which a phoenix had built its nest. And in the Fire Ancient clan, unless one had the status of an old ancestor, no one else was allowed to sit on this table. They weren't even allowed to touch it. But today, old ancestor Extreme Flame was allowing Lin Ling to enjoy this table with him. It had to be said that this was a great honor. However, no one in the Fire Ancient clan was dissatisfied. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was qualified to sit there. Lin Ling raised his head and his eyes flickered. Then, he smiled and nodded. Okay. After speaking, he arrived at the table where Ancestor Extreme Flame was seated and sat down without any hesitation. How bold! Great Flame Ancestor praised. If it was any other disciple of the ancient clan, perhaps they would hesitate before sitting down, but Lin Ling did not hesitate at all. This made him very satisfied. Drink this bowl of wine. Such a big bowl. Lin Ling stared at the wine bowl on the table and helplessly shook his head. The people of this world didn't drink with cups, but with bowls. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary small bowl, but a bowl as big as a plate. This gave Lin Ling a headache. He wondered in his heart, are you drinking wine or drinking water? However, today was a happy day. Lin Ling cursed in his heart for a moment, but he didn't care. He picked up the wine bowl and drank. When a real man drinks, he can't use spiritual energy to get rid of the alcohol. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about cheating, Ancestor Extreme Flame's playful voice rang out. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he could only helplessly allow the alcohol to numb his body. However, this alcohol was not ordinary. While it was spicy, there was also a steady stream of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. It seemed to be of great help to his cultivation. Old Ancestor Tai Yen, the G Leopard Gang wanted to join us. Our Fire Ancient clan is becoming more and more powerful. Also, the Hall Master of the Iron Fist Hall has come to congratulate us. He's just outside the volcano. One by one, the clansmen reported. Tell them to scram. Today is our big day, we don't have time to entertain them. Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand domineeringly. But some of the clansmen felt that something was wrong. Right now, our Fire Ancient clan is the #1 ancient clan. Do we need to give them face? Tell them to wait. In the past, they relied on the Zhang family and the ancient Yin clan. Now that our ancient Yin clan has become stronger, they're acting in hindsight. There's no need to give face to these fence-sitters. Tell them that if they want to rely on us, they'll have to go home and wait a few days. We'll consider them when we're in a better mood. Go ahead, there's no need to give him any face. Yes. That clansman shouted excitedly. They didn't need to give him any face. This was what he had been waiting for. Everyone began to drink in high spirits. Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit drunk. He sighed and said, Ling, in the past, your father let down our race, but he left you behind. This can be considered an explanation to the ancient race, but you made up for the regret your father left behind. If your father were still alive, he would be proud of you. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. Hearing this, the surrounding people gradually quieted down. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. His father had indeed left behind a regret for the ancient race. He wasn't able to lead the ancient race to glory. Now, Lin Ling had to shoulder this mission. Time passed quietly amidst the bustling days. Cloud Sea City was still peaceful, but the wind and clouds were faintly surging as if a storm was about to pour down. All of this wasn't noticed by many in the outer city. Lin Ling returned to his peaceful days. He cultivated every day and strode towards the 4-star martial spirit realm. Currently, although he wasn't afraid of any genius, he had to spend a lot of spiritual crystals to execute the second-generation flame technique. That was something he didn't like. Therefore, only when his cultivation level increased and the spiritual chi in his body became denser, it would be easier to execute the second-generation flame technique. While Lin Ling was cultivating, a large number of invitations were sent to the Fire Ancient clan from time to time. They were all invitations from some forces in the outer city. To put it bluntly, they were trying to build connections. Currently, the Fire Ancient clan was the #1 clan in the outer city. Various forces wanted to climb up to this thick thigh. As for Lin Ling, as a famous person in the outer city, there were naturally many who wanted to get to know him. However, Lin Ling rejected all of these social engagements. He didn't have the time to entertain them. Because he was very clear that it was more practical to improve his strength than to spend time building connections. As long as he had strength, then even if others were dissatisfied with him, they wouldn't dare to rashly provoke him. As for the 4 kings, their attitude towards the Fire Ancient clan was still calm. They didn't send any invitations, which made Ancestor Taiyan feel relieved. Currently, although the Fire Ancient clan was the #1 clan in the outer city, they still didn't dare to offend the 4 kings. The 4 kings were secretly fighting with each other. If the Fire Ancient clan joined any one of the kings, then they would offend the other 3 kings. Ling, here is an invitation from the inner city. It's signed by Fan Yun. Do you think you should reply? On this day, Ancestor Taiyan walked into Lin Ling's small courtyard with an invitation. The invitation in his hand was golden and looked extremely exquisite. Most importantly, it came from the inner city. The inner city was as deep as the sea. The Fire Ancient clan couldn't afford to offend any of the forces in the inner city. Lin Ling took the invitation and carefully looked at it. The words on the invitation were extremely delicate. On the surface, it said that Lin Ling should go to the Gathering Immortals Pavilion for a gathering. However, between the lines, there was a domineering aura. It was as if he could only go and couldn't refuse. That was exactly why Ancestor Taiyan felt that this matter was of great importance, so he'd personally come to ask Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered deeply and said, I have a feeling that undercurrents are surging in the city. It's best if I don't rashly agree at this moment. Grandfather, you can reply that I'm in closed-door cultivation to break through, so I can't spare the time. Ancestor Taiyan nodded. He'd noticed that a strand of danger was hidden in the air of the city. So, Lin Ling's decision wasn't wrong. If he rashly moved forward and was noticed by the other hidden powers, then they would think that the Fire Ancient clan had joined their forces. At that time, it was very likely that they would treat the Fire Ancient clan as an enemy. Presently, the 4 kings were in an abyss of suffering. Moreover, rumor had it that the princes in the inner city were fighting for the throne as well. So, it was an extraordinary period. Lin Ling chatted with Ancestor Taiyan for a while longer before he entered into a state of cultivation. During this period of time, Lin Ling had refined another blue soul pill, and he'd obtained the medicinal materials from the pavilion master of the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Yuman Yun. Needless to say, Yuman Yun's origins were mysterious indeed. The rare ocean-cracked dark dragon's whale soul seemed to not be difficult to obtain in her possession. But just Yuman Yun was like that. This clearly displayed that the experts in Ocean of Clouds City were numerous like the clouds. The experts who could annihilate the Fire Ancient clan with ease were probably numerous like the hairs on an ox. Lin Ling shook his head, and then he swallowed the blue soul pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, a strand of flames arose from within him, and the sea of flames within his dantian burned vigorously like lava beneath the ground. Time passed silently, and 7 days passed without him noticing. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and 2 strands of blue flames leaped about within them before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 175. A mysterious middle-aged man. With the help of the indigo soul dark pill, Lin Ling had finally stepped into the 4-star martial spirit realm. Flame arts. Lin Ling took out the stone book to see if he could open a new page. Then, he poured his spiritual energy into it and tried his best to open a new page. However, although the stone book looked small, it hid a mysterious power. Even though Lin Ling had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm, he still could not open a new page. This made Lin Ling somewhat disappointed. There are 7 realms in the martial spirit realm. For the Big Dipper 7 stars, perhaps only when I reach 6 or 7 stars will I be able to open the blazing flame arts. Lin Ling shook his head. The blazing flame arts was extremely powerful, and on the new page, there would definitely be a new flame nirvana technique. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, Lin Ling's strength was still not up to par. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Ling left the hut. Brother Ling, you're done with your cultivation. Seeing Lin Ling walk out, Yu Yu hurriedly trotted over. She had been feeding the fish in the pond. She was so busy that her little nose was full of sweat. Lin Ling smiled and wiped the sweat off Yu Yu's face. Yu Yu, you don't like to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be more convenient for you to take care of the courtyard. Cultivation will make people ugly. Yu Yu pouted. Who said that? Look at Lin Ling. The more she cultivates, the more beautiful she becomes. You don't always think of martial artists as muscular people. In fact, martial artists cultivate by borrowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to transform their bodies, making them more agile and otherworldly. Lin Ling laughed. Oh, is that so? But I heard that cultivation can increase one's lifespan, right? Yu Yu asked. Of course. Then I have to cultivate too. Otherwise, when I'm old and Big Brother Ling is still very young, Big Brother Ling won't want me anymore. You're thinking too much. Even if you're so old that all your teeth are gone, Brother Ling will still want you. You're my family. Annoying, you're the one whose teeth have all fallen out. The two of them exchanged a few words, and then Yu Yu said, right, a big sister from the Immortal Assembling Tower came to see you last time. She said that there will be an auction at the Immortal Assembling Tower this month, and the sea-rending dragon whale's soul that you want will be there. Yu Man Yun. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That woman was really mysterious. She was very well informed. Anyway, she is very beautiful. Moreover, when she talked about brother, she was full of admiration. I knew that brother was not an ordinary person. In the future, there will definitely be many girls who will like brother. Yu Yu said meaningfully. Is there anything else in your little brain other than thinking about these things? I just play some songs for her occasionally, that's all. Lin Ling flicked Yu Yu's smooth forehead with his finger. Forget it, I'll take you with me to the auction. Alright, I haven't been out for a long time too. Several days later, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu out of the Fire Ancient clan and headed towards the Immortal Assembling Tower. After not coming to the outer city for a few months, the outer city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were still lingering in this giant city. Lin Ling was currently in the outer city and had a rising reputation. It was fortunate that not many people had seen him before. Hence, as they walked along the main street, they didn't attract any unnecessary trouble. This song is very nice to listen to. Right at this moment, a beautiful song came from the side of the street. There was a river by the side of the street, and there was a small ancient bridge over the river. The song came from the bridge. Right now, there was a large number of people surrounding the small bridge. This song is just a so-so. Lin Ling dug his ears and spoke honestly. To be honest, the people in this world had good taste and liked to listen to music. However, the melody of the song was very ordinary. I know that Big Brother Ling is multi-talented and doesn't put this song in your eyes. However, this young lady feels that it is not bad. Accompany me to take a look. Yu Yu smiled gently and pulled Lin Ling's hand as they ran towards the small bridge. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly but didn't object. This Mr. Zither's skills are not bad. This song is something that I have never seen in my life. Did you see that? That Mr. is blind. This song is filled with deep emotions. On the small bridge, many people were discussing. At the side of the bridge, a refined middle-aged man was sitting indifferently. He ignored the surrounding voices and looked at Yu Yu's river while playing the zither. This middle-aged man's eyes were closed, and he was indeed blind. However, he had a jade-like complexion and had an indescribable charm. His song had a similar charm that made people yearn for it. It seemed to be pouring out his heart and reminiscing at the same time. This middle-aged man is blind. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He remembered that when he first came to this world, he was also blind. Blind people couldn't see this world, couldn't see heaven and earth, but were more sensitive to heaven and earth and things. He keeps looking at the river. I wonder what he is looking at. Sigh. Subconsciously, Lin Ling condensed his soul force and also looked at the river. At the same time, his eyes quietly changed and lost time began to appear. The reason why Lin Ling wanted to see what the middle-aged man was looking at was just a spur of the moment. The river flowed quickly, and time seemed to flow along with the river. The sun rose, the sun set, the song began, and the song ended. Scenes of the past accompanied the river. He seems to come every year at this time. He has already persisted for many years. Sigh. Lin Ling's intuition told him that the middle-aged man had been persisting in doing one thing. Every year at this time, he would play the song on the bridge. Sigh. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes focused. In his eyes, the scene changed. On the bridge, a scholarly young man wearing a long gown and carrying a guzheng was looking at the emerald river with an innocent smile. At this moment, on the river of Yu Yu, a small boat was drifting with the current. On the boat stood a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her face was slightly round, and her appearance was very sweet. Her big eyes were pitch black and bright, and the corner of her mouth was curved in a smile. Do you know how to play a song? Play a song for me. The little girl's voice was as clear as a bell. The young man on the bridge was surprised and somewhat shy. But his big eyes stared at the little girl and he nodded. Then he sat down and played. I can play, but you have to tell me your name. I like you. Yes. After sitting down, the young man seemed to have gathered his courage to say this sentence. Love at first sight. Little brother, my name is Yu Xiao Xiao. If your song is to my satisfaction, then I will marry you. The little girl on the boat was clearly more bold and lively than the young man. A gentleman keeps his word. No, you are not a gentleman. You are a girl. Anyway, you have to keep your word. The young man finally raised his head and said somewhat excitedly. Then hurry up and play. Okay. Time froze there, and the innocent boy and girl met for the first time just like that. This kind of encounter did not have any psychological burden. It was like a pure youth love. Because of the words of their first encounter, the young man came every year to play a song, until he became a middle-aged man. A moment later, the passing of time disappeared from Lin Ling's eyes. He finally understood why the middle-aged man had appeared here. Perhaps he had been waiting on the bridge all these years, wanting the young girl to marry him. Unfortunately, something had gone wrong along the way, causing the young girl to never appear again, causing the young man of the past to regret it to this day. Chapter 176. Juxian House Auction. Brother Ling, this song is very nice. It makes me feel a little sad. On the bridge, Yu Yu pulled Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling shook his head and thought to himself, of course, the middle-aged man had been waiting for the girl, so the song would definitely be a little sad. Yu, it's fine as long as it sounds good. Don't think too much. Lin Ling smiled. When he was talking about Yu, the middle-aged man on the bridge moved imperceptibly. Brother Ling, didn't you say that the music you play is also very nice? Is there anything that sounds better than this, seniors? Yu said again. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. This little girl was treating him as a music player. Just as he was about to speak, a magnetic voice rang out. Little friend, if you have any, please advise me. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man. At this moment, he had already turned around. Lin Ling was stunned. I promised someone that one day, I would let her hear a song that would satisfy her. At that time, she would agree to marry me. All these years, the songs I've composed have not satisfied her. Therefore, I hope that little friend can satisfy my wish. The middle-aged man said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew what the middle-aged man was talking about. It should be the little girl on the ship. But he didn't know where she had married. Even if she heard it, she might not marry him again. He had waited here alone for so many years. Wasn't this a waste of time? He was just about to refuse, but when he thought about how the middle-aged man had been waiting for him even when the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he finally nodded. Music and martial arts are the same, there is no end. I hope I can help you. Lin Ling walked out. He didn't take the middle-aged man's gouging. Instead, he took out the wooden guitar that he had made back then from his rune bag. Then, he recalled a song that he used to like very much in the past, Love Story. This song was not a Chinese classical song, but a famous song from abroad. It was written by Clayderman, but this song used a simple melody to create the romance of love. In the past, Lin Ling liked this song very much. Especially when he was studying, the moment he met his first love, this song would rise in his heart. A moment later, on the bridge, a song with a different style and different instruments floated out. The song flowed with Yuyu's river, swaying along with the willows on both sides of the river, as if it was going to float into the sky. The people on the bridge were all intoxicated. They had never heard such a beautiful song. Brother Ling, so amazing. Yu looked at Lin Ling's figure, her eyes flashing. Even the middle-aged man was slightly moved. It is indeed as Yuna said. What a pity, it is fate. If I had known him earlier, perhaps she would not have left. The middle-aged man's heart rippled. He stared at the emerald green river as memories surfaced in his mind. After a long time, the song ended. Today, my little friend has broadened my horizons. I'm afraid my wish will be fulfilled. If she was still here, she would definitely agree to my request. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Sir, you flatter me. This song is not my original composition. I'm just borrowing flowers to pay respects to Buddha. Lin Ling said with a smile. Although he was the first composer to play this song in this world, Lin Ling did not want to take credit. Today, after hearing this song, my life was not in vain. Thank you, my little friend. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully again, and then left with the zither on his back. His back was lonely and desolate, with an indescribable loneliness. That mister is so mysterious. Yu stared at the middle-aged man's back and muttered. Let's go, the auction is about to begin. Lin Ling said with a smile, but his gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man's back. Under his soul force, he had long since noticed that the middle-aged man was somewhat mysterious. However, Cloud Sea City was so vast, so there were naturally many hidden experts. So, there was nothing to be surprised about. The two of them continued forward, heading to the Immortal Gathering Tower. After a while, they climbed up the tower. At this moment, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Although not everyone knew Lin Ling, the Immortal Gathering Tower had an unwritten rule. If they could not offend someone, then they would avoid them. In the immortal gathering tower, some people knew Lin Ling, so they stayed far away. When others saw this, they naturally did the same. When Lin Ling appeared on the top floor, the originally clamorous top floor quieted down. In the private rooms, people of various status looked meaningfully at the youth who walked in. They were very clearly aware that the youth was the genius of the current generation, Lin Ling, who was like the scorching sun in the midday sky. Many people felt that it was best not to offend such a young man who had risen up like a shooting star. Of course, there were exceptions. After all, while the Fire Ancient clan was strong, there were still numerous powers in the city that the Fire Ancient clan feared. Young Master Du, you seem to be in a good mood today. Could it be that you've taken a liking to some treasure? Don't worry, so long as it's something that young Master Du takes a liking to, then just tell us, and our Zhang clan will pay for it. Zhang Yishao gazed indifferently at a young man who stood before him in a private room. The young man wore a white robe that was embroidered with golden threads, and it was obvious that he was either rich or noble. Moreover, the young man's complexion was pale, and he seemed weak. His cultivation couldn't be considered to be very strong. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the attendant in the private room, and it was filled with lust. The young man replied lazily, "What treasure could there be in an auction in the outer city? I just had nothing to do, so I came here to take a look. Men, call Xiao Lan and Xiao Zhu over. Let them accompany young Master Du." Zhang Yishao waved his hand towards the servant. How could he not know that young Master Du was a profligate young master who didn't like to practice martial arts and only liked beauties? It was obvious just by looking at his naked body. Zhang Yishao felt disdain towards such a person from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Because young Master Du's identity wasn't light at all. He was the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard in the inner city. Which one of those who could survive in the inner city wasn't an expert who could annihilate a clan with a wave of their hand? Ha, young Master Zhang knows me well. Ha! Young Master Du immediately embraced the two 16-year-old girls when they walked in. His hands weren't well behaved, and they groaned incessantly. Looks like young Master Du has an ulterior motive for coming to the auction this time. However, I'm afraid young Master Du will be disappointed. The pavilion master is already taken. Zhang Yishao pointed out after drinking a cup of wine. He knew that Do Jun had actually come for the pavilion master. Young Master Du's gaze narrowed. Which bastard is so bold as to have designs on my goddess? See? It's him. Last time, he won the wine wager. I heard that the pavilion master personally invited him to her boudoir and stayed there for a few hours before coming out. Zhang Yishao shrugged his shoulders and said. What's more, this person was from the outer city. What was certain was that in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was no one who could make young Master Du fear other than the inner city. Chapter 177. Young Master Du. As time elapsed, the auction began. A large number of rare items from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were being auctioned off one after another. Lin Ling and Yu Yu waited quietly in the private room. With Lin Ling's current experience, the other treasures weren't worth his attention. Hence, he waited quietly for the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul. Time elapsed silently, and after a long time, it was finally the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale's turn. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This kind of demon core wasn't very useful to other martial artists, and the competition shouldn't be that intense. Sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul, the starting bid is 1 spirit crystal. A clear bell-like voice echoed in the floor, but everyone in the floor had a dull reaction. It was obvious that the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale didn't attract their attention. 2 spirit crystals. After waiting for a moment, Lin Ling finally made his bid. He made his bid at a good timing and wasn't in a rush. It made people feel that he was just buying the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul on a whim. Hence, the floor was still peaceful, and no one competed with Lin Ling. Kiki, young Master Du, aren't you tempted by the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul? In another private room, Zhang Yixiao casually mentioned. Opposite him, young Master Du was playing with the beautiful body of a beautiful lady in his arms. When he heard the question, he didn't even raise his head and said, "What use is the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul to me? It isn't as tempting as a beauty." "Is that so? That is something that your love rival wants to buy." Zhang Yixiao smiled and said. "Ah." Young Master Du's eyes lit up as he finally looked at the floor outside the window. "You dare to snatch my, Du Jun's, woman. I will make sure that you won't be able to live your life. Young Master Zhang, name a price and suppress him." Zhang Yixiao nodded helplessly but despised him in her heart. What else does this lecherous young master have apart from women? He would be exhausted to death by women sooner or later. However, young Master Du was useless, and this was what Zhang Yixiao liked to see. Otherwise, how could she get someone else to do the dirty work for her? 5 spirit crystals. Zhang Yixiao shouted to the outside. "Wow, it can't be. It is just the sea-cracking mystic dragon whale soul, and it is actually sold for 5 spirit crystals. Young Master Du Jun is indeed a man with authority." On the floor, the sound of discussion rose from all directions. Zhang Yixiao. On the other side, Lin Ling frowned. That guy was really meddlesome. It seemed like he wanted to go against him. 10 crystals. Lin Ling made another bid. The sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul was related to the improvement of his strength, so he was determined to get it. "Ha, young Master Lin, I happen to have a friend who is interested in the sea-cracking dark dragon whale soul, so I am just following orders." Zhang Yixiao drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Then, he said, 20 spiritual crystals. This bastard. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. From the looks of it, Zhang Yixiao was not purposely raising the price, but was clearly trying to snatch the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale soul. "Young Master Zhang, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Tell him that even I, young Master Du, want to buy it. Moreover, this is only the beginning. In the following auction, as long as he takes a fancy to something, young Master Du will make sure that he won't be able to buy a single item." Just at this moment, young Master Du came to the window of the room and coldly looked at Lin Ling. How domineering. Who is this young master? He actually dares to provoke a genius of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone was shocked. That's not impossible. After all, experts are as common as clouds in Cloud Sea City. The Fire Ancient clan is just arrogant in the outer city, but there are countless forces in the inner city that are stronger than them. Someone said calmly. "Must you go against me?" In the room, Lin Ling's voice became lower. This was the first time he had met this young man, and he didn't have any impression of them having any conflicts. "Who do you think you are to have the right to talk to me?" Young Master Du snorted disdainfully. "All right." Lin Ling nodded and sat back down. He was going to give up on those few sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls. Spending some unnecessary money to fight with others was something that only a fool would do. He would not do such a foolish thing. Trash. Young Master Du sneered proudly. Then, he sat back down and continued to hug his beautiful wife. The 3 sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls were obtained by young Master Du in the end. He spent 20 spirit crystals each, and that was a total of 60 spirit crystals. That price made many people sigh. Being from a powerful force was indeed different. Spirit crystals were like dirt. The auction continued. Lin Ling didn't participate anymore and just drank quietly. Big Brother Ling, that person is too bad. He knew that Big Brother Ling wanted the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls, but he wanted to snatch them. We didn't even offend him. In the room, Yu was extremely dissatisfied. That's normal. No matter where you are, there will always be people who use their family's power to show off. These people will suffer sooner or later. Lin Ling was used to it. However, he was deep in thought. How did he get those sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale souls? Secretly snatching them. Maybe he could consider it. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't done such things before. While he was deep in thought, the auction gradually came to an end. Young Master Lin, our house master invites you. Lin Ling and Yu had just walked out of the room when a young servant girl walked over and said to Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling nodded and was about to bring Yu over. Big brother Ling, they invited you. Yu won't go over. Yu will wait for you on the first floor. Yu said with a smile. She was extremely obedient. That pretty face that was like a porcelain doll made Lin Ling feel a little touched. Yu was always thinking from his perspective and thinking for him. Okay. Lin Ling didn't refuse. After all, he didn't know why the house master invited him over. After a while, he left with the servant girl. Yu went to the first floor alone and quietly waited for Lin Ling there. The first floor was quiet and elegant. After the auction ended, the martial artists also left one after another. Those who stayed were the people from the various major forces in the outer city. Yu ordered a cup of tea and sat down at one of the tables. Thinking of the song that Lin Ling played just now, she felt a sense of longing. She didn't know when she would be able to hear Big Brother Ling play again. Big Brother Ling was so powerful. He was already a prodigy at the age of 16. Moreover, he was so handsome. She really wanted to accompany him for the rest of her life. She was like a little girl next door, fantasizing about a beautiful future. At this moment, she didn't see that a few figures were walking down the stairs. These people were talking as they walked. It was Do Jun and the others. It's rare for me to come to the outer city. I asked to see the house master earlier but was actually rejected. Sigh, I haven't seen the house master for a long time. I miss him very much. Do Jun said with some regret. Different people have different lives. Young Master Do, it's not that I want to discourage you. Previously, I saw that young man called Lin Ling was asked to see the house master again. This is the second time. Zhang Yixiao said lightly. What? Do Jun's eyes narrowed. That trash doesn't know his place. Looks like I have to teach him a lesson. Anger surged in his heart. The house master rejected him, but secretly asked to see that young man. The difference in treatment made him extremely jealous. Chapter 178. Kidnapping. Servant girl. Do Jun followed Zhang Yixiao's gaze. At the table by the window, a young girl dressed in green sat quietly. She held a cup of tea in her small hand and gently placed it into her mouth. Her elegant movement seemed ordinary, but when it came from a 15 or 16-year-old girl who was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of cities, it was like a beautiful scene. I must have this girl. A smile appeared on Do Jun's face. Even if she wasn't Lin Ling's maid, he would still be moved. You want it? Unfortunately, it's too late. That's Lin Ling's maid. Lin Ling won't let you have her. Zhang Yixiao said softly. Do I need him to? The woman that even I, Jun, have taken a fancy to, other than the Tower Lord, who else can escape? Do Jun sneered, then waved his hand. Men, take that girl to Cloud Forest Villa. Cloud Forest Villa was Do Jun's own villa, and it was located at a corner of the outer city. Do Jun usually stayed there when he came to the outer city. At this moment, Yu was still waiting for Lin Ling. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of her and sneered. One of them pointed his right hand and a ray of light shot into Yu Yu's forehead. Yu Yu fainted. Be quick about it, young master is waiting. Young master really has high standards. Even I am moved by this little beauty. At such a young age, she already captivates the birds and beasts. In the future, I'm afraid she will become a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. You, don't even think about it. This kind of beauty is not for us to profane. Those people were secretly drooling. On the other side, Lin Ling was in a large hall. This hall was ancient and fragrant, and there were vases of mountains, rivers, clouds, and flowers. It was extremely elegant. In the hall, other than Yu Man-yun, there was another middle-aged man. Lin Ling had seen this middle-aged man before. It was the middle-aged man he had met on the bridge not long ago. It's you. Staring at the scholarly middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. Hee, little friend, we meet again. Although the middle-aged man could not see Lin Ling, he could sense Lin Ling's aura. He smiled and said, Yun, the little mister you mentioned should be this young friend. At first, I thought that at this young friend's age, he would not have much experience. But clearly, I was wrong. Little mister's famous piece is not something that anyone can play. Lin Ling blinked his eyes in confusion. Yu Man-yun saw Lin Ling's puzzled gaze and said with a smile, this gentleman is called Tian Chuzhia. He is my guide and master. He taught me the way of the Guqin. Not long ago, he heard of your name, so he came this time. Yun, I've already seen our young friend's zither skills. I can only say that our young friend's music should only exist in the heavens. The middle-aged man added with a smile. Lin Ling finally understood. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the building master's master. No wonder their zither skills were so superb. However, Yu Man-yun asked to meet him just to let this Tian Chuzhi see him. This time, I invited you here to discuss the way of the Guqin together. The middle-aged man continued. Lin Ling was speechless. He really had no interest in studying the way of the Guqin. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Man-yun smiled and said, Little mister, I saw that you didn't get the sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale soul in the auction earlier. Coincidentally, I still have 2 sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale souls. As long as you are willing to stay, these sea-cracking mysterious dragon's whale souls will belong to you. She also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Naturally, she had to give Lin Ling some compensation for letting him stay. Thank you, building master. Lin Ling was not pretentious, but Yu Yu was still waiting for him. This discussion would definitely not be short, so he had to inform Yu Yu. He voiced out his thoughts. Don't worry, little mister. I will send someone to inform her. Yu Man-yun nodded with a smile. However, not long after, a servant girl walked back and whispered, Building master, we did not see the girl that little mister was looking for. Moreover, we did not see anyone similar in the entire Immortal Gathering Tower. We only heard that the girl seemed to have left with someone else. What? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He believed that Yu Yu could not have left. Moreover, even if she had really left, Yu Yu would have informed him. Yu Man-yun also frowned. She hurriedly said, Who did she leave with? Did anyone see her? Building master, I will ask the servant on duty again. The servant girl bowed respectfully and left. Not long after, she walked back again. That girl was supported by someone. The person who took them away seemed to be young Master Do's subordinate. Do Jun. Yu Man-yun's voice became low. Who is Do Jun? Lin Ling's expression became icy cold. Yu Man-yun said, the son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city. This person is a hedonistic young master. He does not do proper work and is fond of women. He usually comes to the Immortal Gathering Tower. However, I did not expect him to be so bold as to dare to kidnap someone in my Immortal Gathering Tower. The son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city. Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. Suddenly, he recalled the arrogant and overbearing young master at the auction. It was very likely that Do Jun was him. Building master, I am sorry. Looks like we can only meet again next time. Lin Ling did not say anything else. He stood up and wanted to leave. Do Jun was a hedonistic young master who was fond of women. Yu Yu had been kidnapped by him, so her fate was obvious. Therefore, Lin Ling had to quickly chase after him. Yu Yu was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Since Do Jun dared to touch his reverse scale, he must die. Little sir, Do Jun's background is not simple. Shouldn't you weigh the pros and cons? Yu Munyun seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and could not help but advise him. She did not want Lin Ling to be too impulsive. Thank you for your reminder, building master. However, even if he is the king of the Cloud Sea, I will make him regret being born if he dares to touch Yu Yu. Lin Ling's voice was low and hoarse. There was no possibility of compromise. He left the hall as soon as he finished speaking. Little sir, if you want to find Do Jun, you can go to the Cloud Forest Villa. Yu Munyun quickly reminded him. After Lin Ling left, only Yu Munyun and Heaven Melody were left in the hall. After a while, Heaven Melody's cold voice sounded. The son of the Imperial Guard commander is really audacious. Master, should we do something? After all, no matter what, little sir's friend was lost in the Immortal Gathering Tower. Yu Munyun frowned slightly. With her status, she was naturally not afraid of Do Jun. However, it would be troublesome to deal with Do Jun with Lin Ling's status. After all, compared to Yu Munyun, Lin Ling's status was still much lower. Of course. Because of that hedonistic young master, I did not hear little sir's beautiful song today. This Do Jun really ruined my mood. Heaven Melody shook his head. It was obvious that because Lin Ling had left, he did not discuss the Guqin Dao. He was not in a good mood. Of course, Yu Munyun's mood was the same. Chapter 179. Come to the door at this moment, Lin Ling had already left the Immortal Assembling Tower and was rushing towards the Cloud Forest Manor. This was also the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Cloud Forest Villa. However, this villa wasn't a well-hidden villa, so he only needed to ask around to find out its whereabouts. Of course, Lin Ling also informed the Fire Ancient clan on the way. As the son of the Imperial Guard commander of the inner city, his identity was too powerful. This matter was not a small matter. After all, he came from the inner city. Even the Fire Ancient clan did not dare to offend him. Therefore, Lin Ling informed Ancestor Taiyan. If the Extreme Flame Ancestor didn't want to provoke this great power, then Lin Ling would shoulder this responsibility alone. Even if he had to die, he would not be afraid. Ever since I came to this world, the first family I had was Yu Yu. Do Jun, if anything happens to Yu Yu, I'll bury your entire family with you. Whoosh! Lin Ling's body quickly crossed the street. That billowing murderous aura made the passers-by tremble with fear. They seemed to have seen a god of death walking past them. After he arrived at Ocean of Cloud City, Lin Ling sensed warmth from the Fire Ancient clan, and his resolute killing intent from before was buried deep within his heart. However, that didn't mean that his killing intent had vanished, and it was just better controlled by Lin Ling. And now, this murderous aura had been stimulated once again, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to the days when he was in Gu Yen's sect, where the strong preyed on the weak. At this moment, the Cloud Forest Villa was extremely lively. Although not many people in the outer city knew Do Jun's name, those who knew him were all people with significant backgrounds. With Do Jun's status, everyone gave him face. Therefore, it was rare for Do Jun to come to the outer city, so the various powers came to pay him a visit. At the same time, it was also because of these cumbersome visits that Do Jun could not touch Yu for the time being. He could only restrain his lust. Young Master Do, you are a dragon among men. In the future, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom will definitely have a seat for you. I wonder if your father is doing well. I haven't visited him in a long time. The guests presented their gifts, bowed politely, and flattered Jiang Yi. Do Jun was thoroughly enjoying that round of flattery and was in high spirits as though he represented the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right at this moment, a servant reported respectfully, "Young master, there is a youth named Lin Ling outside the manor. He said he is here to ask for someone from you." Lin Ling. Do Jun, on the other hand, was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to come knocking on his door right after he returned. Do Jun was studio servant. Everyone present was from the outer city. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. They were all secretly shocked. They had not expected the genius of the ancient Yen clan to dare to provoke Do Jun. He was too arrogant. That Lin Ling said that he had given the opportunity. Since young master didn't cherish it, he had no choice but to do it himself. Right now, he is fighting his way in from outside the manor. Soon after, the servant ran in a panic. "How dare you? You actually dare to barge into my villa? Men, kill him." Do Jun sat on the main seat of the hall and waved his hand. He was furious in his heart. He was just a peasant. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased in his cloud forest manner? Pong! 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 Right at this moment, a booming sound echoed from outside the hall. A figure strolled in from the entrance of the hall. "Kill me. I am going to kill you today." The person was Lin Ling. He barged in and defeated all the guards in the Cloud Forest Manor. Those guards might be strong, but they were from the outer city. They might be strong to others, but they weren't worth mentioning to Lin Ling. Staring at Lin Ling, who had suddenly barged in, Do Jun's face was extremely ugly. Since he was young, he had never had someone come to his door so blatantly. "Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. Young Master Do's background isn't someone you can provoke. Apologize immediately. I will put in a good word for you so that young Master Do won't bother about your mistake." An old man walked out from the hall, seemingly trying to mediate the situation. "Get lost." Lin Ling looked coldly at the old man. I am Uncle Cha. Your Fire Ancient Clan's ancestor Tai Yen is also a friend of the same generation. I can't bear to see you offend a big shot today, so I gave you some advice. How dare you not know what's good for you? The old man acted like he was old and complained. "One more word and you will die today." Lin Ling's face was indifferent. How could he not see that the old man seemed to be trying to persuade him, but in reality, he was also trying to flatter Do Jun. How laughable. That old man thought that because he was a person of virtue and prestige in the outer city, Lin Ling would give him face. Unfortunately, no one would give him face today. It seems like you don't want to give Uncle Cha face. Then you should at least give me some face. Your Fire Ancient Clan's territory is all collected by me on behalf of the Cloud Sea Empire. Today, I only want to say one thing. Don't be impulsive. If there's anything, let Ancestor Tai Yen do it. Yes. At this moment, another middle-aged man walked out. This person's background was not small either. Whoosh! Lin Ling sneered. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of blue flame shot towards the middle-aged man. The flame immediately burned the middle-aged man's clothes. Who do you think you are? Yes. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything else and directly attacked. You The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. He kept extinguishing the flames on his body, but his beard was also burned away. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He didn't expect that when he tried to mediate the relationship between the two sides, not only did he fail, but he was also directly slapped by Lin Ling. How domineering. Do you think that the outer city is your Lin clan? Young man. He wore a green robe and had a rather dignified expression. Such a domineering person at such a young age. I'm afraid he will become a demon in the future. Young Master Do, I'll take care of him for you. Young man. This person was the ancient Dead Tree clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian. During the Cloud Sea hunt, Lin Ling snatched the ancient Dead Tree clan's summer demon winter stone beast and caused him, Sima Zhangtian, to be punished by the ancestor. Today, new and old grudges could be considered settled together. Moreover, with young Master Do as his backer, what did he, Sima Zhangtian, have to fear? Kill him. Young man. Do Jun nodded coldly. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Ling into pieces. Beside him, Zhang Yixiao sneered. This situation of borrowing someone else's knife to kill was orchestrated by him. The current situation was as he imagined, and it was even developing faster than he imagined. At least, he didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to come to his door alone. Ancient Dead Tree clan's genius, Sima Zhangtian, you're just a person with an undeserved reputation. You want to stand up for that trash? Lin Ling coldly stared at Sima Zhangtian. Even if he was alone and the other side had a large number of experts, he was still fearless. Today, even if the Cloud Sea King is here, as long as you don't hand over my people, I will still kill you. Bang! Boom! Lin Ling's body erupted with flames. The surging temperature caused the air in the hall to become illusory. Chapter 180. Killing a Heaven's Pride. As the genius of the Witheredwood ancient clan and one of the strongest geniuses in the outer city, Sima Zhangtian naturally lived up to his reputation. He possessed the 6th-rank spirit body, invisible dragon divine body, and was a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. In the 8 great ancient clans, there weren't many people who could fight against him. Evading dragon-beating divine physique. According to legend, this kind of innate spiritual physique will eventually transform itself into the deity-beating whip. Zhang Yixiao said indifferently. As a prodigy of the same generation, he didn't dare to underestimate Sima Zhangtian. Invisible dragon-slaying god. An angry shout resounded in the hall. Sima Zhangtian had disappeared without anyone noticing. Only a vine could be seen growing crazily from the ground. The vine was green in color, but it was rotating like a dragon. It emitted popping sounds and then like a whip, it lashed towards Lin Ling. God-beating whip. Even if it was a heavenly deity, it would still be whipped without exception. It was rumored that the martial artists who were struck by this whip would lose all of their cultivation. It was extremely strange. Smash him to pieces. Do Jun laughed coldly. Then, he picked up his wine cup and drank. In terms of strength, he was the weakest person present. However, in terms of status, all the experts present had to give him face. Invisible dragon-slaying gods. You think you can fight? Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he looked at the whip that was flying towards him with a mysterious trajectory. Now that he had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm and had many trump cards, he no longer put the geniuses of the various ancient clans in his eyes. Fire dances in the sun. Lin Ling pulled out the brilliance resurgent sword with his right hand and a destructive flame rose from the blade. Lin Ling's body disappeared at the same time and only blue flames could be seen jumping around like fairies. It was incomparably dazzling. Whoosh! The flames slashed at the vine with an aura that could burn everything. In the next moment, the dragon-like vine was split in two, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the broken vine. How is that possible? Said a terrified voice. At the same time, Sima Zhangtian appeared. His face was filled with terror. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate spirit body to whip Lin Ling with his vines and cripple him. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's blue flames to be so tyrannical. His sword slashed towards his vines. Not only was it powerful, it also carried an indescribable mysterious power, explosion. That explosion directly exploded from the inside of his vine, causing it to be cut in half. This scene made him unable to believe his own eyes. Could it be that Lin Ling's innate spirit body was stronger than his? What he didn't know was that although Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flames seemed to be a 5th grade talent, it was actually a 6th grade talent. In addition, Lin Ling had swallowed the flaming pill, which increased the power of his blue flame by a bit. Sima Zhangtian was only a 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. How could he block Lin Ling? Don't you know that fire restrains wood? In the hall, Lin Ling held the resurgent sword with a cold expression. Blue flames constantly appeared around his body, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. A genius of a generation is only so. You have the face to be arrogant in front of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling took a step forward. The flames on the ground exploded, making him look as if he had walked out of magma. You! Sima Zhangtian's face turned pale. This was the first time he felt fear. Compared to when he was hunting in the Sea of Clouds, the current Lin Ling was obviously stronger. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a sword light attacked, causing a sword mark to appear on his neck. The most terrifying thing was that there were flames burning on the sword mark. Sima Zhangtian wanted to say something, but a large amount of blood flowed out from his neck. He heard a cold voice in his ear, Sima Zhangtian, if you want to flatter others, I won't stop you. However, if you step on me to flatter others, then you can only die. This sentence might be the last sentence that Sima Zhangtian heard in his life. Plop. His head fell off. A genius of the Withered Wood Ancient clan, dead. Everything was as Lin Ling said. Sima Zhangtian wanted to flatter others, but he stepped on the wrong person. The surroundings suddenly became silent as they stared at the youth as if they were looking at a god of death. Fire restrains wood. Brother Sima is naturally not a match. Young master, let me do it. My Imperial Water clan can restrain fire with water. Zhang Yixia walked out with a solemn expression. Clearly, he felt some pressure after Lin Ling easily killed Sima Zhangtian. Lin Ling was only 16 years old. If he was so strong at such a young age, it would be even harder to control him in the future. Therefore, this was also an opportunity. They had to kill Lin Ling before he grew up. Zhang Yixia, a genius of a generation. However, you are only a so-so. Lin Ling was fearless. He held his sword diagonally and walked forward step by step. That flame-like aura made everyone in the hall secretly admire him. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone made all the geniuses of the 8 great ancient clans incomparable to him. Is that so? Let's see who's stronger. Zhang Yixia opened his hands and his body became transparent as if he was formed by water. Behind him, the sound of waves sounded as if he had turned into the master of the sea. In the Imperial Water clan, other than controlling ice, Zhang Yixia was also very strong in water. Last time during the Cloud Sea hunt, he and Lin Ling fought to a draw. However, at that time, it wasn't a real fight. Now, he could fight to his heart's content. Moreover, he could also kill Lin Ling with his full strength. Splash! Turbulent waves appeared. What was surprising was that this wave was earth-shattering, but it didn't affect Zhang Yixia at all. Do Jun and the others couldn't sense the terrifying power at all. This also meant that Zhang Yixiao's control of water had reached the point of perfection. Dragon Tiger Strength. Dragon Tiger Strength. Lin Ling held his sword with both hands. His eyes were resolute as he looked forward. The flames on his body exploded with a boom and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, everyone saw a large number of firefly-like flames shooting over from afar. It was as if all the flames in the world were being attracted. At the center of the hall, a scorching sun appeared, making everyone's mouth dry up. Lin Ling seemed to have absorbed all the fire-type spiritual energy in the surroundings. Water restrains fire, but it depends on the situation of equal strength. However, when the fire is stronger than the water will be burned to nothing. The scorching sun gradually condensed and turned into a wisp of flame. Although the flame was small, no one dared to underestimate its temperature. 3,000 burning flames. Ice! A cold voice sounded in the hole. A wisp of flame floated out as if it came from outer space. Then let's see if your fire is stronger or my water is stronger. Ice! At the same time, on the other side, the crazy seawater also erupted and rushed towards Lin Ling. Boom! Fire and water collided in the hole. A terrifying shockwave swept out, destroying the entire hole. Do Jun and the others frantically retreated, their faces full of shock. Rumble! Water and fire were incompatible. When the two forces collided, a large amount of water and fire conflicted with each other and then disappeared. However, although water was strong and represented the sea, the power of fire was stronger by a bit. Just as Lin Ling said, if the power of water was the same as his fire, then it would be the fire that would lose. Chapter 181. Start a new era. Boom! With a loud explosion, all of the water was incinerated. The ground was covered in flames, and a figure stepped out of the flames. It was Lin Ling, a genius of the ancient race's Zhang clan. You're only so. Which other genius wants to go up? A cold voice filled with boundless tyranny rang out. Today, Lin Ling was looking down on the geniuses of the various ancient races. In the distance, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling was so strong. He was simply above the geniuses of this generation. As for Zhang Yixiao, he was lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Half of his body had been burned by the flames, and the flames were still burning. If no one came to save him, he would probably be burned to death. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He stared fixedly at Lin Ling's figure, his mind filled with incredulity. He had originally thought that his plan of getting someone else to do his dirty work was a good one. Not only would he allow the Fire Ancient clan to offend the Imperial Guard commander, he would also be able to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. But who would have known that Lin Ling's growth speed would be extremely terrifying? After the hunt ended, this young man who was younger than him had already surpassed him. Not only did Zhang Yixiao fail to defeat Lin Ling, he even died in Lin Ling's hands. Perhaps none of the geniuses of the various ancient clans were a match for this young man. Puff! With that thought in mind, Zhang Yixiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He was on the verge of death. Where is Yu? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression extremely indifferent. Don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I am? Do Jun's face was a bit pale. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so strong. None of the people around him could block Lin Ling. I know who you are, but what does that have to do with me? If you don't hand over Yu today, you'll die, even if you're King Cloud Sea. Lin Ling's voice was extremely low, spreading out like the wind. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Do Jun said to the people around him. However, the people around him were all silent. No one dared to speak up. Do Jun could only continuously retreat. Young Master Du, there's no need to worry. The Zhang clan and other ancient clans are definitely on their way. Lin Ling is just a junior. How could he possibly be a match for the patriarchs of the various clans? An old man comforted him. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword light attacked, burning him into nothingness. Moreover, he didn't see that far away from the cloud forest villa, the ancient clan's Zhang family had indeed arrived. However, they were stopped by the fire ancient clan. The Zhang family's patriarch had made his move, but so had Patriarch Extreme Flame. His goal was to stop the Zhang family's patriarch. Ancestor Extreme Flame, are you crazy? Do you know who you have offended? Do you want your entire clan to be wiped out? In midair, the Zhang family's patriarch glared at Patriarch Extreme Flame and shouted angrily. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling is a member of the Fire Ancient clan. If he really offends someone, then our entire clan will be buried with him. Today, your Zhang family must not approach the Cloud Forest Villa. On the other side, a huge cloud of fire condensed into the head of Patriarch Extreme Flame. He shouted with a majestic aura. You're crazy. Let me tell you, if anything happens to young Master Du, then not only will your Fire Ancient clan be wiped out, even our 8 great ancient clans won't be able to escape punishment. I advise you to move out of the way immediately. Otherwise, our Zhang family will fight you to the death. The Zhang family's patriarch was fuming with anger. Let's fight to the death. Who's afraid of you? Patriarch Extreme Flame still refused to move out of the way. The two clans soon began to fight. The commotion caused by the battle shocked the entire outer city of the Cloud Sea City. Outside the city, all the forces received the news and were shocked. The Fire Ancient clan was simply crazy. They even dared to attack the son of the Imperial Guard commander. They were simply provoking the lion. What kind of person was the Imperial Guard commander? He was in charge of all the Imperial Guards in the entire Cloud Sea City. Who in the inner city didn't dare to give him face? However, no one would have expected that his son was currently in a life and death situation in the outer city. Furthermore, the other party was just a bloodline descendant of a small clan. This huge incident caused a commotion even among the 4 kings. Nonsense. Do they think that they can be arrogant just because they obtained first place in the Cloud Sea Hunt? Pass down my orders. Kill the Fire Ancient clan. King Wang Hai of the 4 kings received the news and couldn't help but speak with rage. The Imperial Guard commander was a subordinate of the 3rd prince. He had to give face to the 3rd prince. Furthermore, it was currently a sensitive period where a new king was replacing the old king. Any small matter could cause a change in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Therefore, he didn't expect for an ant-like youth to actually break the seemingly peaceful situation. At the same time, the other 3 kings also sensed a change in heaven and earth. Interesting. They even dare to attack the son of the Imperial Guard commander. This situation is going to be fun. King Sima Jinshan couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news. My lord, should we stop them? One of the guards asked. There is no need for that. This is a time of change. It isn't good to make a move recklessly. Furthermore, even if we don't make a move, someone else will. According to my guess, King Wang Hai, who is closest to the Imperial Guard commander, will make a move. King Sima Jinshan said with confidence. On the other side, Sovereign King Li was also watching the fire burning across the river. He was extremely interested in the current situation, but he didn't make a move. He knew that this was a time of change, and all the major factions were extremely sensitive. This was related to their final stance. It was rumored that the Imperial Guard commander was a subordinate of one of the princes. If someone were to make a move to help, it would mean that he was a subordinate of that prince. Therefore, Sovereign King Li wouldn't stupidly make a move and cause the other princes to misunderstand and attract unnecessary trouble. King Sima Jinshan and Sovereign King Li's stances are still uncertain. They probably won't make a move, but King Wang Hai will definitely make a move. TSK. This junior, Lin Ling, really didn't disappoint me. On the other side, in a secluded bamboo forest, King Duan was seated in a pavilion and drinking tea. He smiled and muttered to himself. What does King Duan mean? Beside him, a scholarly middle-aged man smiled and asked. Lin Ling is just the fuse that broke the peace between the princes. However, since King Wang Hai has made a move, my Duan residence has to help. Pass down my orders. Stop all of King Wang Hai's men outside the Cloud Forest Manor. Let Lin Ling decide everything. King Duan waved his hand and said. He and King Wang Hai were obviously not on good terms. Since the other party had made a move, he had to stir up trouble. Moreover, he wouldn't step forward to help Lin Ling or Do Jun. Similarly, he wouldn't reveal his stance. King Duan's move is brilliant. The scholarly middle-aged man nodded and smiled. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know that his actions had caused a change in the various factions in Cloud Sea City. It was as if a new era had begun because of him. Right now, he only wanted to take back his family. If you don't hand over Yu, it's useless no matter where you run. Chapter 182. Killing Do Jun. At this moment, Do Jun was finally panicking. Currently, no one in the Cloud Forest Manor could stop Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was that no one had come to help or stop Lin Ling even after such a long time had passed. What was going on? He did not know that the times had changed. A new king had risen and the previous emperor had disappeared. Therefore, the various factions did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they used this matter to carefully observe the situation in the world. Unfortunately, he had become a chess piece for the various major powers. Damn it, is no one from the outer city coming? Where are the various ancient clans and the various lords? I'm the son of the Imperial Guard commander. Are they not going to give me face? Also, why didn't anyone inform my father? Do Jun paced around anxiously. At this moment, there was a loud explosion. The door to the small courtyard he was hiding in was kicked open. A figure walked in like a demon. It was Lin Ling. There were many people in the small courtyard. However, when they saw Lin Ling, their hearts skipped a beat. This young man was terrifying. Lin Ling, you, Do Jun's eyes were filled with panic. Since young, he had been willful and arrogant. However, because of his father's status, no one had been able to control him. However, this person had appeared today and continuously crushed his pride. He had been forced to the end of his rope. Hand over the person. Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. I, Do Jun, have never handed over anything that I've obtained. Today, I, Do Jun, will not hand over the person. I don't believe that you will dare to touch me. Although Do Jun was panicking, he would not compromise until the last moment. Furthermore, he believed that Lin Ling was only trying to scare him and would not really dare to touch him. Lin Ling, why don't we all take a step back and talk? There's no need to make things so tense. The others also tried to mediate the situation. Of course, they were no longer trying to take advantage of their seniority. Instead, they were practically begging for mercy. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give them any face. Flames shot out and those who pleaded for mercy were burned alive. This Lin Ling is so terrifying. Do Jun seems to have touched his reverse scale. The remaining people felt a chill in their hearts. How could they still dare to help? Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Lin Ling took a step forward. Although he seemed to be moving slowly, he arrived in front of Do Jun in a few breaths of time. That indifferent expression frightened Do Jun so much that he fell to the ground with a plop. His legs trembled and urine flowed out. Trash, other than relying on your family's influence, what else can you do? Lin Ling coldly snorted. He stretched out his right hand and a flame transformed into a chain that tied Do-jun up. He then dragged Do-jun in front of him and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand him over or not?" Do-jun's face was very ugly. He was actually intimidated to such an extent. If this matter were to spread to the inner city, how could he, Do-jun, still have any face left? "You can't touch her." At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the sky. That voice made Do-jun feel relieved. Finally, someone had appeared. Lin Ling raised his head and saw a man standing in the sky. This man was wearing a yellow robe. He was cultured and elegant. His eyes were half closed, but there was a sense of arrogance that looked down on all living things. "Why?" Lin Ling frowned and asked. The other party was very strong. He had already sensed that this person might have come from the inner city. "You don't have to ask why. If you can't touch her, then you can't touch her," the man said indifferently. He didn't even bother to explain the reason. "What if I insist on touching her?" Lin Ling's face turned cold. "No one can save you." The man's words were concise, but it was a fact that no one could change. Lin Ling's face turned even colder. Just as he was about to say something, a faint laugh suddenly resounded. His Majesty Yifan is really in a good mood. He's just the son of a small Imperial Guard commander, but he actually personally sent someone to protect him. "Ha! Little sir, you're really important." A middle-aged man had appeared in the sky at some point in time. He carried a guzheng on his back and strolled in the sky. "It's him." "Yes." Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and was secretly shocked. Wasn't that middle-aged man Heavenly Melody? Heavenly Melody? What do you mean? Yes. The man in yellow frowned. Clearly, he hadn't expected Heavenly Melody to appear. Could it be that Heavenly Melody had decided not to follow that lord? "Go back and tell His Majesty that I, Heavenly Melody, will protect this little sir," Heavenly Melody said indifferently. He also explained that he hadn't joined any camp at the moment. He had only appeared this time to help Lin Ling. Heavenly Melody. At the same time, the 4 princes of Ocean of Cloud City were slightly shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so important that he actually got Heavenly Melody to help him. Heavenly Melody had a great reputation in the inner city, and his background wasn't small. Looks like it's getting more and more interesting. Heavenly Melody actually publicly went against the 3rd Prince's will for a junior. The meaning behind this is very deep. Heavenly Melody is that princess's teacher. The 3rd Prince has no choice but to give him face. Looks like the 3rd Prince will disappoint the Imperial Guard commander. The 4 princes all had their own opinions. "Since you've decided, then I'll go back and report to Master." At this moment, the man in yellow pondered for a moment in the sky above Cloud Forest Villa. In the end, he turned around and left. But when he left, he took a deep look at Lin Ling. He'd always thought that the young man had broken the peace of Ocean of Cloud City out of impulse, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The young man's appearance seemed to have started a new era. "Little sir, you owe me a song." After the yellow-robed man left, Sky Melody said with a smile and disappeared as well. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The changes in the situation were beyond his imagination. However, he quickly withdrew his thoughts and looked at Do-jun. "Is there anyone else who's going to help you now?" Do-jun's face was extremely pale. He'd thought that he would be able to take the initiative with the appearance of the man in yellow. He'd even wanted the man in yellow to capture Lin Ling and slowly torture him to death. In the end, who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so influential that even Heavenly Melody would step forward to help? Was he a junior from a small clan? Why was he more influential than the son of the Imperial Guard commander? "Lin Ling, I lost today because my father didn't rush over. Moreover, he thought that I was an existence that no one in the outer city dared to provoke, so he let you take advantage of me. However, you'd better pray that the person behind you will always protect you. Otherwise, if I return, you'll definitely die, and everyone in your clan will die. After the man in yellow arrived, Do-jun calmed down. Only now did he realize that the young man in front of him was just a kid from the mountains. So, he became even more confident. Thank you for your advice, but before that, you won't have the chance to see how I die. The killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes grew stronger. Not only did the man in yellow refuse to let Lin Ling go, he even wanted to kill him. If such a person was still alive, then the Fire Ancient clan would definitely face a great calamity. So, the flames on his body burned even brighter. You dare to kill me. Chapter 183. Chaos and strife. In order to prove whether I dare or not, watch with your own eyes. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and blue flames erupted and burned Do-jun. The roiling flames were like the cruelest punishment in the world, burning Do-jun until he screamed. This was the most satisfying sound he'd ever made in his life. Moreover, Lin Ling's flames could burn Do-jun to death in one go, but Lin Ling didn't. He only let the 9 underworld's heavenly flames burn Do-jun bit by bit. Every time it burned a bit of hair or skin, Do-jun would be in excruciating pain. Do-jun regretted it. He hadn't expected that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. Moreover, he would kill him in a torturous manner. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't intend to live anymore? I beg you, spare me. Do-jun cried out in pain. Lin Ling watched coldly as if he was looking at his most outstanding work of art. He slowly watched as Do-jun was burned to death by the flames. This fellow, everyone present widened their eyes. They hadn't expected that Lin Ling would really dare to kill Do-jun. Besides them, the 4 kings of Ocean of Cloud City also widened their eyes. Lin Ling really killed Do-jun. Didn't he think about the consequences of his actions? Obviously, they were very surprised as well. He's dead. I'm afraid the Imperial Guard commander will be displeased. A young man stood quietly on a mountain peak in the distance. He looked into the distance as if he could see through the world. However, he frowned slightly at this moment. Obviously, Lin Ling's actions had exceeded his expectations and made him very displeased. He was the 3rd prince, His Majesty Yun Yifan. Do-jun was the son of the Imperial Guard commander under his command. As his master, he would naturally lend a hand. However, he hadn't expected that a powerless youth like Lin Ling would be able to get a heavenly melody cultivator to help him, causing his plan to be disrupted. Lin Ling, this kid has a pride that doesn't fear heaven and earth. However, he refused to meet me when I asked to meet him last time. This shows that this kid isn't all brawn and no brains. He's really a difficult youth to deal with. Now that you've ruined my plans, do you think I should kill you or keep you alive? The young man muttered to himself. In the end, he flicked his sleeve and left slowly. At the same time, the sky he was looking at earlier was filled with thunderbolts, and it was as if a heavenly king was enraged. The era has finally begun. I hope that you, Lin Ling, will not be the sacrifice of this era. Do-jun's death might seem like the death of a hedonistic son of rich parents, but the undercurrent behind it had quietly opened up a new era. This was the era where the new Cloud Sea King would rise. Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan was the one who started this era and caused the restless forces to gradually surface. For a time, Lin Ling's name was not only famous in the outer city, but also in the inner city. Within the inner city, the various forces were all faintly uneasy. However, they would remember the name Lin Ling. It was because of Lin Ling that this world-changing situation had begun. And in the outer city, Lin Ling's fame was like the sun in the midday sky. Not only had he defeated the geniuses of various clans, but he had also become the first person in the outer city who dared to challenge the forces of the inner city. The Fire Ancient clan had also become famous because of this. Of course, many people were envious. They thought that Lin Ling had coincidentally encountered the era change and was lucky to be fine. If this had happened at any other time, he would have died long ago. Even the Fire Ancient clan would have perished. However, some people who were aware of the era did not think so. Lin Ling might have been lucky to have killed Do Jun, but in reality, it might have been the work of fate. As for Yu Yu, she was safe and sound. After all, Lin Ling had arrived at the Cloud Forest Mountain Villa quickly, so nothing had happened to her. For the time being, the Fire Ancient clan was still safe. However, the forces of the inner city did not search for the Fire Ancient clan, but the same could not be said for the outer city. After this incident, the other ancient clans' attention fell on the Fire Ancient clan. They intended to join forces to eliminate the Fire Ancient clan. After all, Lin Ling was too terrifying. If they didn't eliminate him now, he would definitely become a huge threat. Furthermore, the Fire Ancient clan was highly regarded by the Four Kings. However, the era was changing, and chaos was about to arrive. The various factions didn't dare to act recklessly. Thus, the various ancient clans seized this opportunity to make a move. During this period of time, Lin Ling had been cultivating in seclusion. He had faintly sensed that danger was spreading. Fortunately, he had snatched a few sea-rending mystic dragon whale souls from Do Jun. It was enough for him to break through to the martial spirit realm. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to increase his ability to protect himself during the era of chaos. During the first month, the outer city of the Cloud Sea City was still peaceful. However, at the beginning of the second month, news spread throughout the city that the current King Yunhai had gone missing. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. King Yunhai's disappearance meant that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was without a king for now. It also meant that the great chaos was about to begin, and chaos was about to break out. As expected, on the 10th day after the news spread, the four kings of the Cloud Sea City started to fight each other. The entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was affected, and a large number of martial artists died. Everyone was in a state of panic, and all the major factions were afraid of being implicated. The war between the four kings was earth-shattering, and millions of corpses were strewn everywhere. The Fire Ancient clan had completely sealed off the city and didn't allow anyone to enter or leave. The volcano that they resided in used a powerful method to cover the entrance with smoke. Even so, Patriarch Extreme Flame was still worried. He only hoped that the war between the kings would end quickly. No matter who became the King Yunhai, it would be fine as long as the situation was stabilized. Remember, if the calamity spreads to the Fire Ancient clan, then the entire clan must preserve their bloodline. Even if all of us seniors are to die, we must allow our descendants to leave the Cloud Sea City. Patriarch Extreme Flame secretly gave the order to the various elders. They were already preparing for the worst. Patriarch, it's not good. The Ancient Zhang clan, Dead Tree Ancient clan, and Ancient Yin clan have joined forces and are heading towards our Fire Ancient clan. On this day, a clan member reported in a panic. After hearing the news, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the various elders all had grave expressions. Did they say anything? Patriarch Extreme Flame asked. That clan member said unwillingly, the Ancient Zhang clan has sent out news that they only want Lin Ling. As long as we hand over Lin Ling, they will leave. Impudent. Does he think they are the four kings and can do whatever he wants? Third elder shouted angrily. Sixth elder looked at Patriarch Extreme Flame and said, Patriarch, they clearly came prepared. Why don't we inform the ancient Anji clan and join forces? Impudent. I'm afraid it's too late. The ancient Zhang clan and the others have joined forces and should have finished their work. If we ask them for help, they might refuse. Patriarch Extreme Flame shook his head. Then what should we do? Impudent. All the elders started to panic. "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If worse comes to worst, I'll just abandon these old bones." Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes revealed decisiveness. He waved his hand. "Send out the order. The first, second, and third generations of the clan are to prepare to leave. The branch clan members who are over 30 years old are to stay and fight the enemy." Impudent. "We're old. The Fire Ancient clan still needs to rely on the bloodline of the younger generation. The only thing we can do is to let them leave safely." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Chapter 184. The calamity of clan annihilation. At the same time, all the members of the Fire Ancient clan received the news, and all of them were in a state of panic. "Lin Ling, what should we do? Does the heavens want to annihilate our Fire Ancient clan?" Lin Aofeng and the others spoke anxiously and worriedly within Lin Ling's courtyard. Lin Changqiang said, "I heard that the ancestor intends to order all of us juniors to leave the city while the older generation of clansmen will stop the enemy." "What? You want us to flee?" "I can't do that." Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. "The ancestor said that the bigger picture is more important. If we die, then the Fire Ancient clan will have no successor and vanish from the world." Lin Changqiang sighed. Even though he didn't want to flee, he had to endure it for the sake of the ancient clan's future. Lin Ling sat in the courtyard with a frown on his face. He didn't speak a single word. He clenched his fists tightly, and he was unwilling to give up. Presently, his strength was at the top amongst his peers, and even amongst the younger generation. However, as the times changed, his strength was clearly insufficient to change everything. Of course, even the ancestor of the Extreme Flame clan couldn't change the cycle of slaughter in the world. At this moment, Lin Ling was even more desperate for strength. If he possessed sufficient strength, then who would dare to offend the Fire Ancient clan? It was even to the extent that if he possessed sufficient strength to look down upon the world, then even the rise of the new king of the Cloud Sea would be decided by him. But without strength, he could only endure the humiliation and flee. "Lin Ling, are we really going to abandon the ancestor and the others and flee?" Lin Aofeng gazed at Lin Ling. Amongst all the younger generation, only Lin Ling had the most authority to speak. "If we leave, then how would we have the heart of a cultivator in the future? If we flee when we encounter trouble, then we won't be able to shoulder the mission of reviving the ancient clan. I think that we should stay and fight alongside the ancient clan during this calamity." Lin Ling pondered for a moment before he spoke resolutely. "All right, Lin Ling, since you've said so, I'll risk my life to accompany you." Since Lin Ling has spoken, then we will not escape. If we die together. All of the descendants nodded in agreement. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The volcano where the Fire Ancient clan resided in shook violently. Looking up at the sky, one could only see thunder and lightning raining down like arrows. In addition, a huge vine that looked like an ancient serpent poked its head out of the mouth of the volcano, as if it wanted to rush into the volcano. Woo woo woo. What they heard was a terrifying wailing and howling. The three ancient clans were attacking. However, as those powerful attacks approached, the elders and ancestors of the Fire Ancient clan also took action. The entire volcano had turned into a world of magma. A giant head formed by flames floated in the air. It was Ancestor Extreme Flame. "Old Ghost Zhang, you're despicable." The furious voice of the Extreme Flame ancestor accompanied it. Then, various heavenly flames of the world rose up, resisting the incoming attacks. Rumble. As the two powerful enemies battled, the mouth of the volcano collapsed. Large amounts of rocks fell down, smashing into the ground and causing many houses to collapse. At the same time, a large number of painful cries could be heard. Lin Ling and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Their eyes were red. For many of them, this was their home. But now, this home was being forcefully destroyed, causing a large number of their clan members to die. All of them were unwilling to accept this and were filled with rage. Lin Ling, come with me immediately. There's a way out of the ancestral grave that can lead you out of here. At this moment, 14th Elder Linley rushed in from the small courtyard. His face was filled with anxiety and seriousness. 14th Uncle, we've decided not to leave. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked at 14th Elder Linley. Nonsense. Linley rebuked angrily. The ancestor and the others are doing their best to protect you juniors from leaving this place. Are you going to let them down? As members of the ancient clan, how can we abandon the ancient clan and flee when the ancient clan is in danger? Are you trying to make us sinners of the ancient clan? Lin Ling said, one word at a time. Hearing this, Linley's face relaxed. He sighed. I know you can't bear it, but the big picture is more important. Although the big picture is more important, we're still men. We have a sense of bravery in our hearts. We can't just watch as our home is destroyed and flee. Lin Ling's gaze hardened. He didn't back down at all. Although he was only 16 years old, he had experienced a great deal. Although his face still had a hint of childishness, it was filled with determination. That determination caused Lin Ling to be stunned. In his heart, he suddenly felt an irresistible desire for Lin Ling. In the end, Linley sighed. You're becoming more and more like your father. It seems I can't persuade you otherwise. Then forget it. If we stay, we stay. Let's fight together. If we die together. All right. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. Fight together. If we die together. The rest of the people shouted one after another. At this moment, their blood was boiling. They were following Lin Ling and representing the younger generation of the ancient Flame clan to fight against the enemy. They were proud of it. Let's go and help the patriarchs. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling led everyone into the battlefield. At this moment, within the enormous volcano, the members of the three ancient clans had already charged in. The three patriarchs were fighting against Patriarch Extreme Flame and the various elders, while the rest of the clans were fighting against the experts of the Fire Ancient Clan. However, with the three ancient clans joining forces, the experts of the Fire Ancient Clan were clearly unable to stop them at all. Fire Ancient Clan. Just a bunch of trash. Today, not a single one of you will escape. A youth stood on top of a tall building, looking down at the chaotic battle below. His face was filled with disdain. Then, his gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on an elder of the Fire Ancient Clan. He pointed out with his right hand. Die! With a point of his finger, a bloody shadow shot out and shot towards the old man at lightning speed. Poof! The elder's arm was instantly pierced through by the blood shadow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the terrifying thing was that his right arm was rapidly shrinking as if his blood essence was being sucked away by something. Ancient Een clan, what a despicable and shameless clan. The elder knew that the blood shadow was definitely a demon. However, he was also a warrior who was not afraid of death. After laughing out loud, he pulled out his right arm with his left hand, ripping it off. Throughout the entire process, his expression was calm and he did not show any signs of pain. In fact, he even raised his head and looked at the youth heroically, his eyes filled with mockery. It was as if he was saying, "Dream on if you want to make the Fire Ancient Clan lower their proud heads. We, the Fire Ancient Clan, are all warriors who are not afraid of death." That young man frowned. To him, that old man was just an ant that he could kill with a wave of his hand. He had originally wanted to show off a little to dampen the spirit of the Ancient Flame clan, but who knew that the old man would be so stubborn? Not only did he not feel any pain after ripping off his arm, but he also looked calm. Good, good, good. Then I want to see how stubborn the Fire Ancient clan is. I forgot to tell you that the Ancient Een clan has plenty of means to torture people. The youth sneered, his smile sinister. Whoosh! He opened his arms, and suddenly, ghostly cries filled half the sky as a large number of ghosts wandered around. Chapter 185. The experts had arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ghosts scattered and flew towards the members of the Fire Ancient clan on the ground. The members of the Fire Ancient clan had grave expressions on their faces. Bah, the pride of the Ancient Een clan, how impressive. You dare to behave so atrociously in our Fire Ancient clan. However, I would like to see if you have the ability to behave atrociously. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A silhouette stepped on the roofs and shot towards the young man. The silhouette held a wisp of flame in his hand. The flame didn't seem to be very big, but it seemed to contain a terrifying power. I did come here to show off, but so what? If you want to blame someone, blame it on your Fire Ancient clan for not having enough people. The young man smiled disdainfully. He didn't care about the person who spoke at all. Then, he stared at the incoming flames with a look of disdain. Petty tricks. Take this. Blood pool explosion. The young man also extended his hand. On his palm, a scarlet ball of blood was spinning wildly. After which, he slapped it out. Rumble. The ball of blood collided with the flames, and a deafening sound rang out. The entire volcano seemed to tremble. In the next moment, a figure flew out, his face full of disbelief. In the previous collision, his lower body had been burned to ashes. This figure was the Ancient Een clan's prodigy, Charm. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. What the hell is going on? You want to show off here? You're not qualified. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a young man standing proudly on top of a roof. Blue flames were burning all over his body, making him look like a flame god. Lin Ling. Upon seeing the young man, cries of surprise could be heard. The prodigy of the Fire Ancient clan was here. What was the prodigy of the Ancient Een clan? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Ling. From afar, the old ancestors of the three ancient clans stared coldly at the young man on the roof. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. As far as they were concerned, although ancestor Tai Yen of the Fire Ancient clan was stronger, he was already old and was not a cause for concern. However, Lin Ling of the younger generation could not be underestimated. He was only 16 years old, but among the geniuses of the various clans, no one could stop him. In the future, he would definitely bring glory to the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others must be eradicated. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't run away, but chose to stay and fight. These little fellows. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was the hope of their ancient race. If they didn't run now, wouldn't that mean that they would all die together? Unfortunately, although they were anxious, they did not have the time to force Lin Ling to leave because the ancestors of the three ancient clans were present. First-generation disciples, second-generation disciples, and third-generation disciples, listen up. Immediately enter the battlefield and make the enemy pay a bloody price. On the roof, Lin Ling shouted. He represented the younger generation of the Fire Ancient clan. Yes. Yes. All the youths replied in unison. Even Lin Ming was willing to listen to Lin Ling's orders. After all, Lin Ling was stronger than him, and his contributions to the ancient race were greater. Although Lin Ling didn't leave, he was too strong. Other than the elders and ancestors of the various clans, no one could stop him. Even the geniuses of the various clans were no match for him. Yes. Among the three clans, the enemies were all frowning. Lin Ling was a difficult opponent to deal with. Right now, he was already an existence that surpassed the geniuses of the various clans. However, although Lin Ling was strong, his wings were not fully grown yet. Therefore, as long as the elders of the various clans made a move, they could still kill him. Members of the three clans, listen up. Kill Lin Ling at all costs, and then slaughter the Fire Ancient clan. The ancestor of the Zhang clan issued the order. His voice made many people of the Fire Ancient clan curse him for being despicable. However, the ancestor of the Zhang clan obviously didn't care about this. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Among the three clans, there were more enemies and they were stronger. It wasn't difficult for them to send out experts to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh! 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 A large number of elders rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood on the roof with an indifferent expression. The Zhang clan, Ancient Yin clan, and Withered Tree Ancient clan are only so-so. Other than bullying the weak with numbers, what else can you do? Come, all of you, come at me. If I, Lin Ling, take a step back, I'm not a disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. Even in the face of all the experts, he still faced them with pride. His courage was admired by many, and even the members of the three ancient clans were secretly admiring him. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. However, when the experts were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, a beautiful melody suddenly sounded. Just as his voice rang out, a cultivator closest to Lin Ling exploded and died. Then, pang, 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 more and more cultivators died, their bodies exploding in midair like beautiful flowers blooming in the sky. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Little Sir still owes me a song. How can I die here? At this moment, a figure walked down the stairs from the huge volcano in the sky. He was dressed in a dark green robe and his eyes were slightly closed. He had an indescribable expression. Who else could this person be other than the Sky Melody Cultivator? Lin Ling knew the Sky Melody Cultivator, but the others didn't. They all stared at that person in shock. Not to mention other things, just being able to walk in the sky meant that his strength had reached the realm of flying. That was a realm that only cultivators above the martial spirit realm could reach. As for the middle-aged man, he might be stronger than they had imagined. Sir, I hope you can give me some face. This is a grudge between our ancient clans. Don't interfere. After this, I will pay a visit and reward you heavily. The Zhang family's ancestor's expression changed and he immediately cupped his hands. He couldn't see through the middle-aged man's strength, so he didn't dare to go too far. However, the middle-aged man didn't seem to hear the Zhang family's ancestor's words. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling step by step from the sky. Our ancestor is talking to you. You are too rude. Stop. Stop. An elder of the Zhang family's face turned cold. He waved his right hand. With this wave, a powerful martial art was displayed. More than half of the sky was filled with snow, as if winter had arrived. The white fog surged towards the middle-aged man. Wherever the fog passed, all the houses were frozen into ice sculptures. That elder's strength was very strong. Little sir, it's a pity that I didn't hear your song last time. I hope you can fulfill my wish as soon as possible. However, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the fog. His expression was calm, and he seemed to be extremely respectful to Lin Ling. Paw paw paw. In the next moment, before the fog could get close to the middle-aged man, it immediately exploded. The icy energy turned into ashes. At the same time, the Zhang family's elder in the distance trembled and exploded with a bang. The Zhang family's elder was dead. Everyone's eyes widened. The elder's strength was obvious to all. He was quite famous among the 8 ancient clans. However, he was killed in an instant. They didn't even see how he did it. The middle-aged man's strength was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 186. Obliteration. All the battles stopped. At that moment, the middle-aged man attracted countless gazes. Lin Ling, who was the center of attention, also attracted a lot of attention. They want you dead, but how can I let you die, especially at the hands of these trash? That's a disgrace to you. The middle-aged man came to Lin Ling and smiled. Disgrace? Everyone's expression changed. They came to kill Lin Ling. That was a disgrace to Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling's status and value be higher than the ancestors of the various ancient clans? Greetings, old sir. Greetings. Lin Ling immediately bowed respectfully. This middle-aged man had helped him twice, and he owed him 2 favors. Ha, you and I are of the same generation, there's no need to be so polite. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. He did not put on any airs before Lin Ling. After all, he was a person who loved music, and those who could earn his respect were those who also had profound attainments in the Tao of music. Lin Ling was one of those who could earn his respect. Even if Lin Ling had no background and did not know any martial arts, but his music was better than his, he would treat him like an honored guest. Same generation. Yes. The crowd was shocked again. The middle-aged man's strength was so strong that even the ancestors of the various clans might not be qualified to be his peers, but the middle-aged man claimed to be of the same generation as Lin Ling. This was too shocking. These ants, I'll help you get rid of them. I only hope that young sir can play a song for me when you have time. Yes. The middle-aged man said softly. His tyrannical aura began to spread towards the ancestors of the 3 clans. Senior, everything can be discussed. Lin Ling is just a mountain kid. What he gave you, will give you 10 times more. The ancestor of the Zhang clan panicked. He realized that when his clan's elder died, he did not sense the middle-aged man's attack. This meant that the middle-aged man was stronger than him. You? Not qualified. Yes. The middle-aged man shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, the zither behind him floated out, and he lightly plucked the strings. Rumble. It looked like a gentle strum, but it carried an indescribable power. Invisible sound waves surged out. Bang bang bang. A large number of martial artists exploded and died. They didn't even have the chance to defend themselves. Such strength, it's definitely above the earth spirit realm. The Zhang family's ancestor's eyes narrowed, his face filled with panic. The other 2 families' ancestors were also aghast, unable to believe their eyes. Of course, at the same time as they were shocked, they were also furious. After all, they were so close to annihilating the Fire Ancient clan. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be acquainted with such a powerhouse? Bang bang bang. Another large number of martial artists died. No one could stop them. Retreat. The old ancestor of the Zhang family shouted anxiously. He led the people of his family and rushed madly towards the volcano in the sky. Wang. At this moment, a huge zither appeared at the mouth of the volcano, blocking everyone's path. Since you've come, then stay. His calm voice sounded as if it was otherworldly. Bang bang bang. The martial artists of the 3 clans who were trying to escape all exploded under the attack of the gigantic zither sound wave in the sky. It was a one-sided massacre. Pfft. Even the ancestors of the 3 clans couldn't escape. The ancient Yin clan's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with fear. No, I can't die here. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible sound wave spread towards him. His body also exploded and turned into dust. The first generation's ancestor had fallen here. Next, the ancient dead tree clan's ancestor controlled a huge vine and shot it towards the sky. He was terrified, extremely terrified. Whing. However, the sound of a zither rang out. The ancestor was also hit by the tyrannical sound wave. His entire vine shook and turned into dust. Sound wave attacks couldn't be seen with the naked eye, unless one used their soul power. Another ancestor had fallen. Killing ancestors was like chopping vegetables. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan widened their eyes. Even Ancestor Tain's body trembled. Then, he was overjoyed. Ling Er was truly powerful. Today's calamity had been resolved by her alone. The three clans' ancestors had pressured the border, but instead of gaining any advantage, they were completely annihilated. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Pooh! The Zhang family's ancestor was stronger. In addition, there were more of them, so he finally escaped from the volcano. Even so, he was seriously injured and kept vomiting blood. He sensed that there was a mysterious force in his body that he couldn't get rid of. Gradually, there were no more people from the three clans in the volcano. They were either dead or had escaped. A great calamity had been averted just like that. Lin Ling looked at the scene in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. He could only say that heavenly melody was very powerful. One escaped, but my heavenly melody entered his body. Even if he doesn't die, his strength will continue to weaken with time. He'll be like this for the rest of his life. Heavenly melody said indifferently. The person he was talking about was naturally the Zhang family's ancestor. After saying that, he smiled slightly. Little sir, all the troubles have been resolved. Now, can you play a song for me? Yes. From the looks of it, he was addicted to music. He had helped Lin Ling twice, and it seemed that he had come to listen to music. This small matter was as easy as lifting a finger for Lin Ling. He nodded and said, "Okay, but right now, our ancient clan has just encountered a great enemy, and the surroundings are still very chaotic, so I can't play immediately. After I'm done, I'll play 2 songs for Sir." In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame widened his eyes. That middle-aged man had helped their clans so much just to listen to 2 songs, but Lin Ling, that little guy, actually didn't play immediately, but waited until he was done. This was neglecting the other party. If that middle-aged man was displeased, it seemed that it would be very easy for him to destroy the Fire Ancient clan. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were terrified, afraid that the middle-aged man would be displeased. Okay. It's fine. You can go ahead. I don't lack this time. Moreover, if you're not afraid that I'll disturb you, I'd like to stay here for the next few days. Heavenly Melody bowed respectfully to Lin Ling Pu. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others almost spat out blood. Isn't he too easy to talk to? Moreover, he's speaking in a respectful tone. Needless to say, that little fellow, Lin Ling, has really found a powerful backer. After the calamity of annihilation passed, the members of the Fire Ancient clan displayed a tenacious fighting spirit and started to rebuild their home. As for Heavenly Melody, he'd been staying with the Fire Ancient clan for the last few days. In order to repay Heavenly Melody, Lin Ling had racked his brains and played all the famous songs he'd heard in the last world, greatly satisfying Heavenly Melody's wish. Young sir, actually, besides wanting to discuss the melody of music with you, there's another reason why I'm helping you. On this day, Heavenly Melody spoke to Lin Ling in the courtyard. Presently, the heavens and the earth are changing in Ocean of Cloud City. The great calamity is approaching, and a large number of experts will fall. At the same time, a new star will rise after the calamity. I think that you're a superstar, and you just lack the time to grow. So, I'm helping you. Thank you, sir. Chapter 187. The murderer of one's father. Heavenly Melody smiled and continued, I've seen countless geniuses, but very few of them satisfy me. However, I'm very satisfied with your temperament and talent. You have insight and wisdom that surpass your peers, but you don't lose the courage of a martial artist. You're a rare genius. In the future, the powers of Ocean of Cloud City will be reshuffled. I hope that you've chosen the right side. This decision will affect your entire life and even the future of your ancient race. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew what Heaven Melody meant. The new king of Cloud Sea City was going to rise, and the various princes were competing for the throne. Lin Ling had to choose to support a prince in the future and stabilize his position. In fact, Lin Ling did not like to assist others, nor did he like to be someone else's subordinate. However, with his current strength, it was clearly not enough to change everything. Therefore, for the sake of the future, for the sake of the ancient race, he still had to choose a side. Please enlighten me, sir. Lin Ling cupped his hands and said. Sky Melody smiled. He liked Lin Ling's intelligence very much. He had only said a few words, but Lin Ling had already understood the meaning behind them. Currently, all the princes are evenly matched. The one with the most potential is the crown prince. He was born with the spirit body and the emperor's bone. He has the highest chance of becoming the new king of Cloud Sea. As for the second person, it would be His Majesty the third prince. This person knows everything from the heavens to the earth, and is also a natural-born king. It is said that his innate spirit body was formed by the combination of a scripture. However, this person lacks a kind of imposing aura and has a somewhat narrow-minded personality. Previously, when you killed Du Jun, that yellow-robed man was one of His Majesty the third prince's men. Third, Your Majesty the second prince. He is a benevolent and righteous person, and treats his subordinates and friends well. However, everything about him is very ordinary. Some people say that he was born to be a vassal, and not an emperor. These three people are the most famous in the Cloud Sea Empire. Of course, the other princes aren't weak either. It's just that they aren't fully fledged yet. Sky Melody explained slowly. What about the four kings? Lin Ling asked. Although the four kings are powerful, they will never be the king of the Sea of Clouds. Because they have no justification, they can only support one of the wise kings. As for the camp they have chosen, it is still unclear. All we know is that King Wang Hai seems to be interested in the third prince. Heavenly Melody said lightly, the fire ancient world, Your Majesty the king of the ancient. Heaven's Majesty the emperor's bone. Sky Melody the second prince. Because I is His Majesty the crown's bone king, crown the his god king, Young is his god Atlas Nice continent his god emperor his god his this is his. Majesty the his. This the as the. His the his t. As for my personal standpoint, although I don't think highly of the second prince, I have always been on his side. So no matter how weak my master is, I will stand on his side. If the crown prince becomes the king of Yunhai and wants to eliminate the second prince, I will die with the second prince. Since I am a subject, I will always be the ruler. Heavenly Melody was a very loyal person. He and Lin Ling felt like old friends at first sight. That was because of music, which made him treat Lin Ling as a friend. However, if one day, Lin Ling and his camp became enemies, he would still attack Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. To be honest, he liked Heavenly Melody very much. What about the third prince? Lin Ling asked again. This person is not broad-minded. If it weren't for Do Jun, it wouldn't be a big deal for you to join his camp. However, you went against his wishes regarding Do Jun. With the third prince's character, even if he is willing to accept you as his support, he will secretly frame you. If he becomes an emperor one day, you will definitely be a ghost under his blade. Heavenly Melody analyzed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Fortunately, he had never planned to support the third prince from the beginning. Moreover, even if he really supported any of the emperors, he would not be blindly loyal. They were only in a cooperative relationship. In that case, it can only be the crown prince and the second prince. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice sounded. Ling, the Fire Ancient clan can be the vanguard for any of the emperors, but we will never be the crown prince's dog. A figure walked in from the door. Who else could it be but Ancestor Taiyan? Grandfather, what do you mean? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Ancestor Taiyan looked deeply at Lin Ling and sighed. He has an irreconcilable feud with our Fire Ancient clan. Back then, your father fell in love with a foreigner. In order to make a contribution and leave a good reputation, the crown prince represented the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and forced your father to commit suicide. Hence, the crown prince, Yunitian, is your father's murderer. What? Lin Ling's eyes focused, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Forcing your father to commit suicide is actually a small matter to the crown prince. He didn't even put your father in his eyes. What he wanted was to use your father's death to establish a just image for himself. He did it. Your father was forced to commit suicide, and the crown prince left a good reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for placing righteousness above family ties. Back then, your father was a famous prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The crown prince seemed to value your father a lot on the surface. When he forced your father to commit suicide, he even shed tears. He told everyone that your father was his right-hand man, but it was a pity that he violated the rules of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even if your father was an important official of the crown prince, he would still bear the pain and part with your father. But in fact, everything was just a mask. He was even happy because your father fell in love with a foreigner. Only then could the crown prince establish a good image. Ancestor Taiyan spoke word by word. His son, Lin Chen, helped the crown prince achieve his good reputation and became a sinner who committed treason. Crown prince. Crown prince. Lin Ling clenched his fist tightly, and the veins on his fist were all popping out. He finally knew who his enemy was. No wonder his grandfather didn't tell him back then. It turned out that this enemy was indeed very powerful. The current him wasn't a match for him at all. Tian Chu, it seems like we will be allies. The second prince's influence might be weak, but I will do my best to help him. Lin Ling looked at Tian Chu and finally decided on the final side. Tian Chu smiled with satisfaction. Your current strength might still be very weak, but your future is limitless. I am very happy that the second prince can obtain the assistance of such an expert like you. Yes. Don't be too confident about the future. I can only say that I will do my best. Lin Ling nodded and wasn't too complacent. In the following days, Lin Ling entered a state of seclusion to cultivate. After knowing who killed his father, Lin Ling's goal in his heart was to kill the crown prince. He might not have met Lin Chen once, but Lin Chen occupied the original owner's body. He had to repay this kindness. The hatred of killing one's father was absolutely irreconcilable. This was a famous saying of heaven and earth, and it couldn't be changed even if heaven and earth collapsed. Of course, the crown prince's background was much better than Lin Ling's. With the current Lin Ling, it was obviously unrealistic for him to take revenge. Chapter 188. 7 Blades of Skyfire. At the same time, Cloud Sea City was completely reshuffled. All the forces were forced to stand on the right side. Some small forces were not even given a choice and were directly wiped out. This great reshuffling started from the inner city and gradually spread to the outer city. In the outer city, many of the martial artists from the major gangs were slaughtered overnight. As long as they did not choose a side at the beginning, they did not even have the right to negotiate. As for the 8 ancient clans, naturally, they could not escape the calamity. The entire ancient Een clan was annihilated. Only 10 people from the Withered Wood ancient clan escaped from Cloud Sea City. They would probably decline from then on. One of the disciples of the Anji ancient clan was married to the young prince of the Duan royal residence. He was lucky enough to escape the calamity and was protected by the Duan royal residence. The Zhang family of the ancient clan had surrendered early and became the subordinates of the Wang Hai king. As for the Fire ancient clan, they faced a great calamity again. The Imperial Guard commander of the inner city personally led the troops and received the orders of the third prince. However, this time, a mysterious person appeared. It was the house master of the Immortal Gathering Tower. Her arrival saved the Fire ancient clan from being exterminated. Lin Ling was still in seclusion and did not know what was happening in the outside world. His current goal was to reach the 5-star martial spirit realm. Half a month later, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes in the room. As he went deeper into the martial spirit realm, he needed more and more spiritual energy. This made him sigh. The higher a martial artist's realm was, the more difficult it was. Lin Ling guessed that if he wanted to reach the 6-star martial spirit realm, he would need 2 indigo soul dark pills. Of course, it was only him. If others wanted to reach the 6-star martial spirit realm, they would need more time. After all, the indigo soul dark pill was used against the 9 nether heavenly flames. 5-star martial spirit realm. Sensing the huge amount of spiritual energy in his dantian, Lin Ling nodded and then opened the blazing flame art. This time, the ancient stone book was finally opened. A new page. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The blazing flame art was the foundation of his strength. It could improve his innate spirit body and give him the ability to defeat opponents of the same level. All this time, Lin Ling was not strong enough to open a new page. Now that he had reached the 5-star martial spirit realm, the stone book could finally be opened. On the new page, there were many high-level innate spirit bodies recorded. 6th grade, Ice and Fire Dual Lotus. 7th grade, 8 Desolate Earth Flame. There was also the 9th rank, 7 Blades of Skyfire. Among them, the 7 Blades of Skyfire was the strongest and also the most difficult to obtain. The only way to obtain it was through the inheritance. It had a great characteristic, and that was its sharpness. It was as sharp as a saber. A martial artist with this innate spirit body could compress the power of fire and turn it into a saber. My current 9 nether heavenly flame is 5th grade on the surface, but it's actually 6th grade. However, compared to the 9th grade 7 edge heavenly flame, it clearly can't compare. Lin Ling was secretly looking forward to it. The 7 Blades of Skyfire was also his father's innate spirit body. As for the inheritance, perhaps others wouldn't be able to obtain it, but Lin Ling might have a chance. Because while his father had passed away, he was buried in the ancestral tomb. Perhaps he could find a trace of the 7 Blades of Skyfire there, and even a trace would be sufficient. After he left his closed-door cultivation, Lin Ling intended to head to the ancestral tomb. When he left, he found out about the calamity that had occurred not too long ago from Ancestor Extreme Flame. The calamity is approaching. I'm just an insignificant ant that can't change anything. Lin Ling was unwilling to accept this. He'd encountered 2 successive calamities during this period of time, yet he was unable to do anything. He felt that he was too weak. Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Do you know how many powers in the city perished during the calamity? How many people had died in the catastrophe? How lucky is our Fire Ancient clan to have been able to survive? All of this was brought about by you. Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't help but console Qinshi. Lin Ling nodded. To be honest, it was a calamity of the heavens and the earth, and the Fire Ancient clan had been able to survive because of luck indeed. Lin Ling didn't speak any further and just told Ancestor Extreme Flame about his thoughts. Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't refuse, and he thought that Lin Ling just wanted to see his father. So, he immediately agreed. It wasn't long before Lin Ling arrived before his father's grave. He swept the grave, kowtowed and burned incense, and then sat down before the grave. Father, Ling Er already knows who forced you to death. Ling Er swears that I'll kill him myself one day, wash away your infamy, and take revenge. Lin Ling spoke with a solemn expression, and then he started to search for the 7 blades of skyfire. The 7 blades of skyfire was Lin Ling's innate spirit body. Although he had already died, there would definitely be some 7 blades of skyfire left behind in the grave. Lin Ling wanted to find that trace of 7 blades of skyfire. His soul power spread out like water. Lin Ling could feel that the temperature here was very high, and there was a mysterious flame spirit chi. However, there wasn't just one type of spirit chi, but many types. After all, this was the ancestral grave, and a large number of ancestors were buried here. Naturally, there wouldn't just be one type of innate spirit body. I can't find it. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He gathered his soul power, and his eyes quietly changed. In the ancestral grave, scenes of the past flashed by. Not long after, he finally saw a strange yet familiar middle-aged man. That man wore a blue robe, and his face was clean. He looked like a refined scholar, but there was a feeling of sharpness in his gentleness. Moreover, this man's nose was very sharp, and his killing intent was extremely dense. He sat there quietly, and there was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. It's father. Lin Ling's heart was moved. Through the passing time, he saw his father for the first time. I've let down the expectations of the ancient race. I have the best talent, but I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. However, I don't regret it. If I could go back in time, I would still choose this path. Right now, I already have a lot on my shoulders. If I don't die, the Fire Ancient clan will be destroyed. I can't let myself drag the ancient clan down. The blue-robed man faintly said. After which, he extended his right hand and placed it on an ordinary rock. His left hand gently cut the wrist of his right hand. Drops of blood dripped down and landed on the rock, causing the rock to emit a dazzling light. Born without bringing it, dead without taking it away. My innate spirit body was given to me by the ancient clan. On the day I die, I will return it to the ancient clan. The blue-robed man's face turned pale. He seemed to have gathered all of his energy and dripped it onto the rock. This was because he knew that he was about to die, so he couldn't bear to see his innate talent die. Therefore, he stayed in the ancestral grave and walked back. Father. Lin Ling's eyes moistened. He knew that this passing time should have been left behind the day before his father was forced to die. His father left his essence in the ancestral grave, and then he committed suicide the next day. After a long time, the passing time finally disappeared. Lin Ling was still standing in the same place, and he sighed in his heart. His father left his inheritance on the rock because he felt guilty and wanted to do something for the ancient clan before he died. However, in reality, it didn't have much of an effect. It was just a form of spiritual sustenance for his father. However, his father didn't expect that many years later, his son would return to the old place and find the rock. He even used the rock to be reborn. Chapter 189. Invitation from Prince Duan's mansion. I won't let you down, father. Lin Ling took a deep breath. According to his memories, he found the rock. The rock was the size of a millstone. On the surface, it looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If not for the passage of time, Lin Ling would not have believed that the rock had a trace of the 7 blades of skyfire. According to the records of the blazing flame art, in order to inherit the 7 blades of skyfire, one must possess a powerful fire attribute spiritual body. This is the only condition. Holding the rock with both hands, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, the spirit chi in his body surged into the rock and burned it. Paw paw. Under the burning of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, the rock immediately let out the sound of frying beans and gradually melted into water. At the same time, it seemed to awaken a mysterious power within the rock. A new flame power rose up and began to clash with the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. The two types of flames were obviously not compatible. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and accepted the rebirth of the 7-blade skyfire. Paw paw paw. The two types of flames collided violently. One was the blue 9 underworld's heavenly flames, while the other was a white flame. This white flame was very dazzling, as if the flame had been compressed to the extreme. Just looking at it would make one's eyes hurt. Gradually, the 9 underworld's heavenly flame lost the battle and began to retreat towards Lin Ling. At the same time, the white flame chased after it crazily, as if it wanted to devour the 9 underworld's heavenly flame. At this moment, nirvana had begun. Crack! Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his entire body had been cut by an invisible blade. Saber scars appeared all over his body, and they were extremely strange. There were traces of burning on the surface. A single wound. 10 wounds. 100 wounds. When the 7 blades of skyfire chased after the 9 underworld's heavenly flame, Lin Ling's body had already turned into a battlefield, being burned full of holes. If the characteristic of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames was explosive, then the characteristic of the 7 blades' heavenly flames was sharp. In Lin Ling's words, 7 skyfire blades was a laser. Puff! In just a moment, Lin Ling's entire body was drenched in blood, as if he had just walked out of a sea of blood. Pain. This nirvana process was even more painful than the 9 underworld's heavenly flames' nirvana. Furthermore, Lin Ling had a feeling that if the 9 heavenly flames were devoured by the 7-blade heavenly fire, then he would also die without a doubt. Time passed slowly. The 9 underworld's heavenly flame was getting weaker and weaker. There was only a wisp of flame left, but it was extremely tenacious. The 7 blades heavenly flame was no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. It was as if the tenacity of the 9 underworld's heavenly flame had made it feel tired. The 7 blades of skyfire lurked in a corner of the dantian. It seemed to regard Lin Ling's dantian as its new home. And at this time, the 9 underworld's heavenly flame displayed the recovery advantage of the 9 dragon strength. From a wisp of flame, it gradually grew larger and slowly took the initiative. Clearly, although the 9 underworld's heavenly flame could not compare to the 7-blade skyfire, its recovery ability was very strong and was extremely difficult to deal with. By the time 7 nether heavenly flame reacted to it, the 9 nether heavenly flame had already recovered to its prime state. It seemed like it was already impossible for 7 nether heavenly flame to want to devour anymore. Thus, 7 skyfire blade gradually began to obey. At the same time, the injuries on Lin Ling's body gradually recovered, and there was a new power in his dantian. It was the 7 blades heavenly flame. At this point, Lin Ling had 2 spirit bodies. One was the 6th grade 9 underworld's heavenly flame. Although this flame was not as sharp as the 7 blades heavenly flame, its advantage was its strong recovery ability. The second was the 7 blades heavenly flame. This was a flame that was like a laser. 5-star martial spirit realm and 2 spirit bodies. I am invincible in the martial spirit realm. Perhaps I can even fight with ordinary earth spirit realm cultivators. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and revealed a smile. His strength had finally increased, and he had a terrifying foundation. His foundation was so solid that he was likely the #1 person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. After all, Lin Ling possessed 2 innate spirit bodies. His defense was the strongest among his peers, and his attack was also the strongest among his peers. Standing up, Lin Ling kowtowed 3 times to his father's tombstone and then left the ancestral grave. When he returned to the Fire Ancient clan, it had already regained its former prosperity. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling had just appeared when Patriarch Extreme Flame heard the news and came over. He looked carefully at Lin Ling and then smiled with joy. Obviously, he had noticed that Lin Ling had reached the 5-star martial spirit realm. 3 days ago, the Duan Royal Residence sent a letter asking you to go to the Duan Royal Residence for a gathering. After smiling, Patriarch Extreme Flame handed a letter to Lin Ling. The Fire Ancient clan belonged to the Second Prince's faction, and so did the Duan Royal Residence. Therefore, the Duan Royal Residence sent an invitation to the Fire Ancient clan. "Are you going?" Patriarch Extreme Flame asked. According to the letter, this gathering is for all the factions under the Duan Royal Residence to reorganize. Since our Fire Ancient clan belongs to the Second Prince, then what's the harm in going? Lin Ling pondered and said. Yes, and the Duan Royal Residence seems to be looking for powerful geniuses to focus on nurturing. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Fire Ancient clan. Patriarch Extreme Flame nodded. Yes, I'll go with Brother Lin Ming. Lin Ling greeted and then called Lin Ming to go to the Duan Royal Residence together. The two of them had not left the Fire Ancient clan for half a year. When they arrived outside, they immediately realized that the outer city was still in chaos. It was hard to see anyone in the streets. It seemed that the effects of the catastrophe had not yet recovered. Stop, are you guys from the Fire Ancient clan? Just as they walked through a street, a group of soldiers rushed over. This group of soldiers was not weak. All of them were at the 4-star martial spirit realm. They looked serious and stared coldly at Lin Ling and Lin Ming. Lin Ling quickly looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, he also felt that something was wrong. Yes. Lin Ling signaled Lin Ming not to be nervous with his eyes. He then nodded lightly. You must be Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. You are indeed a dragon among men. No wonder the Royal Highness has praised you many times. The leader smiled and waved to the people behind him. Don't be nervous, we are on the same side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling again. It's still a time of the limelight, and no one from the various forces dares to go out at will. There are only 2 of you, but you dare to stay on the streets. This courage is not something that ordinary people have. Come with me. He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Indeed, the outer city was in chaos. As long as they were not on the same side, if they encountered someone who was alone, they would not ask anything and would be killed immediately. Therefore, at this time, most people did not dare to go out casually. Lin Ling blushed with shame. It was not that he was bold, but he really did not know the danger. Not long after, the group arrived at the Duan Royal Residence. At this moment, King Duan's mansion was like a military camp. A large number of experts had gathered. In addition, there were many people from other forces. Obviously, they had been invited. Young Master Lin Ling, please come this way. A guard cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Then, he led Lin Ling and Lin Ming forward. They passed through the Green Mountains and finally came to the side of a small green lake. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all young people. The oldest was not more than 25 years old. Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan is here. Men, give him a seat. Chapter 190. 100 moves is too much. 10 moves. At the same time, numerous gazes were directed at Lin Ling. There was jealousy, disdain, and curiosity. Presently, there was no one in the outer city who didn't know Lin Ling. Besides the fact that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the 8 ancient clans, Lin Ling had even killed the son of the Imperial Guard's commander. This matter had even spread to the inner city, and many people were curious about Lin Ling. A mere disciple of a small mountain clan dared to kill the son of a big shot in the inner city. Furthermore, he didn't die in the end. This could be considered a miracle. "Thank you, Your Highness." Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling cupped his hands towards Duan Wangye. This was the second time he had met Duan Wangye. This seemingly gentle but shrewd middle-aged man had left a deep impression in his heart. After Lin Ling sat down, Prince Duan personally poured a cup of wine and got someone to pass it to Lin Ling. "I know that your fire ancient clan has just escaped a calamity, which is why you are late. This prince won't be calculative about this. Consider this wine as a toast to you." Toast? Many people frowned. Duan Wangye seemed to treat Lin Ling too well. Lin Ling was late, but Duan Wangye didn't care about it. Instead, he personally gave him a seat and enjoyed the wine. This made Lin Ling very unhappy. "The reason I've gathered all of you here today is very simple. Right now, it's time to hire people. His Majesty, the second prince, is lacking capable assistants. Since all of you are second prince's men, I'd like to recommend 1 or 2 of you to second prince." Duke Duan said lightly. Times were changing, and no one could be sure who the new king of Cloud Sea would belong to. The princes were also working hard, so they were very eager to get a talent. It would be best if it was someone who excelled in both the pen and the sword. "Lin Ling, the second prince mentioned your name last time. You have to work hard." Duan Wangye looked at Lin Ling and said. His words made everyone gasp. This time, everyone was jealous. Many of them came from the inner city. They were the geniuses of the various great powers of the inner city. However, the second prince had taken a fancy to a youth from the outer city. How could they be willing to accept this? In reality, they didn't know that the reason why the second prince had mentioned Lin Ling's name was because of the immortal Assembling Tower's tower master, Yu Yun. Because Yu Yun had personally appeared to save Lin Ling, the second prince was curious. However, with their status, how could they know this? He's just a kid from the mountains. How could he be qualified to be valued by His Majesty? Yuan Ji, you're the son of the garrison commander. Among the younger generation in the inner city, you have a great reputation. Could it be that you can't even compare to that kid from the mountains? He's just lucky. He became famous because he killed Do Jun. How could a mere kid from the outer city be qualified to be compared to me? If that's the case, why don't you mention it to the Wangye? Otherwise, the Wangye will recommend that kid to His Majesty. At that time, it will be difficult for you to stand out even if you want to. Of course. I already had this plan. Among the crowd, a few young men in luxurious clothes were drinking and chatting. These people were all famous in the inner city. Compared to Do Jun, they were only stronger. Do Jun was famous because of his father, but these people were famous because of their own strength. They were only in their early 20s, but they had already achieved many military exploits. They had single-handedly exterminated bandits, participated in various competitions, and won the championship. In their eyes, the geniuses of the outer city were equivalent to children. Your Highness, the world is changing, and heroes are rising. Only capable people can be put in important positions, not those who fish for fame. This junior boldly says that I hope the person recommended by Your Highness to His Majesty is a true genius. A handsome young man stood up. It's Yuan Ji. Many of the people around them were from the inner city, so they naturally recognized this young man. You're right. What do you want to do? Wangye Duan was not angry. Instead, he asked with a smile. Since Lin Ling wants to recommend to His Majesty, then he must convince us. Otherwise, what right does he have to stand above us? Yuan Ji said proudly. Beside him, a young man also stood up and cupped his hands together in greeting. A capable person has great potential and strength. Only then will he be able to maintain peace in these troubled times. Therefore, let's have a competition. However, this Lin Ling brat is younger than us, and we will not take advantage of him. If he can tear my clothes in 100 moves, I will wholeheartedly submit to him. The recommendation position will be given to him. However, if he can't even tear my clothes in 100 moves, then the Wangye stables are still short of a stable hand. Lin Ling, that kid, can be a horse breeder from now on. This young man's words were full of disdain and were extremely arrogant. Not only did he call Lin Ling a kid, but he also said that if Lin Ling lost, he would be a horse breeder from now on. This was the kind of contempt that looked down on others. Lin Ling frowned. Anger rose in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he held himself back. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not say anything. 100 moves. I'll give him a handicap of 500 moves. Yuan Ji also said. He looked at Lin Ling provocatively. Do you dare? Wang Ye Duan drank a mouthful of wine with interest. He also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it seems like you can't convince the crowd. Will you accept this challenge? It's fine if you don't. You're still young. His Majesty values your potential. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Most of the others were sneering. They came from the inner city. How could they be convinced by Lin Ling? They couldn't wait for Lin Ling to be humiliated. Ignoring those contemptuous looks, Lin Ling gently put down his wine cup and said indifferently, 100 moves is too much. 10 moves. As soon as he said this, the lakeside quieted down. 10 moves. Who did Lin Ling think he was? Arrogant. You think you're qualified to take 10 moves? I know you're the leader of the geniuses in the outer city. However, the geniuses in the outer city are at most 5-star martial spirit realm. This strength is not worth mentioning in the inner city. Yuan Ji snorted coldly and stared at Lin Ling with disdain. The inner city is indeed strong. However, the strong ones are the older generation. I think the younger generation is just a so-so. Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out from his seat. His face was extremely calm. He didn't know this group of youths and didn't want to provoke them. However, he was interested in His Majesty's recommendation. Since this group of people was dissatisfied with him, he would beat them until they couldn't open their mouths. Moreover, he couldn't understand why this group of youths was so confident when they were only at the 7-star martial spirit realm. Just a so-so. Good, good, good. Unless you have the strength of the earth spirit realm, I'll make you regret coming here. Yuan Ji was also exasperated. He strode out and looked at Duke Duan at the same time. It's unavoidable to get injured in a martial arts competition. Duke, if I hurt him, you won't blame me, right? Haha, of course not. Just let him go. Wang Ye Duan said indifferently. That's good. Chapter 191. I am invincible in the martial spirit realm. Amazing. As expected of Yuan Ji. People in the martial spirit realm couldn't fly in the air. Therefore, even if they used martial arts, they still had to step on the water. However, Yuan Ji's strength had reached the acme of perfection. He stepped on the water without causing any ripples. His strength was terrifying. Lin Ling, it's your turn. Don't disappoint me. Standing proudly on the surface of the lake, Yuan Ji's expression was indescribable. He stared at Lin Ling indifferently. It's not a competition of movement techniques, what are you so proud of? Lin Ling said lazily. He did not use any martial arts. He only stepped on the surface of the lake and walked towards the center of the lake. With each step he took, ripples spread out on the surface of the lake. Bad, really bad. The crowd immediately let out a disdainful sound. Compared to Yuan Ji, Lin Ling was far inferior. Duan Wangye, on the other hand, was calmly drinking his wine. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he smiled in surprise. He could sense that Lin Ling was walking towards the center of the lake. Although he was not as elegant as Yuan Ji, every ripple that Lin Ling made on the surface of the lake was actually a ball of blue flame burning under each ripple. It felt as if the ground would catch fire wherever Lin Ling walked. This lad's ability to control fire is very strong. Duke Duan nodded to himself. At this moment, two figures were standing opposite each other on the surface of the lake. There were many cheers coming from all around. Of course, most of them were cheering for Yuan Ji. Make your move. As long as my clothes are broken, you win. I'll give you a chance to make 100 moves. After all, it's unfair for me, a 7-star martial spirit realm expert, to bully you. Yuan Ji stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of invitation. There's no need for 100 moves. 10 moves will do. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Although he looked young, his slightly childish face had a sense of steadiness. Then hurry up and make your move. If I beat you, I still want to drink. When Yuan Ji saw Lin Ling's calm demeanor, a demonic fire rose in his heart. Therefore, he urged Lin Ling to attack. Lin Ling shook his head. You dare to say that you're from the inner city with your meager strength? I've already made my move. Can't you sense it? What? Yuan Ji narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Lin Ling made a move. When did he make a move? Why couldn't he see it? Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire lake's surface exploded and waves of water soared into the sky. It was as if a volcano was erupting on the lake's surface. And these waves of water all rushed towards Yuan Ji, causing his expression to drastically change. Lin Ling had indeed made his move. But why didn't he notice it? Everyone at the lakeside also narrowed their eyes. Clearly, they didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move without anyone noticing. From beginning to end, they didn't see Lin Ling make a move. Only Duke Duan smiled and nodded. He was the only one who noticed Lin Ling's move. Previously, Lin Ling had walked towards the center of the lake step by step. His steps seemed ordinary, but in reality, every step he took suppressed the power of the flames in the lake. It was as if he was hiding a bomb in the lake. Of course, this seemed simple, but in reality, there weren't many people who could do it. This was something that could only be achieved by someone who had reached the pinnacle of mastery over fire. Petty tricks. Yuan Ji was a bit embarrassed, but more than that, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Before, he was elegant and graceful, but now he was drenched by the lake water. This made him lose all face. It was just lake water. He was confident that it couldn't hurt him at all. Purple light ruler. Yuan Ji's hands moved rapidly. Purple light appeared and constantly spat out. It formed a purple light shield that firmly protected him and blocked the lake water that rushed towards him. That's Yuan Ji after all. This move is beautiful. Everyone cheered. At such a critical moment, Yuan Ji's reaction was quick. He was fearless in the face of danger and blocked the sudden attack. This ability was not something a normal person could have. It's not over yet. Lin Ling faintly smiled. After he spoke, the lake water surrounding Yuan Ji once again shot up into the sky. This time, however, it was no longer lake water, but blue flames. In reality, what caused the lake water to shoot up into the sky was the 9 underworlds' heavenly flame. However, the previous attack was merely lake water. It didn't count as Lin Ling's attack. The 9 underworlds' heavenly flame was the real attack. Pia, Pia, Pia. A large amount of blue flames erupted like a volcano. This time, Yuan couldn't block it anymore. Even if he couldn't guarantee that his clothes wouldn't be damaged at all. A sliver of flame splashed onto Yuan clothes and burned a few holes. You've lost. Shaking his head, Lin Ling turned and left. In the competition between them, if Lin Ling could tear Yuan clothes, then Lin Ling would win. But now, with just one move, Yuan had been defeated. Everyone on the lake was silent. Yuan had lost too quickly. You're just using unorthodox methods. The previous one doesn't count. This time, I'll make my move. If you don't lose, Yuan will never appear in the inner city again. How could Yuan accept the truth? He had been defeated without even displaying his strength. This made him flustered and exasperated. So this time, he didn't defend, but made his move. I'm a 7-star martial spirit realm. Unless you're in the earth spirit realm, I'll make you lose. Yuan raised his hand high. His palm was like a purple ruler. Behind him, purple chi came from the east and a door appeared. This door seemed to lead to ancient times. A powerful force surged out from the door and rushed into Yuan palm. Eastern slash. He slashed out. Rumble. A terrifying force exploded and the lake was split into two. A huge purple slash slashed towards Lin Ling. Staring at this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Yuan had indeed lost, in terms of overall strength, Yuan was obviously ridiculously strong. Perhaps everything was as Yuan had said. Without the strength of the earth spirit realm, no one was his opponent. Do you have to lose face to admit defeat? At this moment, Lin Ling was preparing to leave the small lake. A huge slash came from behind him, causing him to stop. At the same time, his body emitted a dazzling light. It was a kind of white light that people couldn't look at directly. Then, a laser-like flame slashed out. The flame slash was like a half moon, but few people by the lake could see it clearly because it was too dazzling. This was the 7 blades of skyfire. Rumble. The half moon slash collided with the purple slash. A scorching aura exploded and most of the water on the lake was evaporated. At the same time, the purple slash shattered like glass. Moreover, the half moon slash didn't stop. After breaking the purple slash, it continued to slash at Yuan Cha-cha. Yuan clothes were torn to shreds, and he stood naked on the lake. Then, he fell into the lake with a plop. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, he finally reacted and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling had actually defeated him in an all-out battle. A mountain kid from the outer city had actually defeated him, a genius from the inner city. How was this possible? Sorry, I'm invincible in the martial spirit realm. Chapter 192. Entering the inner city, looking at the young man's figure, the crowd at the lakeside opened their mouths wide. They were completely speechless. This result was beyond their imagination. Not only had Lin Ling torn apart Yuan clothes, he'd even shredded all of them. This was the outer city mountain kid they'd looked down on. Yuan had said before that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt if he wasn't in the earth spirit realm, but Lin Ling had said afterwards that he was invincible in the martial spirit realm. Now, he was indeed invincible in the martial spirit realm. Well done, little brother Lin Ling. Lin Ming's voice sounded amidst the silence. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become so strong, surpassing him by several levels. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's true. The mountain children of the outer city are indeed weak. When faced with the heavens-favored children from the inner city, they can only win by luck. I only hope that this luck will continue. Lin Ming laughed. His words were full of mockery, as if he was saying to the other geniuses, "Aren't you from the inner city? Didn't you look down on us outer city people? Why aren't you arrogant now?" All of the geniuses in the inner city were silent. Although they could hear Lin Ming's mocking words, their strength was inferior and they could only smile wryly. "Heh heh, Lin Ling, follow me to the inner city to see His Majesty in 3 days." Duke Duan smiled in relief. This Lin Ling did not disappoint him. His potential was so strong that only those few freaks in the inner city could compare to him. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that times were changing, the champion of the inner city's top scholar competition might not have been those few fellows. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Ling smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Don't worry and go. As long as I'm here, no one will touch the Fire Ancient clan," Duke Duan promised again. In truth, if Lin Ling's performance today was mediocre, he might not have protected the Fire Ancient clan with all his strength. For example, if the third prince personally stepped forward to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan, he might not have intervened after weighing the pros and cons. However, things were different now. Lin Ling was worth his gamble. The inner city is a whole new world. In the past, very few people from the outer city could rise in the inner city. "I hope you'll be the first," Duan Wangye said with some anticipation. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and his heart was filled with anticipation. It was said that the inner city was the core area of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's experts. Right now, he was finally at the strongest area of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That's great. Ling was actually recommended by Duke Duan to enter the inner city and meet His Majesty the Second Prince. This is simply a great honor for our Fire Ancient clan. Inside the volcano, Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed in excitement. All the clan members were shocked. Enter the inner city. Everyone knew what it meant. It meant a meteoric rise and a meteoric rise. Currently, there was only one descendant of the Fire Ancient clan that was qualified to enter. It was Lin Ling's father, Lin Chen. Right now, Lin Ling was the only one qualified to enter. In this era of change, being able to enter the inner city was undoubtedly a great protection for the clan. Others wouldn't dare to provoke the Fire Ancient clan recklessly. It could be said that Lin Ling was now the protector of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone knew this, and so they were grateful and excited. "Grandfather, it's just entering the inner city. It isn't a big deal. Furthermore, the inner city is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There might not be a place for me." Lin Ling smiled and spoke modestly. "You little rascal." Ancestor Extreme Flame scolded with a smile. If anyone else was qualified to enter the inner city, they would already be arrogant. However, this grandson was able to enter the inner city. Firstly, he didn't feel any reverence for the sacred inner city. Secondly, he was still humble and low profile. Lin Yiming smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. That night, the Fire Ancient clan once again held a feast. The entire clan celebrated together, and the lively atmosphere made many forces in the outer city speechless. In this era of turmoil, only the Fire Ancient clan was so unbridled. However, the news of the Fire Ancient clan's prodigy, Lin Ling, entering the inner city still spread. It made many forces secretly envious, and they were even more fearful of the Fire Ancient clan. This news was obviously deliberately spread by Ancestor Extreme Flame. His purpose was to intimidate those forces that had ill intentions towards the Fire Ancient clan. 3 days later, Lin Ling set off. This time, he was alone. Although the inner city and outer city were only separated by one city, without a certain status and invitation, no one was allowed to approach the inner city. In the hearts of those deep-rooted ancient clans in the inner city, the people in the outer city were all from the countryside and weren't worth mentioning. The second prince, Yunixuan, is the easiest to talk to among the princes. If he treats me sincerely, I will treat him sincerely. If he uses me as a pawn, then I don't need to care about him. Along the way, Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. To him, joining the second prince's faction was only a temporary measure. In the future, when his cultivation was strong enough, then he wouldn't need to rely on anyone else. The outer city was very big. Lin Ling walked for almost half a day, and along the way, there were only a few people on the streets. After a long time, Lin Ling finally approached the gate of the inner city. It was a huge bronze gate that was close to 50 meters tall and 100 meters wide. It was majestic and mysterious, like a heavenly gate. At the gate, there was a large number of guards, and there were people going in and out. That's the inner city. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The huge city wall was like a divine dragon lying on the ground, towering into the clouds. It separated the inner city and the outer city. Who are you? Tell me your name. Just as Lin Ling approached the city gate, a loud shout filled with energy rang out. Lin Ling was stopped. Lin Ling's face was calm as he took out a jade token from his chest. I am Lin Ling, and I have an entry token. If one wanted to enter the inner city, unless their status was very high, they would have to look at the entry token. Lin Ling's entry token was given to him by Duke Duan yesterday. Originally, Duke Duan wanted to send Lin Ling into the inner city, but he was rejected by Lin Ling entry token. In front of Lin Ling was a burly man in armor. His cultivation was not weak, and he was a 7-star martial spirit realm. His face was indifferent as he stared at Lin Ling's entry token. Go in. After a moment, the burly man nodded. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to walk into the inner city. However, the burly man suddenly frowned. Lin Ling, what a familiar name. Right, it's you. Stop. What's the matter? Lin Ling stopped and frowned. Are you Lin Ling of the Fire Ancient clan? The man said coldly. That's me. Lin Ling nodded. Capture him. The burly man suddenly bellowed and waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of imperial guards rushed over and surrounded Lin Ling. Sir, what do you mean? I have an entry token. Why are you capturing me? Lin Ling's voice was low. What kind of trick was this guy playing? Hee, I suspect that your entry token is fake. The burly man smiled sinisterly and snatched Lin Ling's entry token. Then, he threw it on the ground and stepped on it with his foot. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Good, you actually dared to sneak into the inner city. You are really bold. This is enough to send you to death. Moreover, your clan will also be executed. Chapter 193. The entry order was fake. From the beginning, he looked down on this young man because he was wearing ordinary clothes. He didn't think that he was the son of an ancient family. However, he didn't know the rules and didn't even give a single spirit crystal. Of course, this was secondary. When he heard the young man called Lin Ling, he realized that this Lin Ling seemed to be the enemy of the Imperial Guard commander. Therefore, he stopped Lin Ling and slandered Lin Ling's entry order as fake. In this way, he helped the Imperial Guard commander catch the enemy. If the commander was satisfied, he would be rewarded with an official position and he would be able to make a meteoric rise. How can you be sure that my entry order is fake? Lin Ling frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. If I say it's fake, then it's fake. I am the heavens here. The burly man snorted coldly. This guy. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anger. He thought about it and immediately guessed the reason. After all, the other party had asked for his name several times. It seemed that they came for him and didn't have a fake entry order. You are very bold. Aren't you afraid of provoking a fatal disaster? Lin Ling's voice was even colder. With just you. Unfortunately, you didn't bring me a fatal disaster. Instead, you brought me a meteoric rise. Cut the crap. Watch how I catch you. The burly man laughed loudly and attacked without the slightest scruple. Demon capturing hand. He grabbed with one hand and the heaven and earth spiritual chi surged, turning into a colorful glass palm that grabbed at Lin Ling. Weak, you are just a 7-star martial spirit realm cultivator. You really think you are something? Since the other party had attacked, Lin Ling didn't intend to be captured. He pulled out the resurgent sword with his right hand and slashed out. This slash was as dazzling as the sun. Lin Ling used the 7 blades of skyfire. You are courting death. You are just a 5-star martial spirit realm junior. How dare you fight with the Imperial Guard? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Imperial Guard, cripple this kid's limbs. The surrounding Imperial Guards cheered. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling was not an ordinary 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. Whoosh! Sword light flashed. Puff! The huge martial art of the burly man was instantly cut in half. The sword light did not stop and cut off the burly man's entire right arm. In front of the bronze door, there was a sudden silence. The strength of the burly man was obvious to everyone. He was not weak among the guards, but he could not block the sword of a young man from outside the city. You dare to hurt me? How dare you? The burly man rubbed his right arm with an extremely menacing expression. Lin Ling held on to the brilliance resurgent sword with a mocking expression on his face. This person was too arrogant. He was the one who attacked first, but he didn't allow anyone to retaliate. Once someone retaliated, he scolded them for being bold. He was simply ignorant and arrogant. Not only do I dare to hurt you, I even dare to kill you. Lin Ling slowly walked towards the burly man, causing the other guards to be silent. This young man was not a pushover. He was so strong. For a moment, they all wanted to stop Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's aura was too fierce. It was like an unsheathed sword, causing them to not dare to move. As for the burly man, his eyes widened. Obviously, he did not expect this young man to not only be weak, but also have such courage. What do you think the inner city is? Do you think you can behave atrociously just because you want to? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. In the distance, a few people riding on single-horned snowy lion horses galloped over. The hooves of these snowy lion horses were as big as small millstones. As they galloped, the ground trembled as well. Lord Commander. Everyone half knelt on the ground with reverence on their faces. On the other hand, those horses didn't stop all along the way and directly arrived not too far away from Lin Ling. A middle-aged man in white armor on one of the enormous horses that was almost 3 m tall was staring coldly at Lin Ling. The man was like an ever-victorious general. He held a large saber in his hand, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. He was extremely domineering. He was Do Jun's father, Do Nan. He was the Grand Commander of the inner city's Imperial Guard, and he possessed extremely great prestige. At this moment, Do Nan was staring fixedly at Lin Ling like a god looking at an ant. In his heart, this country bumpkin had killed his son, and it was simply heaven-defying. He'd wanted to take revenge that day, but the times had changed, and the pavilion master of the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Yuman Yun, had stepped forward to protect this country bumpkin, causing him to have no choice but to leave. Yet now, this kid hadn't fled the city and even dared to approach the inner city. He was simply giving his life away. Lin Ling stood there silently and wasn't moved by Do Nan's imposing aura. His expression was calm as he held his sword in his right hand, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. His composed aura caused the guards in the surroundings to feel admiration in their hearts. There weren't many people who could remain indifferent when facing the Lord Commander's imposing aura. I was wondering why I was stopped for no reason. So, it was because of you. You're probably the Lord Commander, right? A short while later, Lin Ling spoke indifferently before Do Nan could speak. Lin Ling had been in closed-door cultivation when Do Nan's army pressed down on the city with the intention of annihilating the Fire Ancient clan. However, if someone hadn't lent him a hand at that time, then the Fire Ancient clan would have been annihilated. So, there was enmity between him and Do Nan. You killed my son. Do Nan's voice was extremely low while killing intent flowed out from his eyes. Besides bullying others, what else can a son like you do? Since it's like that, then it's pointless for him to stay. So, why don't I help you clean up your family and bring justice to this world? Lin Ling spoke indifferently. What an arrogant and overbearing junior. The crowd and the surroundings were shocked. Ignoring the fact that he was indifferent to the Lord Commander, he actually said that the Lord Commander's son deserved to die. This was extremely frivolous. Do Nan's face turned ferocious and he was furious. He thought that Lin Ling would beg for mercy, but in the end, there was nothing. Instead, Lin Ling didn't back down and continued to confront him. I'm going to kill you. The murderous aura finally spread, causing the atmosphere at the Bronze Gate to become even more oppressive. Lin Ling was still indifferent and his face was calm. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. Lord Commander, how dare you touch the second prince's men? At this moment, outside the huge city gate, a group of horses galloped over. One of the luxurious carriages stopped and a young man in embroidered clothes slowly walked down. This person was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He had a refreshing smile on his face, but at this moment, his smile was a little cold. Second Prince, Yunixuan. This voice sounded. Then, they didn't dare to be negligent and all knelt down. Second Prince. Second Prince. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was also quite surprised. He had already guessed that the second prince would send someone to pick him up, but he hadn't expected that the second prince would come in person. With this action, Lin Ling's impression of the second prince improved. Do Nan also looked at the approaching young man. His face was a little anxious, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He knelt down on one knee. Lord Commander, who gave you the courage to touch my men? The second prince's voice was neither fast nor slow, even very calm. But this calmness hid an indescribable pressure. Chapter 194. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Replying to your majesty the second prince, I'm just doing my job. This person has violated the entry rules, so I'm here to investigate. Do Nan found an excuse. Then what did he violate when he entered the city? The second prince asked calmly. Do Nan's eyes flashed as he looked at the burly man from before. He didn't know what law Lin Ling had broken. Even if he had, it would have been a simple crime to suppress him. He just hadn't expected the second prince to come and cause the situation to change. The tall and sturdy man was terrified and immediately said, his entry token was fake, so we wanted to ask him about it. However, he was arrogant and disregarded the law. Not only did he not cooperate, he even injured the guards and broke my arm. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The burly man was a little panicked at first, but he quickly thought of an explanation in his heart. He was even proud of his explanation. Not only would this explanation allow him and the others to be fine, it would also allow the arrogant young man to be punished. After he finished speaking, he looked at Do Nan as if he was asking for credit. Do Nan secretly nodded. This subordinate of his was good at taking advantage of the situation and was indeed an expert. His words were so flawless that even His Majesty the second prince had nothing to say. After all the guards were on the same side. Even if the young man cried out that he was wronged, it was only the words of one person. As long as everyone pointed at the young man, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. Your reaction is quite fast. In that case, it seems like I have indeed violated the law. Hearing those words, not only was Lin Ling not worried, he even chuckled. These people had a good plan, but unfortunately, they did not know that they were invited here by the second prince. In other words, no matter how they quibbled, it was useless, because the entry order was real. Furthermore, Lin Ling's gaze swept over and discovered that the entrance token was still being stepped on by the burly man. Hee, how bold of him. As expected, the second prince's face darkened. He said calmly, "The entry token is fake. Have you seen it for yourself?" "We've all seen it." Everyone nodded, wanting to unanimously affirm that Lin Ling was guilty. "How dare you!" His Majesty the second prince let out a thunderous roar, shocking and confusing everyone present. "The order to enter the city was given by this prince, do you think it's fake? Also, this prince's order to enter the city is still being trampled on by you. Lin Ling was invited by this prince, yet you stopped him and slandered him. Are you going against this prince?" The second prince enunciated each word clearly. "What?" All the guards' faces turned pale. They couldn't believe their ears. That young man was actually invited by His Majesty the second prince. That means that the entry token is real. Heavens, the guard captain's foot is still stepping on the entry token. No one dared to speak. Step by step, the second prince walked up to Do Nan and glared at him coldly. "Commander Do Nan, I know you are third brother's man, but you are too bold. You know Lin Ling is my man, yet you still dared to touch him and slander him." "Paw!" The second prince slapped him across the face. Do Nan's face was pale. How could he dare to say anything? He lowered his head and didn't say a word. "Paw!" The second prince slapped him 3 times in a row before he said, "I'll give you face today, third brother. I'll only give you 3 slaps. The next time something like this happens, unless you do it very well and I don't find out, I'll take your life. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me." Do Nan bowed respectfully. He didn't dare to be arrogant. Then, he looked at Lin Ling from the corner of his eye and saw Lin Ling's cold smile. That smile made Do Nan's internal organs spit fire. "As for the people in charge, you should know how to punish them." The second prince continued, "I hope you don't take me for a fool and think you can fool me." As soon as he said this, the faces of all the guards changed. They knew that they would definitely be punished, and it would definitely not be light. After all, His Majesty the second prince had already spoken. Even if they wanted to secretly deceive him, it would be impossible. A light punishment would be a few months of salary and a punishment of 3,000 beatings. A heavy punishment would be dismissal and a punishment of 5,000 beatings. "Lin Ling, come with me." Ignoring these small fries, the second prince looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Ling bowed, but he didn't walk forward. Instead, he walked toward the burly man. To him, he didn't care about the other guards. After all, they were just following orders. However, the burly man was the captain of the guards. Everything was caused by his greed. "What do you want?" The burly man panicked. "Making something out of nothing. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. What's the use of keeping such a black sheep?" Lin Ling shook his head and walked to the burly man. With a light wave of the sword in his hand, he took the burly man's life. A sword mark appeared on the burly man's neck, but his eyes were still wide open. He was extremely unwilling and regretful. He thought that this was an opportunity for him to soar. Who knew that because of his greed, because he wanted to curry favor with the commander, he would die? Plop! His body fell to the ground, making many people's hearts skip a beat. They couldn't afford to offend that young man. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and looked at Do Nan indifferently. Then, he shrugged and left with the second prince. Do Nan's face was red with anger. The enemy who killed his son was right in front of him, but he couldn't kill him. Instead, he watched as the young man killed his confidant and left casually. This kind of indignation was extremely sullen. And that young man's words, "A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow." Wasn't he mocking him? "Don't let me find a chance, or I'll kill you." Do Nan roared in his heart. "Lin Ling, Prince Duan thinks highly of you and praises you endlessly. It's my honor to have you assist me this time." The second prince didn't put on any airs as they walked. He walked side by side with Lin Ling and smiled amiably. "Your Majesty, the second prince is too kind. Lin Ling is only a little boy from the mountains outside the city. I only hope that I can be of help to your Majesty, the second prince." Lin Ling smiled. It had to be said that out of all the princes, the second prince was the most amiable. He had left a good impression on Lin Ling. Of course, because he was amiable and didn't often display his aura, many people believed that the second prince didn't have the aura of an emperor. The previous kings of Cloud Sea were born with the aura of an emperor. They were born with the aura of an emperor and looked down on the world. The aura of an emperor was extremely obvious, and those without the aura of an emperor were fated to be ministers. Of course, Lin Ling didn't agree with this view. He came from another world and knew that martial arts could bring peace and stability. A powerful aura of an emperor could intimidate civil and military officials, but virtue was also important. If one used virtue to convince others, they could also conquer the world. It was just that this world revered martial arts, and so, virtue wasn't that outstanding. The two of them chatted as they walked. The second prince would unintentionally speak about his views on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling came from another world and had read all sorts of biographies of famous people. Naturally, he had some opinions. After a series of exchanges, the second prince was shocked. Chapter 195. Hai Lan Pavilion. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat. This was only because he had read a lot of books in his previous life. Those theories were all copied from others. If he really wanted to have the appearance of an emperor, he, Lin Ling, probably wouldn't have any hope even if he had 3 lifetimes. If he wanted to have the appearance of an emperor, perhaps it would be the kind of free and unrestrained peak martial king. Clearly, his ideals were different from the second prince's. The second prince wanted to rule the world, while Lin Ling's goal was martial prowess. He wanted to stand at the peak of the clouds, and at that time, powerful martial prowess would be able to decide everything. What did a mere emperor count for? That night, the second prince's mansion held a grand banquet to welcome Lin Ling. The second prince's grand welcome for Lin Ling surprised many people. This young man from the outer city had no scholarly achievements or fame, yet he was valued so highly by the second prince. Many people were secretly envious. Lin Ling naturally sensed those jealous gazes, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he stayed in the mansion granted to him by the second prince. The second prince even authorized Lin Ling to browse through all the martial arts in the mansion. Lin Ling was free to browse through all the martial arts in the mansion. The inner city's martial arts were extensive and profound, which made Lin Ling delighted. He was currently at the 5-star martial spirit realm, and he already had the cultivation pills. It was just that he was lacking in the foundation for breaking through to the next realm, and those martial arts could make up for these flaws. Lin Ling was very clear that no matter what kind of imperial authority or power, in front of strength, everything was like floating clouds. The prerequisite was that you had the strength to crush everything. The martial arts in the inner city gathered the essence of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial arts and was as vast as the sea. This martial arts pavilion was called the Ocean Wave Pavilion, and it was open to all the talented individuals under the second prince. The only difference was that there was a time limit for other geniuses to enter, but Lin Ling had no such limit. From this, one could see just how much importance the second prince placed on Lin Ling. Of course, this also attracted the dissatisfaction of many geniuses. These geniuses were all sons of ancient families in the inner city. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but in the eyes of the second prince, they were not as important as Lin Ling. How could they accept this? Early in the morning, Lin Ling left the mansion and headed for the Ocean Wave Pavilion. Right now, there were people coming and going in and out of it. They were all young men who were the second prince's future. When Lin Ling entered, he instantly attracted countless gazes. His Majesty. His Majesty. His Majesty. His Majesty. His mistress. Lawn his. As for the title of commander, it was given to him by the second prince himself last night. It was a great honor. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to be given the title of commander under the second prince's command, not to mention that Lin Ling had no achievements and no achievements. Just this title alone was enough to raise Lin Ling's status not only in the second prince's eyes, but also in the inner city. But because of this, he was envied by the geniuses. Old High. You're too polite. I'm the one who neglected you. I didn't visit you earlier. The old man's tone was very good, so Lin Ling was very polite. Of course, he knew why the old man was so polite. It was because the second prince thought highly of him. He didn't care about it. To him, a title was dispensable. I've seen many people. I've seen countless people. For someone as young as Commander Lin to have such a position, the average person would definitely be very arrogant, but Commander Lin is humble and courteous. No wonder His Majesty thinks highly of you. Commander Lin wants to enter the Ocean Wave Pavilion to learn martial arts, right? Please feel free to look around. His Majesty has already said that the Ocean Wave Pavilion is open to Commander Lin without restrictions. The first floor has yellow rank martial arts, and the second floor has profound rank martial arts. Lin Ling was overjoyed. The profound rank martial arts here were all-inclusive and suitable for him. If he could learn all the profound rank martial arts here, it would be easy for him to enter the 6-star martial spirit realm. Thank you, Old High. Lin Ling replied politely and strode into the Sea Wave Pavilion. The Sea Wave Pavilion had a long history. Layers upon layers of bookshelves were neatly arranged, and with a single glance, it looked just like an ocean. He was indeed the second prince. Apart from him, there weren't many people in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could get their hands on so many martial arts. At this moment, in front of these bookshelves, there were many young people learning. They were in a state of martial arts comprehension. Their bodies were emitting a faint light, and some of them were emitting a shocking aura presence. These young people weren't weak. The weakest was at least a 6-star martial spirit realm. Some of them were even above the martial spirit realm. Of course, in terms of age, they were 1 or 2 years older than Lin Ling. The inner city is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He moved his feet and walked to the second floor. Commander. What a joke. He is a country bumpkin from the outer city. His strength isn't high, but he dares to call himself a commander. I'm not happy. This immature brat has a higher position than me. Now that he is going to the second floor, do you think we should do something to him? Right at this moment, at the stairs of the second floor, there were a few young men in luxurious clothes blocking the way. Their tone was weird and sarcastic. Obviously, they weren't convinced. In terms of background, they were the descendants of ancient clans in the inner city. In terms of cultivation, they were higher than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was inferior to them in every aspect, but he was standing above them. How could they be convinced? Kid, if you want to go to the second floor, you have to ask us first. That's right. Your position might be higher than us, and you are valued by His Majesty. However, I think His Majesty wouldn't blame us for teaching you a lesson. When Lin Ling was about to go upstairs, the few young men in luxurious clothes spoke indifferently. Sigh, is this the result of jealousy? Lin Ling looked up and shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to learn martial arts and didn't plan to provoke anyone. Who knew that he would be stopped halfway and not allowed to go upstairs? He suddenly remembered a saying, "Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre." It seemed that if he stepped out a little bit, he would attract the attention of troublesome flies. However, since they were here, Lin Ling wasn't afraid to face them even though he didn't want to get into trouble. Jealousy. We're jealous of you. The few young men obviously didn't want to admit it. They continued to laugh coldly. "We're just afraid that His Majesty will be deceived. You're just a country bumpkin with no background. I'm afraid you've never seen 10,000 spiritual crystals in your life. Your cultivation isn't high either. What right do you have to stand above us? So, if you want to go upstairs, then stop us." The young men's attitude was clear. On the first floor, many people smiled faintly. They were gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune and watching the show. These young men had powerful backgrounds and the families they belonged to were famous. Therefore, they were jealous of Lin Ling and dared to speak up. Chapter 196. Get out of here, stop them. It seems like I have no other choice. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his left hand. A wisp of blue flame appeared and danced about, emitting a restless aura. After all, this was the Crown Prince's territory, so he gave him some face and didn't go too far. Whoosh! Stepping on the stairs, Lin Ling shot up. The flame in his palm was aimed at one of them. That person was the weakest, only a 7-star martial spirit realm cultivator. A mere useless fire dares to be so arrogant. The young man in embroidered clothes smiled disdainfully and pointed with his right hand. His fingers seemed to have opened the gate of the tornado. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling was invincible in the martial spirit realm. Those blue flames were the 9 nether heavenly flames. Currently, Lin Ling was the most familiar with controlling these flames. Although he only had a 5th grade innate spiritual body, his power had already reached the 6th grade. Bang! The palm and finger collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Whoosh! The youth in embroidered robes was sent flying by a powerful force, as if his previous attack had struck a bomb. This was the explosive nature of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. The other young man's expression changed slightly as he was inwardly shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but he quickly yelled out coldly, "You do have some strength, but I'm only at the early stage of the Earth spirit realm. Your arrogance has come to an end." There was a great divide between the Earth spirit realm and the martial spirit realm. Therefore, this was the basis for the young man's pride. Lin Ling was in the martial spirit realm, and only a 5-star one at that. Facing an Earth spirit realm expert, he would definitely be like a rat on the street, and would be suppressed and beaten. That's what I should say to you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Although it was his first time fighting against an Earth spirit realm cultivator, he was still extremely confident. He stretched out his left palm and another wisp of flame rose up. This wisp of flame was extremely dazzling, like a blazing sun, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. The blue flames in his right palm were still boiling. At this moment, he was like a flame god that controlled all the flames in the world. How strange. 2 types of flames. Could it be 2 types of innate spirit bodies? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and their gazes towards the young man turned solemn. Try this move of mine, twin flames heaven and earth. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling clasped his palms together. Suddenly, a strange flame appeared. It was a blue-white flame that constantly jumped and emitted a terrifying pressure. Will of the earth. The brocade-robed young man's expression changed greatly. He could feel a huge pressure coming from the mysterious flame, so he didn't say a word. The spiritual energy in his body rippled, and a volcano appeared behind him. The volcano erupted, and a large amount of lava erupted. This was an earth-tier martial art. This martial art already possessed the concept of heaven and earth and was extremely powerful. It was a pity that Lin Ling had two innate spirit bodies. With the combination of the two powers, even Lin Ling couldn't fathom its power. Boom! Flames erupted, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. If not for the fact that the ocean wave pavilion was made of rare ores, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. The blue-white flame continued to spit out. It had the sharpness of the seven-blade skyfire and the explosiveness of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. With the combination of the two, it crashed into the brocade-robed young man's volcano like a meteor. The volcano instantly collapsed, and the brocade-robed young man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Indeed, I don't have an illustrious background, and my cultivation level isn't as high as yours. However, the result is that you still lost to me. Lin Ling stood indifferently on the stairs, a mocking smile on his face. You have the capital to be proud, but what use is this pride in front of me? His words made the brocade-robed young men's faces turn green and white, and they felt extremely humiliated. The crowd below was silent. The brocade-robed young men from before had been extremely proud and thought that they were better than Lin Ling in everything. However, the result was that their pride had been shattered by Lin Ling, and it had been forcefully shattered. Their pride had instantly turned into humiliation. He seems to be the youngest. Some people were inwardly shocked, causing the gazes of those beside them to focus. Being able to defeat the Earth spirit realm at such a young age, his future would be limitless in the future. No wonder the Crown Prince thought so highly of him. We've lost, our skills are inferior, there's nothing to say. The brocade-robed young men had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they'd lost face, they still spoke unwillingly. Get out of here. Lin Ling looked down at them arrogantly and spoke in a calm tone. What? We're the sons of an aristocratic family in the inner city, you want us to roll down the stairs? The brocade-robed young men stared with wide eyes in disbelief. It's fine if you don't want to roll down. It'll be even more embarrassing if I throw you down. Lin Ling said faintly. He hadn't offended these people, but they'd been so proud that they'd wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that they'd lost, they wanted to end everything with a single word of surrender. If this was the case, then everyone would come looking for trouble with him. How would he have the time to train? How domineering. The crowd below was tongue-tied. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 1, 2. Lin Ling counted lightly. I'll roll. The brocade-robed young men gritted their teeth and then rolled down the stairs like gourds. Their wretched appearances made many below snicker secretly. These fellows had gone for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling didn't even look at them as he slowly walked up to the 2nd floor. Many people looked at the tall and slender figure with complicated expressions. Just this matter alone made them more or less willing to accept the title of Commander Lin. There were still many people on the 2nd floor. At this moment, they'd all stopped learning martial arts and were looking at the young man slowly walking up. The young man wore a long black robe and had long hair tied behind his head. His expression was calm and his eyes were as clear as the sea. He ignored the gazes around him and was looking at the books and martial arts manuals that were like an ocean. An excited smile played at the corners of his mouth. He defeated the Earth spirit realm with the strength of a 5-star martial spirit realm. This Commander Lin has great potential. Many people murmured to themselves and then continued to study hard. Lin Ling looked at the vast bookshelves and his expression grew more and more excited. He then dove into the sea of martial arts. Although his strength wasn't weak among his peers, his goal was too far away. That was the first Crown Prince. Therefore, he knew that this path would take a long time. The only thing he could do was to hint at his strength. Profound rank martial arts were the martial arts that martial spirit realm cultivators cultivated. Lin Yiming had actually learned quite a bit in the Fire Ancient clan, but it was obvious that the second prince's Ocean Wave Pavilion had more. Therefore, Lin Yiming planned to start from the beginning and not let go of any martial arts. This was extremely time-consuming. It would have been impossible for anyone else, but Lin Ling's mental strength was strong and his mysterious eyes had the ability to remember everything he saw. Therefore, it only took him a bit of time. A day passed quietly. Lin Ling stood motionless in front of the bookshelves like a stone statue. The path of martial arts is more difficult than the path of cultivation because it requires constant mental effort to deduce. That Commander Lin has already been reading for an entire day. That's nothing. It said that the son of the left pavilion minister once miraculously read books for 3 days and 3 nights. How can that be compared? He's the top scholar and his name has already shaken the inner city. Chapter 197. Goodbye, Yuman Yun. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. Lin Ling remained motionless, like a stone statue deducing and comprehending martial arts. 3 days. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that although the Ocean Wave Pavilion's martial arts were of a high grade, they had been carefully broken down by experts and recorded in books. Therefore, learning them was much easier. One only needed to memorize them. Most of the time, one could memorize a set of martial arts within 2 hours. However, Lin Ling had been memorizing martial arts for 3 whole days without eating or drinking. Even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand it. After all, comprehending martial arts was extremely taxing on one's mind. Unknowingly, everyone had a higher opinion of this youth. With such perseverance, the youth's current strength and status were not due to luck. Time passed quietly, and a month passed. Lin Ling remained motionless like a stone statue. He had already become a beautiful scenery in the Ocean Wave Pavilion. Everyone who came here knew that there was a youth in the Ocean Wave Pavilion who had been learning martial arts for an entire month. Unknowingly, he had already broken the miracle of the top scholar. So abnormal. The heir from an ancient aristocratic family was surprised at the beginning, then shocked, and gradually became numb. Unknowingly, they had already secretly admired this youth from outside the city. As for Lin Ling, during this 1 month, his mind was completely immersed in comprehending and memorizing. Over 8,000 types of martial techniques were completely memorized in his mind, and then he ceaselessly deduced them and fused them together. In the end, everything transformed into emptiness. In the path of martial arts, at the beginning, one learned according to the experience of their predecessors. At that time, the realm of seeing the mountain is not the mountain meant that the experience left behind by their predecessors was very difficult to understand. It was ambiguous, so it was the realm of seeing the mountain is not the mountain. After that, seeing the mountain is not the mountain meant that one had already learned the experience of their predecessors. At that time, one was already an expert. However, the highest realm was returning to the origin, returning to the initial state of seeing the mountain is not the mountain meant that everything one had learned was thrown away and one's own essence was retained. This realm had already reached the acme of perfection. As the saying went, bold with skill also described this realm. As for Lin Ling, he had already reached this realm. He had already learned all the profound ranked martial arts. After learning it would be void. On the surface, it didn't seem to help him much, but in fact, his experience and comprehension had reached a new level. Moreover, he had accumulated enough foundation. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the 6-star martial spirit realm. After the profound stage martial arts is the earth stage martial arts. That is the concept of heaven and earth. Lin Ling was deeply enlightened. His imperial fire instinct was in fact a type of concept of heaven and earth, but it was a relatively weak type. As for a true earth-grade martial art, that was to fully display a martial artist's innate spirit body and achieve the might of a concept. The concept of fire seemed small and insignificant, but it actually had the might of an entire volcano. This was the concept of fire. However, this concept was still far from Lin Ling. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked down from the ocean wave pavilion. Wherever he passed, many people would look at him with strange gazes. Perhaps Lin Ling didn't know that spending a month without eating or drinking to comprehend martial arts was the first time in the inner city. When he returned to his own mansion, a voice sounded. "Little mister, Meng Yun has been waiting for you for a long time." A woman was sitting quietly in the mansion. Although the mansion belonged to Lin Ling, there were no servants at the moment, so others could enter and leave at will. Of course, those who dared to enter and leave at will must have a high status. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a light yellow dress and sat there quietly. She was dignified and noble, quiet and elegant. She gave people a very quiet feeling. At the moment, she was smiling. Her facial features were very good. At first glance, it wasn't particularly stunning, but it was very pleasing to the eye. It made people want to get close to her. Natural and fresh. This was the feeling that the woman gave to Lin Ling. It made Lin Ling frown. The woman's voice was very familiar, but it was the first time he heard it. "Little mister, don't you remember me? I am Yuman Yun, the owner of the Immortal Gathering Tower." The woman smiled sweetly and said respectfully, "It's you." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. All along, when he met the owner of the Immortal Gathering Tower, she always wore a mask. This time, Yuman Yun didn't wear a mask, but he didn't expect this woman to be more beautiful than he had imagined. Of course, this beauty was in terms of temperament. It was the temperament of a scholar. "Sorry, this is the first time I've seen your real face, so I can't recognize you." Lin Ling greeted her awkwardly. However, in exchange, Yuman Yun looked at him with some resentment. She smiled and said, "Little mister is really hardworking. I heard that you were in the Ocean Wave Pavilion, but I didn't expect you to stay there for a whole month." Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. "I can't help it. I'm not as strong as others, so I can only work hard. Otherwise, in this chaotic world, I will only be devoured by others. By the way, thank you for your help last time. Hee, I just don't want a capable person to be buried." Yuman Yun said with a smile, but her smile was a little awkward. Lin Ling was a little grateful. "Thank you for your help last time. Last time, the Fire Ancient clan was suppressed by the Imperial Guard Commander's Du Nan army. If it weren't for Yuman Yun, the Fire Ancient clan wouldn't have been able to escape. However, Yuman Yun was able to make the Imperial Guard Commander retreat, and the Imperial Guard Commander was the third prince's men. This woman's identity was obvious. She definitely had a powerful background. She should be the current princess of the Cloud Sea Empire. The two of them were speechless for a moment as they stared at the falling leaves in the courtyard. "Owner, why don't, little mister, I want to." Lin Ling wanted to say some words of gratitude and play some songs to repay the favor. However, Yuman Yun happened to speak at the same time, causing another awkward moment. This made Lin Ling feel depressed. This woman was well educated and reasonable. Everything was good, but she was too shy. It made it difficult for him to talk to her. "Owner, please speak." Lin Ling composed himself and said with a smile. Yuman Yun's delicate nose slightly sniffed. Her body emitted a faint virgin fragrance that made Lin Ling feel very comfortable. Yuman Yun then said, "Why don't you play a song for me, little mister?" "Sure." Lin Ling nodded. Yuman Yun smiled. Her smile was calm, but it had a charm that could make all living things turn upside down. "Then come to my place. Teacher knows that you have come to the inner city. He has been waiting for you for a long time." "Okay." Lin Ling didn't make any preparations. He stood up and left with Yuman Yun. The inner city was obviously more prosperous than the outer city. The neat streets could accommodate 50 horse carriages side by side. Moreover, the people in the inner city were dressed in luxurious clothes. Their cultivation wasn't weak. As the two of them walked, Yun kept explaining the various customs of the inner city. This made Lin Ling feel strange. This woman's status was so high. Why did she always run to the outer city? However, after thinking about it, he also understood. The inner city was very competitive, causing the pace to be very fast. Although the outer city was chaotic, it was easy to win. Little sister Mengyun, we are really fated to be able to meet you in such a place. Chapter 198. Scholar of Literature, its Masters Wa. Yun's eyes flashed, but she still greeted him with a smile. From the looks of it, she seemed to know this young man in white and was somewhat familiar with him. Little sister Mengyun, I know that you love music as much as your life. Today, I learned an ancient song. I hope that little sister can come with me and discuss the way of music together. His gaze occasionally swept over Lin Ling. Although his gaze didn't seem to change, there was a trace of undetectable strangeness in the depths of his eyes. Who was this young man? Why was he with Princess Mengyun? His heart was filled with doubts. As far as he knew, Princess Yun rarely hung out with men. Even if she did, they had to have common topics and interests, such as an extraordinary family background, a strong reputation, and most importantly, being proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The white-robed young master, Zhou Xiaoshu, was the proudest of all of this because he was the top scholar of the Cloud Ocean Empire and his father was the left pavilion minister of the Cloud Ocean Empire. I'm sorry, but I have something important to do today. So, young Master Zhou, maybe next time. Yun said courteously. Although she was a princess, the Cloud Sea Empire had never announced her identity. Only the major powers knew that this woman's identity was not small. Zhou Xiaoshu was extremely surprised, but he was also extremely dissatisfied. He pretended to be indifferent and waved his fan. I wonder what's the matter, little sister Mengyun. When these words were spoken, it was extremely rude. Because this was someone else's private matter, the other party didn't intend to talk about it, but he was thick-skinned enough to ask. Obviously, relying on his father's identity, he had nothing to fear. Yun's slender eyebrows creased. Naturally her mood was not good, but she had always understood etiquette. She still forced a smile and said, "This Gongzi and I are planning to discuss music together." After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Ling apologetically. Then, she reached out her fair hand and held Lin Ling's hand. Obviously, she wanted to use Lin Ling to avoid young Master Zhu's entanglement. After all, young Master Zhu had a high status. On the surface, Yun didn't want to fall out with him and refused him forcefully. So, she thought of a way to deal with him. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that Yun was using him, but he didn't resent her because he could see that Yun had no choice but to do this. Moreover, he, Lin Ling, owed Yun a few favors, so he would treat it as returning the favor. Who does he think he is? Is he qualified to discuss music with you? Lord Zhu's face darkened as he looked at Lin Ling. He was in a bad mood. Then who do you think you are? She's already rejected you, yet you're still pestering her. Can your skin be any thicker? Lin Ling smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Since the other party's attitude was arrogant, there was no need for him to lower his voice. How dare you speak to the left cabinet minister's son like that? The people behind young Master Zhu were furious. However, young Master Zhu waved his fan and stopped them from speaking. He smiled faintly and said confidently, "Who do I think I am? Listen carefully with your ears. I'm the top scholar of literature. I know everything from astronomy to geography. I'm proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Compared to me, who do you think you are?" Ha! I've seen a lot of top scholars, but it's the first time I've seen someone like you, who looks like a street thug. You're proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You seem very powerful. However, I'm discussing music with Mengyun. Since that's the case, let me ask you, how many songs have you listened to? Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. You're smashing your own foot with a rock. Fine, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me, the top scholar of literature. Then I'll make you lose all your face. Young Master Zhuo stared at Lin Ling with disdain. He waved his fan and said, I'm not talented, but I've heard 300 classical songs. Ancient times, modern times, as long as it's an ancient song, I don't know it. Even the heavenly melody master praised me, saying that I'm the only genius in the modern times. 300 songs. I'm afraid you'll never be able to achieve it in your lifetime. You've only heard 1 or 2 songs at most. Are you qualified to discuss music with Yu Manyun? His words were full of arrogance. After he finished speaking, he raised his head slightly. That's right, country boy. How can you compare yourself to the top scholar of literature? You've been praised by the heavenly melody master. Look at yourself. Don't kick an iron plate. The young people behind him also mocked with disdain. Senior heavenly melody master. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He glanced at Yu Manyun, and Yu Manyun also burst into laughter. Her laughter was full of ridicule. The heavenly melody master was Yu Manyun's teacher and was also the #1 musician in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. To be praised by him meant that one was indeed outstanding in music. However, compared to being praised, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. The heavenly melody master even put down his pride to ask for a song. What are you laughing at? When young Master Zhuo saw Lin Ling laughing, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Logically speaking, when he told Lin Ling about his results, this kid's face should be pale with fright. 300 songs. Sorry, I really don't want to bully you. I've heard so many songs that even I don't know how many songs I have. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Impossible. There are only so many songs in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom today. A total of 321 songs. How can you surpass this number? You're just pretending. Young Master Zhuo didn't believe it at all. It was a pity that there were only 300 songs in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Lin Ling came from another world. During the era of entertainment, there were so many songs and songs. Canon, To Alice, High Mountain, Flowing Water, Liangzhu. Have you heard of them? Yes. Lin Ling looked at young Master Zhuo indifferently. Young Master Zhuo was stunned as he had never heard of these songs. High Mountain, Flowing Water, 3 Plum Blossoms, Flute and Drum of the Setting Sun, Autumn Moon in the Han Palace, White Snow in Spring, Questions and Answers of a Fisherman and a Woodcutter, 18 Beats of the Hujia, Guangling San, Wild Goose Landing on Flat Sand, Ambush from 10 Sides. These are the top 10 classical songs. Have you heard of them? Lin Ling continued. Young Master Zhuo's face turned pale. He had read a lot of books since he was young, but he had never heard of any of them. As for the people behind him, they were like ducks that were being held by their necks and couldn't say a single word. Yu Manyun smiled again. Previously, these young elites thought that they had good family backgrounds. Hence, they were superior and arrogant as they stepped on Lin Ling. Who knew that they would be rendered speechless by Lin Ling's counterattack? Their expressions were simply too beautiful. I have never heard of the simplest song. Is this the so-called literature champion? I don't see where your literature went. You want to discuss music with Mengyun with such qualifications? Kiki, you better go home and study for a few more years. Humph. Lin Ling shook his head with ridicule. He was too lazy to say anything else and left with Yu Man-yun. Chapter 199. To give pointers. Wait, I've never heard of what you just said, but can you guarantee that others have heard of it as well? Perhaps, this is just the name of the song that you deliberately came up with. That's right. You casually came up with a name and called it a famous song. Do you think we're fools? Young Masters stood silently for a moment, feeling annoyed. However, he immediately reacted and sneered. The people beside him also sneered coldly. Haha, I'm sorry. Do I really think you're fools? Lin Ling turned his head and smiled disdainfully. He was too lazy to say anything. Yu Man-yun also looked at them as if they were fools. Then, she smiled and said, I have heard all the songs that young Master Lin mentioned before, so they are not deliberately mystifying. If you don't believe me, you can ask my teacher. Even my teacher likes those songs very much. He shamelessly asked young Master Lin for advice. Her words were like a bolt from the blue. Young Master Zhua and the others turned pale. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Yu Man-yun's teacher a heavenly melody cultivator? It should be known that the heavenly melody cultivator praised them, but he was willing to consult the nameless youth. Who the hell is that guy? I don't believe that in the younger generation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there is actually someone who is better than me, the scholar. After a while, young Master Zhou gritted his teeth, feeling deeply humiliated. On the other side, Lin Ling naturally didn't care who young Master Zhou was. He arrived at Yu Man-yun's residence and prepared to play a song. In the residence, the heavenly melody player obviously knew that Lin Ling was coming and had been waiting excitedly for a long time. As for Lin Ling, heavenly melody only knew that this young man was very mysterious, as if he had come from the distant horizon. The things he knew and his understanding were all different from ordinary people. In front of the youth, even heavenly melody practitioners had to put down their pride and ask questions without shame. In this world, martial arts were respected. Martial arts were prosperous. Lin Ling's previous world couldn't compare to this world. However, there was also something that the previous world couldn't compare to, and that was literature. In the previous world, Lin Ling was not considered a top student. But in this world, with his understanding and knowledge, as long as it was in the field of literature, it was enough to sweep away all the top scholars. A beautiful melody came out of the room. The heavenly melody player and Yu Man-yun both looked at the young man, especially Yu Man-yun. Her beautiful eyes kept flashing. The young man's expression was focused. His slender fingers danced like butterflies. All of this was extremely attractive. This young man had an innate temperament that was completely different from this world. A moment later, the song ended. This song, City in the Sky, is my favorite, but I don't know how to play it. Little sir, can you teach me? Yu Man-yun was unusually excited. This was not the first time she had heard this song, but the more she listened to it, the more she liked it. She was attracted by the light melody of Sky City. Even the heavenly melody player nodded secretly. He liked it very much. Lin Ling smiled. I can teach you, but I don't know how to play the zither. He was playing the guitar now. He really didn't know how to play the zither. Then teach me with your instrument. Your instrument has a different tone from the zither, but it has a classical and deep tone. It's also very pleasant to hear. Yu Man-yun pointed at Lin Ling's guitar. Lin Ling shrugged. It didn't matter. Yun took Lin Ling's guitar, but she really didn't know how to play it. Her slender and fair fingers didn't know how to play it. Lin Ling looked at it and shook his head helplessly. He wanted to guide her, but it was very difficult. He didn't know where to start. Why don't you guide me step by step? Yu Man-yun suddenly suggested. Her pretty face was also red. It was very attractive. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Guide her step by step. This meant that Yu Yun had to sit in his arms and guide him personally as if he was hugging her. Although everyone was here for the music, such an ambiguous posture inevitably made people daydream. Of course, since Yu Yun wasn't afraid, Lin Ling naturally couldn't refuse. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and sat down. Yu Yun held the guitar and started to learn in his arms. Lin Ling pointed out various chords from time to time. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling noticed a delicate fragrance. Yu Yun's black hair was right under Lin Ling's nostrils. That orchid-like fragrance made Lin Ling's heart ripple. Lowering his head, the first thing Lin Ling saw was her fair, jade-like skin and that sexy collarbone. Looking further down, he could vaguely see the outline of her perky body, full and snow-white. What a seductress! Lin Ling thought to himself. As for Yu Yun, her pretty face was flushed and her heart was beating wildly. Her previous suggestion was just a spur of the moment. She really wanted to learn that song, but she didn't expect that when he guided her step by step, the contact would be so ambiguous. Right now, Lin Ling was not only holding her small hand, but also pressing on various chords. A masculine aura assaulted her face, making her so nervous that she found it difficult to breathe. This was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man. Although their hearts were pure, it still gave her a strange feeling. And for some reason, she liked this feeling. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. I say, why don't you two become partners? In the future, you can also explore the path of music together. Heaven Melody's words made Yu Yun so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. After a busy day in Yu Yun's residence, Lin Ling left at night. That night, he circulated all the martial arts he had comprehended in the Ocean Wave Pavilion in his mind. He had benefited a lot. Although his realm did not increase, his strength had definitely increased by 10%. Moreover, he now had the foundation to enter the 6th realm of the martial spirit realm. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Just as Lin Ling was about to use the medicinal pills to break through, a figure appeared in the residence. It was a young man in armor. He looked at Lin Ling and cupped his hands with a smile. Commander Lin, His Majesty has ordered you to meet him quickly. Oh. What's the matter with His Majesty? Lin Ling was a little surprised. The young man revealed an envious look. It said that he's attending the banquet. Commander Lin is enviable. His Majesty has placed you in an important position as soon as you arrived here. It's a supreme honor to bring Commander Lin to the banquet. Lin Ling nodded. He could tell that the young man was envious of the treatment he received, but he did not think so. He was about to break through, so he did not want to go out. However, he still had to give face to the second prince's invitation. Lead the way. The two of them left one after another. When they arrived at the second prince's residence, everyone greeted Lin Ling politely. His Majesty smiled. Commander Lin, I've been waiting for you. Let's go and attend the banquet with me. Everyone could tell that His Majesty was waiting for Commander Lin. This made them surprised and envious at the same time. Although Commander Lin was young and had extraordinary potential, he had not made any achievements at the moment and had no fame. However, it would be strange if they were not jealous of him being valued so highly. Chapter 200. The day of the moon. After exchanging greetings, the group set off toward a mansion in the inner city. During the conversation, Lin Ling found out that today was the day of the lunar star. In the previous world, the lunar star was equivalent to the Mid-Autumn Festival. No wonder there was a banquet. Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Ling had a nostalgic look on his face. It had been a few years since he came to this world. He really missed his previous world. There were mooncakes there. The mansion was huge, and glittering with gold and jade. There were already a large number of people inside, all of whom belonged to some of the most powerful organizations in the inner city. They were all drinking and chatting, and when the second prince arrived, they all rose to their feet, smiled, and bowed in greeting. Although the second prince didn't have much prestige in the Cloud Sea Empire, his status was still there, so he still had to give him face. Lin Ling stood behind the second prince, his eyes flickering. He could clearly see that although these people were bowing, their words were insincere. Although they hid it well, he could see the disdain in their eyes. On the surface, the second prince didn't seem to care. He waved his hand, and his subordinates all took their seats. The people in the hall continued to eat and drink, chatting and laughing. No one spoke to the second prince. Not to mention trying to curry favor with him, they didn't even try to curry favor with him. In their hearts, the second prince was a good person who would only be a subject in the future, and was not worth worrying about. His Majesty the third prince has arrived. Right at this moment, a loud shout rang out. Everyone stood up with respectful expressions on their faces, not daring to be negligent. The treatment they received was completely different from what the second prince received. The third prince, Yun Yifan. This person was ambitious and well-read. He was one of the most promising candidates for the throne, second only to the crown prince. He was more competitive than all the other princes. Such a person could very well be the future king of the Cloud Sea. Who would dare to offend him? Seeing everyone's reaction, the second prince's men were all unhappy, feeling indignant on behalf of their master. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the second prince. He saw that the second prince still had a smile on his face, but there was an imperceptible glint in the depths of his eyes. This made Lin Ling nod secretly. This second prince wasn't a hopeless person. If the second prince didn't do anything, then Lin Ling would have to consider his own future. This superior of his was useless and not worth following. However, it was obvious that the second prince was enduring and had an unyielding pride in his heart. Obviously, the situation caused the second prince His Majesty the second prince was enduring and secretly developing his forces, waiting for the moment when he could soar into the sky. He knew how to keep a low profile and endure patiently, but he had pride in his heart. Such a superior was worthy of Lin Ling's help. It's the day of the moon. Everyone is early. At the gate, a tall and straight figure appeared. This person was dressed in a blue and white robe. His long hair was not tied up and was casually let down. He had a smile on his face and gave people a feeling of friendliness. It was just that everything seemed casual, but there was an indescribable temperament in his every move. It was as if this world was controlled by my wanton and unrestrained ways. He is the third prince. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He also had a grudge against the third prince. He didn't offend the third prince that day, but the third prince ordered people to kill the Fire Ancient clan to satisfy his subordinates. Lin Ling would remember this grudge. It was just that he wasn't strong enough at the moment, so he suppressed it in his heart. This person looks like a scholar, but his actions have an aura of supremacy. He's a match for the second prince. Lin Ling evaluated in his heart. The second prince convinced people with his virtue and gave people the impression that he was easy to talk to. He was flexible and was a talented ruler. The third prince was well-read. His words and actions were righteous. He gave people the impression that he was a scholarly official and a talented ruler. As for the crown prince, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. He would meet this enemy who killed his father one day. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Second brother, you're here earlier than me. The third prince gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he led his subordinates to their seats and said to the second prince. I had nothing to do, so I came early. I'm not like third brother, who is busy every day and can't get away. The second prince laughed. It seemed that he had a good relationship with the third prince. You're too humble, second brother. The third prince shook his head and smiled. He was extremely polite. Although everyone thought that the second prince didn't have the temperament of an emperor, he knew that his second brother wasn't as bad as he looked. He knew how to endure and keep a low profile. He was also a rare talent. Of course, that was all. In the third prince's heart, only his eldest brother was his opponent. Second brother was still far from that. The two continued to talk. It seemed that they had a harmonious relationship, but those who were attentive could tell that the third prince was suppressing the second prince. Second brother, with your talent, it's a waste if you don't become a cabinet minister. Of all the princes, I admire second brother the most. He has participated in the turmoil of the imperial power and sincerely does what he should do. It's rare. At present, among the princes, I think the 13th prince and the 9th prince are good. They are rising stars with extraordinary potential. The third prince seemed to be speaking amiably, but he kept saying that the second prince wasn't suitable to compete for the throne. He was more suitable to be a minister. Even the youngest prince, who was almost 13 years old, was more competitive than him. The second prince kept smiling, but his eyes were burning with anger. His third brother was too much. In the past, he would show him some respect when he saw him, but after the turmoil of the era, he was no longer the second brother, but a subordinate. The second prince's subordinates were all secretly dissatisfied. They didn't want their master to be bullied. I was born a scholar, and scholars also practice martial arts. It's just that the path of martial arts is different. Since it's the day of the moon, why don't we recite poems? After drinking a mouthful of wine, the third prince laughed. Although martial arts were revered in this world, the path of martial arts was broad and profound. Literature could also be considered a branch of martial arts. A powerful scholar could speak eloquently, which could crush a martial artist's heart of martial arts. It was also extremely powerful. The third prince was from this lineage. Sua Xiaoshu, you can join us with literature. Remember, don't be too arrogant. The third prince waved his hand behind him, and a white-robed youth walked out. He had an extraordinary aura and was as handsome as jade. He had a faint smile on his face, but it was filled with contempt. Literature Zhuangyuan. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sua Xiaoshu was the current generation's prodigy of the Cloud Sea Empire. Before the turmoil of the era, he participated in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom Civil Officials competition and obtained the title of Literature Zhuangyuan. Together with another Marshal Zhuangyuan, he represented the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's younger generation. The Literature Zhuangyuan wasn't just a person who could recite poems. He also had decent strength. It was just that he had a different way of attacking and used literature to attack the enemy. Sua Xiaoshu was able to become the Literature Zhuangyuan because he was well-read. He even had the 8th grade astral body of Saint's virtue. It was rumored that he had a photographic memory and could deduce thousands of things in a single breath. He even had the miracle of not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights to deduce martial arts. Chapter 201. Soul Spirit Battle. Don't be nervous, everyone. This is just a literary contest to increase the mood of the moon. If you can defeat me, the third prince will reward you with 30,000 spirit crystals. Sua Xiaoshu walked out with arrogance in his eyes, looking down on everyone. The first line, 10 mouths are filled with thoughts of the king, the country, and the country. His words were calm, but they were like the law, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary poem contest. For a moment, everyone was speechless and had a serious expression. The scholar Zhuangyuan was so strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he noticed that this was a soul spirit attack. Although it wasn't a martial attack, it wasn't weak either. He had encountered such an attack from a prodigy from the heaven-defying race. That prodigy had transformed his soul spirit into a small person and attacked with a sword. The scholar Zhuangyuan's soul spirit was obviously stronger. His innate talent was probably related to his books. My Cloud Sea Empire is full of talents. Why can't anyone match my poem? Seeing that no one spoke, Sua Xiaoshu became even more arrogant. On the other hand, the third prince smiled with satisfaction. He also wanted to use the title of literature scholar to suppress these people. He wanted to let them know that he, the third prince, was powerful and was the best choice for everyone. You've disappointed me. You're all a bunch of trash. Sua Xiaoshu said again with an even more arrogant attitude. Everyone's face turned ugly, but they remained silent. Poetry contest didn't just rely on soul spirit power, it also tested one's literary talent. If one's soul spirit power was strong but didn't have literary talent, he wouldn't be able to perform well. Currently, the scholar Zhuang Yuan's literary talent was the best. Who could compete with him? Second brother, are your subordinates also a bunch of incompetent people like you? At this moment, the third prince took a sip of wine and pointed out. With so many people, he wanted the second prince to submit to him. It would be of great help to his imperial power. The second prince looked calm and didn't say a word. He wanted to dampen the third prince's spirit, but in terms of literary talent, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had always lacked such talents. Hence, he wanted to regain his face, but he couldn't do anything. It seems like second brother has no charm at all. The third prince said again. He was getting more and more overbearing. Haha, under the heavens, only His Majesty the third prince is the true king. Sua Xiaoshu said arrogantly. He even said that the third prince would be the new emperor in front of everyone. He glanced around and suddenly saw a familiar face, which made him happy. Wasn't that young man the one who made him lose face not long ago? Alright, I've been searching high and low for you. Since I've met you here, it's a good chance for me to regain my face. Your Majesty the second prince, you're not completely useless. That boy has some skill, but of course, that's all there is to it. If it's too boring, let him come up and ask for advice. Sua Xiaoshu was referring to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even the second prince was very surprised. Lin Ling had extraordinary potential, but his literary talent seemed to be very ordinary. How could he be a match for the top scholar? Wherever I go, I meet some frogs at the bottom of a well. Haven't you lost enough face that day? Was he going to embarrass himself again today? Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and stood up. Since Sua Xiaoshu had pointed out his name, he naturally would not be looked down upon. As for poetry recitation, he was not afraid. First, his soul force was very strong, so he was not afraid of Sua Xiaoshu. Second, as for poetry recitation, Lin Ling was not as good as Sua Xiaoshu, but he had seen many poems in his previous life, so he could just copy them. Your Majesty the second prince, your man is really arrogant. He dares to say such things to me, the top scholar. Sua Xiaoshu's face was a little unhappy. Lin Ling's words were like pouring salt on a wound. Sua Xiaoshu's experience that day replayed in his mind again. The second prince ignored Sua Xiaoshu's provocation and looked at Lin Ling. He said worriedly, Commander Lin, he is the top scholar. You dare to call yourself the top scholar in front of me? Lin Ling sneered, and then slowly walked out. He felt a little funny. In his previous life, he had seen many poetry recitation plays, but today he encountered one. How interesting! Everyone looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He knew that Lin Ling was the top scholar, but he still dared to accept the challenge. This young man was very bold. The second prince secretly nodded. Not to mention other things, just Lin Ling's courage to stand up for him was worthy of his attention. As for his men, they were all looking forward to it. Although they were jealous of Lin Ling, they also hoped that Lin Ling would be able to fight back. How arrogant, but since you dare to come out, I will make you vomit 3 liters of blood. I will let you know what it means to be the top scholar. Ha! Swa Xiaoshu sneered at Lin Ling. With a swish, he opened his fan and proudly waved it. I have been reading extensively since I was 1 year old. Until now, I have read more than 30,000 books. I know everything about astronomy and geography. Today I will help the emperor, and in the future I will become a saint. Ha! When he said this, his whole body emitted a gentle wind, as dazzling as the stars. That was the release of his soul power. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent. He laughed coldly and said, "Let's begin. Who told you to introduce yourself? Also, recite poems to add to the mood of the day of the moon. Who told you to emit the aura of a bastard? Do you think you are a lantern? Or do you want us to guess the riddles on the day of the moon?" Calm. His words were very calm, but there was a strong magic power in them. It made the people who were surprised before come back to their senses. When they looked at Swa Xiaoshu again, this person became ordinary again. Obviously, when Swa Xiaoshu said that sentence, he used his soul power to help, and when Lin Ling interrupted him, even mocking him, he also used his soul power. Swa Xiaoshu had just attracted everyone's attention and showed the charm of the top scholar, but was interrupted. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Swa Xiaoshu's face turned ugly. He was the top scholar, but now he was like a clown. Take my sentence, 10 mouths of thoughts, thinking of the emperor, thinking of the country, thinking of the country. His words were like brilliant heavenly might, shaking everyone's ears until they were buzzing. They carried the righteousness of the righteous path, and those who usually went against him when reciting poems would be so intimidated by these words that they vomited 3 liters of blood and had their souls damaged. You said it so nicely, can you be more hypocritical? Now is the day of the moon, it is time for us to relax, enjoy the flowers, enjoy the moon, enjoy the time. Lin Ling sneered and said the same sentence back. Rumble. An invisible pressure broke out, shattering Swa Xiaoshu's aura. Everyone was secretly surprised, they did not expect this young man to be so strong. Swa Xiaoshu's face turned ugly, he did not expect this young man to be able to match his poem, and his soul power was not weak either. Again. Swa Xiaoshu shouted, in the picture, the dragon does not roar, the tiger does not roar, this young man is ridiculous. He was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance, he was arrogantly stepping on Lin Ling. In the chessboard, the chariot has no wheels, the horse has no reins, calling the top scholar to be careful. Lin Ling was indifferent, he replied indifferently, as if saying, so what if you are the top scholar, I, a young man, will still make you lose face. Good, good, good. Everyone cheered. Chapter 202. Yeah, you're spitting blood. His Majesty the Third Prince also looked at Lin Ling and frowned. As for the second prince, he was ecstatic. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so mysterious. Not only did he have great potential, but his literary talent was also so outstanding. He couldn't help but rejoice. When Duan Wangye had recommended this person, it was simply a gift from the heavens. Don't be too proud of yourself. I'm a dignified scholar. Swa Xiaoshu's face became more and more unsightly. His mind was frantically deducing, and his soul force gushed out like water. There are 3 teachers in 1 village and 2 miles who do not know the 4 books, 5 classics, and 6 meanings. How dare they teach 7, 8, and 9 students? This time, he used 1 to 10 to express them through a poem. The poem was complete, but it was full of ridicule and abuse. It had to be said that this line of poetry was indeed impressive. Furthermore, it was recited in such a short period of time. It could be seen that the scholar's mind was nimble. Everyone frowned. This was too difficult. 1 to 10, who could deal with it? Swa Xiaoshu's face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the previous verse had consumed a lot of his mental energy. However, he was proud of himself, like a victorious general. He had finally recited the most satisfying verse in his anger and desperation. Right now, he wanted to see the young man's soul crumble, and he would be injured and forced to retreat. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling, worried for him. They only saw Lin Ling furrowing his brows, as though he was contemplating something. In reality, he wasn't trying to deduce anything. He didn't have such literary talent, he was merely recalling his memories. After his soul force grew stronger, his memory became stronger as well. As long as he used his soul force, he would be able to recall many things that happened in his previous life as if they happened yesterday. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. A nameless brat dares to oppose the top scholar. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After waiting for a while, Zhuo Xiaoshu became even more proud when he saw that there was no news from Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and a calm voice floated out of his mouth. 9 out of 10 rooms are poor, 8 taels, 7 qian, 6 fun, and 4 centimeters, yet you are half-hearted, first-rate vulgar. Silence. Everyone quieted down. Zhuo Xiaoshu's poem ranged from 1 to 10 while Lin Ling's poem ranged from 10 to 1. To be able to match them in such a short period of time was extremely terrifying. Zhuo Xiaoshu was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance and audacity. However, Lin Ling retaliated against Zhuo Xiaoshu, mocking him for not being qualified to be the top scholar, saying that he was narrow-minded and despicable. You. Zhuo Xiaoshu's face turned even paler as he recalled Lin Ling's poem. When he realized that Lin Ling was scolding him, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul force. Lin Ling laughed out loud, his laughter filled with mockery. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes in disbelief. The Wenzhuang Yuan was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood while reciting poems. What was going on? In front of me, do you think you have the qualifications to be called the top scholar? Let me show you what a real poem is. After Lin Ling laughed, he coldly said, if you can match this poem, I will admit defeat immediately. His clothes fluttered and a calm voice floated out from his mouth. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine. At this moment, a powerful soul fluctuation rippled out. In the eyes of everyone, the young man's body was emitting a mysterious light. Ripples wrapped around him, making him look like a scholar. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a great bell, clearly appearing in the hearts of everyone. Good. Although I don't know much about poems, but when I first heard this poem, I felt enlightened. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine. Good, very good, very good. This boy's talent is above that of the scholar. After a while, cheers rang out one after another. I have never heard of this poem, but it is really good. How could it appear on you? Zhuo Xiaoshu's face was blank, he could not believe his ears. Of course, he did not know that this poem was not from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, but was brought here by Lin Ling from another world. Who do you think you are? You are just a frog at the bottom of the well. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Now, my poem. Lin Ling looked at Zhuo Xiaoshu with a cold smile. Zhuo Xiaoshu's face kept changing as he tried to deduce the poem. But how could he deduce it? His face darkened and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His soul force was damaged again. With a plop, he fell down, spitting out 3 liters of blood and fainting. The scholar is just a so-so. Lin Ling looked at Zhuo Xiaoshu mockingly and then looked at the third prince. Your Majesty, you won't blame me for injuring your men, right? His Majesty the third prince had an ugly expression on his face. Today, he had lost face. He had wanted to use his title as the top scholar to intimidate everyone and let everyone know that he, the third prince, had great power. Who would have thought that after the second prince sent out a youth, his pride would be shattered? Moreover, his subordinates were angered to the point of vomiting blood. This was a slap in the face in front of him. He looked at Lin Ling carefully, but he could not remember who Lin Ling was. With his status, he naturally would not remember that Lin Ling was the person he wanted to kill. Of course not. If you want to blame someone, blame him for overestimating himself. Young man, you are very good. The 30,000 spirit stones reward is yours. The third prince forced a smile. He looked at Lin Ling deeply. This time, he would remember this young man. Reciting poems is just to increase the artistic conception of the lunar sun. Why would the third brother blame you? At this time, the second prince's voice sounded. He knew that the third prince had a problem with Lin Ling. At this time, he naturally came out to support Lin Ling. However, although it is just to increase the artistic conception, the third brother's men were still unable to bear the burden. They even spat out blood. This has affected our artistic conception. This time, he didn't try to hold back anymore. Instead, he mocked Wang Chong lightly. The third prince had been suppressing him and mocking him. Now that he had a chance, he would not be a coward. Second brother, you have good taste. You have found a good helper. It is late, I will not stay any longer. You all enjoy yourselves. The third prince said in a low voice. He stood up and left. Everyone could see that he was very angry. Everyone stood up and respectfully sent the third prince off. Only the second prince's men were indifferent. They smiled and drank. After the third prince left, they let out excited voices. They looked at Lin Ling with pride. All this time, they were dissatisfied that the second prince valued Lin Ling too much. But now, they were sincerely convinced. Lin Ling not only won glory for the second prince, but also defeated the top scholar. With this talent, how could they not be convinced? They even secretly sighed. This young man had just entered the second prince's camp, and his first merit was already so great. In the future, his achievements would be unimaginable. You are indeed worthy of being my commander, Lin. It seems that I have snatched Prince Duan's right-hand man. Come, Commander Lin, drink. The second prince was in a good mood. He personally proposed a toast to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and accepted the toast. Chapter 203. A genius who appeared out of nowhere after a long time, Lin Ling returned from the feast and entered a state of cultivation. The inner city was as deep as the sea. His current strength was not strong, so he had to quickly increase his strength to have the ability to protect himself. Right now, he already had enough foundation to break through. Moreover, he did not lack the indigo soul dark pill. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. After swallowing the pill, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At the same time, a large amount of blue flames appeared on his body, burning crazily as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. As Lin Ling's strength increased, the 9 underworld heavenly flames' power also became stronger. At this moment, in Lin Ling's dantian, the blue flames erupted like a volcano and burned crazily. The indigo soul dark pill was after all a pill to improve the 9 underworld heavenly flame. Therefore, the 7-blade skyfire next to it dimmed a little. At this moment, it was like an obedient baby staying in a corner, not daring to move. In fact, the 7-blade skyfire's grade was higher, but the 9 underworld heavenly flame had followed Lin Ling for a long time and had reached the peak of growth. The 7-blade skyfire was only in the state of a child, so it did not dare to be arrogant. However, because of the 9 underworld heavenly flames' deterrence, the 7-blade skyfire was controlled by Lin Ling and was becoming more and more obedient. Time passed slowly. Lin Ling was fully familiar with all the characteristics of the 9 underworld heavenly flame. He understood and comprehended it. At present, he was sure that no one in the world was more familiar with the 9 underworld heavenly flame than him. After familiarizing himself with it, Lin Ling's strength increased again and he began to feel the great concept of fire. The great concept of fire, that was a spark that could start a prairie fire. Boom! A few days later, a roar sounded and blue flames soared into the sky. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything turned into a blue sea of fire. It was terrifyingly hot. In the blue sea of fire, a figure slowly walked out. This person was young, handsome, and had deep eyes. However, on his slightly childish face, there was a joyful smile. 6-star martial spirit realm. He was Lin Ling. After his continuous efforts, he had finally entered the 6-star martial spirit realm. Although this level wasn't much in the inner city, it was terrifying to those of the same age. The geniuses up to this point were only in the earth spirit realm when they were a year or two older than Lin Ling. When Lin Ling reached that age, he would absolutely surpass them if nothing unexpected happened. Not to mention that although Lin Ling was currently in the 6-star martial spirit realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat someone in the early stage of the earth spirit realm with his comprehension of fire and his 2 spirit bodies. Moreover, it wasn't as if he hadn't been defeated before. While Lin Ling was breaking through in seclusion, a storm was brewing in the inner city. The biggest news was that the martial scholar had appeared out of nowhere and defeated the previous generation's martial scholar. He firmly stood at the top of the young elites. In addition, geniuses from various aristocratic families had appeared. Among them, a genius from the Yi family had appeared. He was young, but he had already reached the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. As soon as he appeared, he declared that he would sweep through the younger generation of the Cloud Sea City. In the following days, he constantly challenged, from weak to strong. Many geniuses lost to him. Obviously, his goal was to sweep through the crowd and defeat the martial scholar in the end. Without a doubt, he rose like a dazzling star and attracted the attention of many great powers. Even the crown prince paid more attention to him. The third news was that Lin Ling had defeated the martial scholar. The martial scholar was famous in the inner city and wasn't weak. However, he had lost to an unknown junior. This shocked many people. Of course, although Lin Ling had also shocked the world, he had risen at the wrong time. There were still the martial scholar and the Yi family's geniuses above him, so he wasn't as dazzling as the other two. Lin Ling didn't know all of this. Not long after he left seclusion, he was summoned by the second prince, who said that there was a mission for him. At present, although Lin Ling was favored by the second prince, he had too few accomplishments and needed to accumulate some. So, Lin Ling didn't care about the mission. He had just broken through and wanted to go out and gain experience. Commander Lin, the mission this time is from one of my subordinates. His family is being slaughtered by the king of Wang Hai Wang. So, you must save his family. Otherwise, if his family is annihilated, then my subordinates will be disappointed as well. The second prince, Yunixuan, spoke with a serious expression when he saw Lin Ling times were changing at the moment. As long as the great powers or small families didn't have a firm foothold, then they might be slaughtered. Especially the subordinates who were far away from the city, they were in even greater danger because they didn't have a master to protect them. This person isn't much of a talent. It's just that his ancestor helped us in the past, so we took him in. The second prince added. Then, he saw Lin Ling's eyes flicker and smiled. Don't worry. Because this person's family isn't a powerful family, the forces that the king of Wang Hai Wang sent out aren't that strong. You should be able to deal with them. As for the Fire Ancient clan, you can rest assured. Even if you aren't in the city, I can guarantee their safety. Alright, I'll leave as ordered. Lin Ling finally nodded. After a long time, Lin Ling rode off alone. He had completed the mission alone. The inner city was vast, and only those with a certain status were qualified to ride a horse. Ordinary people would be courting death if they dared to ride a horse here. Lin Ling was currently a commander and was favored by the second prince. So, he naturally didn't fear these rules. Some of the imperial guards wanted to stop Lin Ling when they saw Lin Ling riding a horse. However, when they saw that Lin Ling had an extraordinary temperament and was handsome, they didn't dare to stop him in the end. Someone who dares to ride a horse in the inner city shouldn't be a nobody. Young man, tell me your name. Just as he passed by a street, a figure walked over from the front. This person's pace wasn't fast, and his voice was faintly discernible. It was extremely strange. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was dressed in a black robe with a long sword hanging diagonally. He gave off a cold and sharp feeling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This person was unscrupulous, but he gave off a very powerful feeling. Moreover, he didn't look very old, so he should be a genius of the inner city. Lin Ling. Without hiding anything, Lin Ling slowed down his horse and spoke indifferently. Oh, so it's you. Unfortunately, my opponent right now isn't you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to ride a horse. Young man, you're really lucky. The young man smiled faintly. His smile was filled with confidence. It seems that you're talking big, but I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. Lin Ling smiled lightly. The other party's arrogance was a little baffling. Yes or no, you don't need to know. You only need to know that my name is Yi Tianqin. Don't worry, after I defeat the scholar, you'll be next. My principle is to go from weak to strong. You've defeated the scholar, so you're stronger than him. After I defeat the scholar, I'll come and find you. The young man said in a low voice. Then, he proudly turned around and left. Yi Tianqin. Chapter 204. Seeing an old friend, this person's strength is tyrannical, and his arrogance is boundless. As soon as he came out, he said that his only opponent was the martial champion, and that the others were all useless. He said that he wanted to sweep away all the geniuses in the inner city. He is very strong. He has the qualifications to speak like that. Yes, his sword is terrifying. The passers-by discussed with fear on their faces. Lin Ling, the next time I see you, it will be when you lose. Although my goal is to become the martial arts champion, I won't let an ant like you go. You'd better watch out for yourself. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with pride as he continued to walk forward. Is that so? You are so arrogant the moment you are born. Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? With such a mentality, your strength is limited. I will wait for you. Lin Ling replied indifferently. That young man was too arrogant. He wanted to become famous. Lin Ling didn't object to it. However, he wanted to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. Did he really think that Lin Ling was a pushover? Only when Yi Tianqin gradually left did Lin Ling gallop on his horse and leave the inner city. This trip would probably take a long time. Therefore, Lin Ling first returned to the Fire Ancient clan to greet them. After that, he took out some treasures and gave them to them. Only then did he feel at ease and leave. After leaving the city, Lin Ling was greeted by the blue sky, white clouds, and charming sunlight. A refreshing breeze blew towards him, causing Lin Ling to feel much more relaxed. Needless to say, the change of era in the city had caused the atmosphere in the city of experts to be extremely oppressive. However, the atmosphere in the outside world was completely different. Occasionally, a walk outside could improve one's state of mind. It has been quite some time since I arrived in this world. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He recalled the time when he was unfamiliar with this world. At that time, he could be killed at any moment. But now, he had become stronger through his own efforts. He was no longer at the mercy of others and could control his own fate. Moreover, he was even more free. Along the way, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He enjoyed the scenery and relaxed his mind. At this moment, his soul force was also constantly growing. As for his eye of time, he would occasionally look around. Unfortunately, the time he saw wasn't worth his attention. They were all low-level treasures and martial arts, so he couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore. Trash. A mere warrior who doesn't even have the strength of the martial spirit realm actually dares to plunder our sect's resources. Humph, this kind of overconfident person is simply courting death. He deserves to be enslaved by the sect for life. So slow. Eat my whip. As Lin Ling passed by a mountain range, several angry shouts came from afar. His eyes flashed, and he spread out his soul force to carefully investigate. It turned out that this was a sect's mine. At that very moment, a high number of miners were mining there. One of the miners was being whipped by several sect disciples. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there were many sections. The Gu Yen sect was one of them. The strength of these sects naturally couldn't be compared to the major forces in the Cloud Sea City. They were just subsidiary forces of the major forces. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with such matters. He wanted to leave, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Don't go too far. If I wasn't injured and my strength wasn't reduced to nothing, would you have the chance to be so arrogant? Moreover, I was also the sect master of a sect. The person who was being whipped spoke with extreme arrogance. Paw. Paw. What answered him was the whip. The person who was whipped gasped and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It's him. At the top of a cliff, Lin Ling stopped his horse and looked at the mineral vein below. His expression was a little complicated. He was very familiar with that person and even looked down on him. That person made him work hard and cultivate bitterly. In the end, he regained his lost dignity. Now that he saw that person in such dire straits, Lin Ling felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. The person who was being whipped was the sect master of the Gu Yen sect, Mo Jingtian. How dare you be so arrogant? I know that your cultivation was crippled, but the times have changed. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is in chaos. You dare to barge in without any backing. When you meet experts, they didn't kill you and only crippled your cultivation. You are considered lucky. An angry scolding sounded. Obviously, that person knew what Mo Jingtian had gone through. Mo Jingtian revealed a look of unwillingness. Back then, he didn't have the face to stay in the Gu Yen sect. He originally thought that he could rely on his own strength to achieve meteoric success. In the end, the times changed and he was surrounded by numerous experts. At that time, he didn't have any backing and was instantly crippled. After that, he didn't live like a human or a ghost. He wanted to recover his strength and secretly came to this sect to steal cultivation resources. In the end, he was caught and became a mining slave. It was imaginable that he probably spent his entire life in the mines. Just a mining slave. How dare you be so arrogant? See if I don't break your skin today. A disciple walked over furiously and swung the whip in his hand towards Mo Jingtian. Mo Jingtian sighed softly. At this point, he had no choice but to accept it. It seemed like he was going to be severely injured again. Swish! The whip swept over, but it was caught by someone in the next moment. At the same time, a blue flame burned the whip into nothingness. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the person who came and realized that it was a handsome young man with delicate features. Sir, this is our supreme sect's matter. What do you mean by this? A disciple asked. However, he didn't dare to be arrogant because he couldn't see through this young man. Sigh. Sigh. The person who came was Lin Ling. He sighed softly. Even though Mo Jingtian looked down on him back then, he didn't hate Mo Jingtian anymore after such a long time. Now that he saw Mo Jingtian in such dire straits, he couldn't help but sigh silently. He said softly, "Sect Master Mo, how have you been?" Sigh. Mo Jingtian thought that he would suffer some physical pain. Who knew that what he expected didn't happen? He was stunned. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. He turned his head and his expression became strange. It was Lin Ling. He naturally knew this young man. Back then, he made a mistake and caused him to lose his sect master position. He didn't expect to meet this old friend here. Lin Ling Mo Jingtian smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. Lin Ling sighed and looked at the disciple beside him. "This person is my old friend. Can you let him go on my account?" "Yes." Everyone was stunned and speechless. They wanted to reject, but the other party wasn't weak. They wanted to agree, but they didn't know how to explain it to the sect. "Sir, you have a lot of face. Do you think there's no one in the Supreme Sect? Do you think you can let him go just because you want him?" At this moment, an old man walked over with big strides. His face was indifferent and carried a strong sense of arrogance. "Lin Ling, leave. I'm already satisfied that you don't hate me when we meet again. You don't have to care about me. Leave by yourself." The Supreme Sect is said to be under the control of the Fighting Bulls sect in Cloud Sea City. It's not something that you and I can offend. Mo Jingtian said worriedly. He knew that everything that happened now was his own fault. Therefore, he didn't hate Lin Ling. Chapter 205. Night Demon Grassland Fighting Bulls Sect. I have never heard of them. But even if their sect leader is here, I will still take them away. Lin Ling stared at the old man, a cold smile on his face. "Then you will die here." "Humph." The old man snorted and said arrogantly, "No matter who you are, you will die for interfering with the Fighting Bulls sect." "Humph. Is that so?" "Humph." Lin Ling sneered. He clapped his right hand and a purple token appeared. He threw it to the old man. "Open your dog eyes and take a look." "Humph." The old man was puzzled. He picked up the token and looked at it. His arrogance gradually turned into doubt, then shock, and finally fear. On the back of the token, there were a few words, "Commander Lin." On the front, there was a large word, "Xian." This was the symbol of the second prince's power. The young man in front of him was the second prince's man, and he was a trusted aide. After all, only trusted aides could have a token, and the position of the token was not low. It was the position of a commander. What was a mere Fighting Bulls sect? In the eyes of the second prince, they were nothing but ants. He could kill them without even frowning, let alone the Greater One sect. Putong. The old man immediately knelt down. "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that the commander will not take it to heart." Humph. Everyone was shocked by the actions of the sect leader. They looked at each other and knelt down one after another. As for Mo Jingtian, his eyes were wide open and he could not believe his eyes. "Forget it, I don't intend to take it to heart. Now, can I take them away?" Lin Ling nodded and did not care about these small characters. "Yes, yes. Men, bring the horses and food and send the Lord away." The old man did not dare to delay. He only wanted to send away this big shot that he could not afford to offend. Very quickly, someone brought a horse, food and clean clothes for Mo Jingtian to wear. The respectful attitude made Mo Jingtian feel as if he was in a dream. He had never thought that a disciple of the Gu Yen sect in the past would become a commander. Even the sect master of the Greater One sect had to greet him respectfully. My eyesight was really bad. Humph. Mo Jingtian was stunned for a long time before he smiled bitterly. Sect Master, the times are changing, and the Heaven Mystic's kingdom is in chaos. If you have nowhere to go, you can go to the outer city of the Cloud Sea City and look for the Fire Ancient clan. Just say that I am the one who said it. That place should be able to ensure your safety. Lin Ling looked at Mo Jingtian and said. Mo Jingtian's expression changed. He knew that many great powers in Ocean of Cloud City had been uprooted when the era changed. However, the Fire Ancient clan was still safe and sound. This meant that the Fire Ancient clan had gained a firm foothold in Ocean of Cloud City, and he guessed that it was probably because of this young man. I'm old. I don't have the ambition I had in the past. I just want to find a peaceful place to enjoy my old age. Mo Jingtian shook his head. Lin Ling nodded his head. He felt that Mo Jingtian was very pitiful as he had lost his will to fight. However, he didn't reject him and left after giving him some money. It could be considered as returning the favor to his old friend. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Mo Jingtian sighed even more. Lin Ling, with your temperament, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. I have already made a mistake once, and I don't have the face to see you again. Hence, I shall retire and return to my hometown. Farewell. After leaving Mo Jingtian, Lin Ling continued to move forward while sighing in his heart. In this world, the strong were indeed respected. If one wasn't strong enough and was eliminated, the outcome would be obvious. This was natural selection. However, Lin Ling was confident in this kind of life and death elimination, and he wasn't afraid of this challenge. After traveling for 3 days, Lin Yiming arrived at a plain. At this moment, he was already extremely far away from Ocean of Cloud City. When he looked around, the plain was a vast expanse of flat land with blue sky and white clouds. It made him feel a sense of heroism. Giddy up. Lin Ling urged his horse to gallop forward. Hee, this lady is not bad. You are indeed the daughter of the Qin clan. You are unlucky to have met us. Big brother, this lady is so tender. You can't have her all to yourself. Just as they passed by a hill, a few voices came from not far away. Lin Ling stopped his horse and looked into the distance. Far away from the hill, a few figures were blocking their path. All of them were riding tall horses with cold smiles on their faces. There were 3 people who were surrounded. 2 of them were guards and a young lady. At this moment, the young lady was biting her red lips tightly and her face was filled with unwillingness. After taking a glance, Lin Ling frowned. He wasn't a saint. If it was any other time, he might have helped them. However, he had important matters to attend to and it wasn't the right time to get into trouble. Young lady of the Qin clan, surrender yourself so that we won't kill you. Sigh. The voice came again, causing the young lady's face to turn even paler. However, she still bit her lips tightly and looked like she would rather die than submit. However, she also knew that if she met people from the demonic mountain in the Night Demon Prairie, the result could be imagined. In order to not be humiliated, she would rather die than submit. You have a tough personality. However, the hotter the woman, the more I like her. That's the flavor. Brothers, catch them. Angry shouts came again. It seemed that those people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. No one in this world can save you. Sigh. The man in the lead with a ferocious face shouted even more sinisterly. Sorry to interrupt you. Sigh. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded. At the same time, a blue flame descended from the sky and smashed onto the grassland, causing it to burn violently. A line formed from the flames appeared and separated those people from the young woman and her 2 companions. In the distance, a young man slowly walked down from his horse. This young man had delicate features and a calm expression. However, his aura was extremely mysterious, causing everyone to not dare to act rashly. "Who are you?" the man in the lead with a ferocious face asked. The person who came was Lin Ling. He smiled slightly and didn't even look at the man. Instead, he looked at the young lady. "Are you from the Qin family? Who is Qin Jingnan to you?" "Yes." The second prince entrusted him with protecting the people from the Qin family. Therefore, when Lin Ling heard that the young lady's surname was Qin, he helped. There's only one family with the surname Qin in the Night Demon Prairie. Qin Jingnan is my grandfather. The young lady looked at Lin Ling and said. Her tone was polite and even a little excited. Her beautiful eyes were flashing non-stop. When she was in a life-and-death situation, a handsome young man descended from the sky. She couldn't help but be deeply moved by this. "That's great. I was just about to look for Senior Qin. We met by chance. Let's go." Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He had just come to the prairie and he already met the person he was looking for. He had to say that he was extremely lucky. But what about them? Yes. Qin Xiaolan felt that this young man was very mysterious. He left just like that and actually dared to ignore those people from the demonic mountain. In the Night Demon Prairie, people from the demonic mountain were equivalent to demon kings. Them. If they want to die, then continue to block me. If they want to live, then scram immediately. Go. Lin Ling didn't even look at those people. He had already leaped onto his horse. So domineering. Go. The two guards beside Qin Xiaolan both thought. There were extremely few people who dared to speak like this in the Night Demon Prairie. "Sir, how dare you? Tell me your name, or you'll stay here forever today. Go." Chapter 206. A young man still wet behind the ears. "Shouldn't you tell me your name before asking for someone's name? However, since you're choosing death over life, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and a blue flame leaped into the air. Boom! The blue flame exploded and the grassland turned into a sea of fire. The previously arrogant people howled in pain and were burned to death one after another. What powerful strength! He's probably at the 4-star martial spirit realm. Wow! Qin Xiaolan and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong at such a young age. No one in the younger generation of their family could compare to him. "Let's go." Lin Ling ignored their shocked expressions and said with a faint smile. Qin Xiaolan nodded heavily. Her face was a little red and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Ling. They continued forward and rushed toward the center of the grassland. When the sun set, thousands of lights lit up in the distance and a large area of tents appeared. That was where the Qin family lived. "We're here." Qin Xiaolan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said. "Xiaolan, you're finally back. I wanted to send someone to pick you up." Who's this?" A young man ran out and shouted worriedly. There was a large number of people following behind him. "I'm fine," Qin Xiaolan said and then looked at Lin Ling. "He's looking for Grandpa. He was the one who saved me when I met the people from Demonic Mountain." The young man frowned and didn't believe her. After all, Lin Ling looked younger than him. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "Who are you? Tell us your name or don't blame us for being rude." "Qin Chongqing, don't go too far. He's the one who saved me. He's not a bad person." "What's with your tone?" Qin Xiaolan said unhappily. Who knew that it would be better if she didn't say anything? After she said that, the young man's face became even more unhappy. "If you can't tell us your background, then we can't let you go today." "Men." A large number of young people walked out from behind the young man. They were all disciples of the Qin clan. This young man seemed to have a high reputation in the Qin clan. Lin Ling watched this scene quietly. He was a little displeased with that young man. That person had captured him without any reason. That was too rude. However, he didn't bother about it for the time being. He said indifferently, "I've come under Yunishuan's orders to see Qin Jingnan." Is the old patriarch someone a small character like you can meet? Who does Yunishuan think he is? He's got a lot of face. The young man laughed coldly. He had no idea that Yunishuan was the current second prince, an existence that could wipe out their entire clan with a flick of his finger. How dare you? Chongqing, who allowed you to speak like that? Apologize to me immediately. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind. An old man rushed over with two people. His face was full of fear, and he looked as if he expected better from them. Old patriarch. Everyone's expression changed. The old man didn't pay attention to the others. He looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. I didn't know you were coming from afar. Xingnan was careless. I hope you won't take it to heart. The others didn't know who Yunishuan was, but how could he not know? That was his old master, the current second prince. How could he dare to slight him? It's fine. I'm here on a mission to save your Qin clan. Lin Ling nodded and didn't take it to heart. The current situation was chaotic, so he didn't mention His Majesty's name casually. He just mentioned Yunishuan. However, he believed that Qin Jingnan definitely knew. The others didn't. Thank you for coming to help, sir. My Qin clan is saved. Please come with me. Qin Jingnan's face lit up and he hurriedly invited Lin Ling inside. The others, on the other hand, looked puzzled. The Qin family was currently under threat from Demonic Mountain, and the entire clan was in danger. However, the old patriarch said there was no need to worry and that reinforcements would come. Who knew that after waiting for so long, the reinforcements would be a brat who was still wet behind the ears? Who would believe this? Lin Ling looked at the people around him and knew that they were puzzled. However, he was too lazy to explain anything. He strode forward, and when he passed by Qin Chongqing, he said calmly, "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that just because you saw the mouth of the well, you can see the entire world." After saying this, Lin Ling walked into the depths. I'm going to die from anger. What right does a brat who's younger than me have to be so arrogant in front of me? Qin Chongqing's expression instantly became ugly. He was quite angry. Tents were set up all over the prairie. When Lin Ling arrived, the old patriarch personally set up a banquet to entertain Lin Ling. The importance he attached to Lin Ling made Qin Chongqing feel even more resentful. Qin Chongqing was the current patriarch, but unfortunately, he couldn't compare to that brat. Sir Qin, His Majesty once said that he owes your clan a debt of gratitude. Thus, when Sir Qin's clan is in trouble, he immediately sent me here. May I know who the enemy is? The barbecued mutton of the prairie had a unique style. Lin Ling ate quite a bit, and after drinking some goat milk, he asked with a smile. It's people from the celestial demon mountain. They already belong to the king of Wang Hai Wang. Right now, they want to unify the night demon prairie. Our Qin family is the last power that hasn't pledged allegiance. The old patriarch sighed softly. Lin Ling nodded. The enemy was now clear. They were from the celestial demon mountain, but this was normal. After all, how could the great king of Wang Hai Wang suppress the Qin family's army? To put it bluntly, their Qin family wasn't qualified at all. It couldn't be more normal for the celestial demon mountain to take action. What's the strength of the celestial demon mountain? Lin Ling asked again. The strongest, Yi Tianma, is said to be extremely powerful. He's at the mid-stage of the earth spirit realm. His younger brother, Yi Tianlang, is at the early stage of the earth spirit realm. They are the true kings of the night demon prairie. The old patriarch said with a serious expression. Many people heard this and their faces were filled with reverence. It was obvious that the celestial demon mountain's notoriety had spread far and wide. To them, it was like a god or a demon king that could never be defied. Old patriarch, I think the enemy is too strong. Why don't we pledge allegiance to the celestial demon mountain? Qin Changxing walked over with a group of people at this moment and suggested. How can we do that? Changxing, you should know that the reason our Qin family is where we are today is all because of that Lord's help. If it wasn't for him, we would have all died long ago. You're asking us to betray our master. The old patriarch immediately shouted angrily. Qin Xiaolan also walked over. That's right. Although our Qin family isn't a great family, we're still a grateful clan. How can we do something worse than pigs and dogs? We're already dead. Why do we still care about that Lord? Besides, that Lord really cares about us and would have long since sent a large number of experts instead of a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Qin Changxing snorted coldly. Besides, I'm thinking for the entire clan. I can't let the entire clan die for that Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, many people echoed his words. That's right, I think it's better to pledge allegiance. What can a youth like him help us with? If he angers the celestial demon mountain, we'll all die without a burial ground. I agree with the patriarch's words. Old patriarch, you're already old. Chapter 207. People from demonic mountain Lin Ling calmly drank his wine, as if he didn't care at all. You all are heartless and unscrupulous. Qin Shuma, your father was seriously injured back then. If not for the Great One sending over spiritual medicine, your father would have died a long time ago. Also, 5 years ago, during the famine in the night demon prairie, if not for the Great One sending over provisions, our clan would have starved to death. Do you all still have a conscience? The old chief roared. No one dared to say anything, feeling a bit guilty. Those are old matters. As a person, we still have to look forward. At most, after we pledge allegiance to Demonic Mountain, we won't oppose that Great One in the future. This can be considered returning a favor to him. We have a clear conscience. Qin Changxing said with a cold snort. The others hesitated for a long time, but in the end, they all agreed with Qin Changxing's words. The old chief was so angry he couldn't say anything. Betraying the Great One and then pledging allegiance to someone else, using the excuse of not opposing that Great One as an excuse to return a favor, these people really had a good plan. If they had the ability, then they would return all the favors that Great One gave them back then. Old chief, this is what everyone wants, so you should stop talking and do as we suggest. Pledge allegiance to Demonic Mountain. Qin Changxing said with a cold laugh. The old chief seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He looked at the people who agreed one after another, and in the end, nodded. Fine, I won't stop you. If any of you want to pledge allegiance, then follow Qin Changxing. Yes. Since the old chief agreed, then from now on, you can live in that Eagle Eye Grass Hill. This place belongs to our main clan, so you can return to your hometown. Qin Changxing said again. This was driving away the old chief in disguise. Qin Changxing, don't go too far. You were raised by the old chief, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You have to know that the Eagle Eye Grass Hill has short grass and rough water. It's not suitable for living. One of the clan members, who was not pleased with the sight, stepped out and said. Although that place isn't good, it's still habitable. It's peaceful enough. I am the chief now, can't you hear me? Qin Changxing said coldly as he looked at that clan member. All right, Xingyu, don't say any more. Let's go. From now on, the Qin clan will part ways. If you want to go with me, then come. Gritting his teeth, he said no more. Bowing respectfully to Lin Ling, he led Lin Ling away. Grandpa, I am willing to follow you. Old chief, I'll follow you. Many of the clan members still followed the old patriarch. They had received His Majesty's kindness back then, and they still remembered it in their hearts. Go, leave this place. That's a dead end. You chose the wrong path. And Shaolon, there will be a time when you beg me. Immortal Qin's face became a bit uglier, but he didn't stop them. He wanted to see those clan members regret. Right now, the Qin family was clearly divided into two factions. One faction was the old faction that believed in the second prince and Lin Ling. The other faction was Qin Chongqing's faction. They didn't believe that Lin Ling alone could save the Qin clan, so they chose to submit to Demonic Mountain. My lord, I'm sorry. We've only just arrived at the Night Demon Prairie, yet we've already let you see our family's dirty linen. Furthermore, our hospitality has been lacking. I hope my lord won't take it to heart. While walking towards the eagle-eye grass, the old patriarch Qin Jingnan looked at Lin Ling apologetically. As long as you're alive, that's enough. As for them, I never thought of them as members of the Qin clan. They're just passers-by. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't care at all. To him, he was here to protect His Majesty's old subordinates. Those people from before obviously weren't His Majesty's old subordinates. Sigh, people's hearts are hard to fathom. His Majesty's kindness has already become a necessity in their hearts. Now that they've betrayed him, they actually speak righteously. How disappointing. The old patriarch sighed softly. Soon, everyone arrived at the eagle-eye grass. This place wasn't as good as the previous place, but it was still habitable. Then, everyone busied themselves and set up camp again. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had nothing to do, so he also began to cultivate. He was quietly waiting for Demonic Mountain to make a move. Days passed by quietly. On this day, the Night Demon Prairie was in turmoil. A large number of horse hooves came from afar. Not good, Demonic Mountain's people are here. At the Qin family's encampment, someone said in panic. Qin Chongqing's expression changed. He led a large number of people outside to welcome them. Everyone was nervous and expectant. After today, they were also considered people of Demonic Mountain. In the future, they wouldn't need to fear anyone in the Night Demon Prairie and could do whatever they wanted. Rumble. The earth shook and dust rippled. A large group of horses gradually approached the Qin family's encampment. From afar, those weren't horses, but all kinds of demonic beasts. There were wolves, leopards, and tigers. Demonic Mountain's people rode on those demonic beasts. Baleful auras surged. Everyone in the Qin family secretly swallowed their saliva. This aura was so terrifying. Not long after, a two-headed black tiger appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tiger was 3 meters tall and its fangs were extended. Stinky saliva flowed from its mouth, and its eyes glared at everyone like a tiger watching its prey. On top of the black tiger was a man with a scar on his face. His expression was indifferent, and a ruthless sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. Who is the patriarch? A cold voice floated out from that man's mouth. I am the patriarch. Qin Chongqing didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly walked out. Who was the one that injured my brother yesterday? Tell him to come out, that man said coldly. Qin Chongqing's expression changed. That person isn't from the Qin family, and he isn't in the Qin family right now. However, sir, there is no need to be anxious. I know where that person is. That scarred man glanced at Qin Chongqing. Did you not understand what I said? I told you to tell him to come out right now. But... Qin Chongqing was in a difficult position. He knew that person was Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't here right now. Everyone was secretly anxious. At the same time, they blamed Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling offended Demonic Mountain's people and brought disaster to them. Kill. The scarred man waved his hand indifferently. It was a simple word, but it carried a ruthless contempt for human life. Sir, please spare our lives. We know where that person is. We can bring you to him. Qin Chongqing reacted and shouted anxiously. He didn't think that Demonic Mountain's people wouldn't give him any face at all. Even if I kill you all, I can still find him, the scarred man said disdainfully. Qin Chongqing became even more anxious. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Sir, we came to pledge allegiance to you all this time. Stop. The scarred man waved his hand with interest. Pledge allegiance to us. That's right. From now on, Qin family is also part of Demonic Mountain. Qin Chongqing relaxed and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The scarred man laughed loudly, the disdain on his face becoming even stronger. Demonic Mountain wants to unify Night Demonic Prairie, but not everyone has to pledge allegiance. What do I want you all to do? Continue to kill. Ah. Qin Chongqing was stunned. He didn't think that his pledge of allegiance would be ignored by others at all. Ah. Save me. I beg you, don't kill me. Demonic Mountain's people rushed into Qin family's people, and it immediately became a massacre. Qin Chongqing knelt on the ground, his expression blank and panicked. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 208. Vs Yi Tianlang. The commotion caused by the massacre here gradually spread to the hills where the eagle-eye grass was located. The old patriarch kept looking into the distance with a worried expression on his face, and so did the other clan members. Although they were in two different camps, in the end, the people on the other side were still of the Qin family's bloodline. Therefore, they couldn't remain indifferent. Lin Ling also quietly looked in that direction, his expression calm. Sir, please lend us a hand. The old patriarch looked for a moment and suddenly cupped his hands towards Lin Ling. He knew that only Lin Ling could save these people. Lin Ling smiled faintly. In truth, he didn't care about the casualties on the other side because they had only themselves to blame. However, since the old patriarch had asked him for help, he would help. After all, his mission this time was to protect the people of the Qin clan. Only when the old clan had determined that someone was a member of the Qin clan would Lin Ling make a move. If that's the case, then I'll make my move. I'd like to see what Demonic Mountain has to be so arrogant. Leaping onto his horse, Lin Ling galloped towards the direction of the massacre. When Lin Ling was moving forward, the old patriarch and the others did not stand idly by. They all rode their horses and followed Lin Ling. At this moment, on the other side, the massacre was still ongoing. Everyone was regretting their decision. If they had known earlier that submitting would result in such a result, they would have directly followed the old chief. At least with two groups of people gathered together, Demonic Mountain wouldn't be so easily massacred. Demonic Mountain, King Wang Haiwang's forces. Looks like they're also a bunch of people who kill people like scything flax. At this moment, a cold shout rang out, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. Looking up, they saw a handsome horse galloping over from afar. The young man on the horse was extraordinarily handsome, and his expression was calm and indifferent. Who are you? Yi Tianlang asked coldly. The newcomer was none other than Lin Ling. He leaped down from his horse and lightly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He ignored the other people from Demonic Mountain and looked at Yi Tianlang instead, saying indifferently, I'm Lin Ling, one of the Second Prince's men. Second Prince. The scarred man's pupils constricted, and an imperceptible trace of fear flashed through his eyes. But soon, when he saw that Lin Ling was alone, his expression became calm. You want to save them by yourself? It's enough. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His calm demeanor made many people in the Qin clan admire him. "Ha, boy, you haven't been weaned yet, have you? If the second prince sent someone else, I, Yi Tianlang, would be afraid. But you are alone. Who do you think you are? I can see that your cultivation is only at the 6-star martial spirit realm. You are here to die." Yi Tianlang laughed. Hearing that, the faces of all the Qin family members darkened. Yi Tianlang was right. Lin Ling was alone, and his cultivation was not high. If he was not here to die, then what was he here for? There was no way he could save everyone. The hope that had just risen in the Qin clan was extinguished again. Did you see that? They have no confidence in you. But you are pitiful enough. It is rare for you to go out and experience, but you met an expert like me. The Earth Spirit Realm is a goal that you will never surpass. After Yi Tianlang laughed, the spiritual qi in his body surged. He held a big saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Ling. Night Wolf Demon. Rumble. With this slash, the grass on the ground was split apart. A tyrannical spiritual qi burst out, forming a giant spiritual qi wolf, and then rushed toward Lin Ling. Dead, he is dead. Alas, I thought it was a savior, but it turned out to be him alone. How can he be a match for him? God wants our Qin clan to die. Everyone in the Qin clan sighed secretly. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's face was still calm. His handsome face revealed a mocking smile. Is the Earth Spirit Realm so arrogant? It's not like you haven't fought before. Fire, come. His voice was cold. He stretched out his right hand, and a blue flame kept jumping. With a wave of his hand, it was as if lava had been ignited. Boom! More than half of the grassland exploded with blue flames, burning crazily. Before the spiritual Qi wolf could get close to Lin Ling, it was burned to ashes. In the flames, the young man walked out step by step, like a blue flame god. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped, and they widened their eyes in disbelief. Paw, paw, paw. The blue flames were still burning, and the temperature of the grassland had risen a lot. Everyone was silent. However, after a while, a faint laugh was heard. You have some strength, to be able to block my night wolf demon. With this talent, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, you met me. No matter how much of a genius you are still a dead man. Yi Tianlang jumped down from the twin-headed tiger and stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out of the blue flames and pulled out the brilliance resurgent sword. His eyes were full of ridicule. Is that so? He didn't say anything. The brilliance resurgent sword in his hand burst out with blue flames. The flames kept condensing, forming a crescent slash, and slashed at Yi Tianlang. With his current strength, many profound rank martial arts were useless. Sometimes, the simpler the attack, the stronger the power. This was the essence of his experience and comprehension of a large number of martial arts. Boom! The blue crescent was extremely terrifying, and the temperature was extremely high. With the characteristics of an explosion, Yi Tianlang's face changed. What a powerful flame power! He slashed at it with the big saber in his hand. 100 wolves walk in the night. With this slash, a large number of spiritual qi wolves appeared, and went straight to the blue crescent. Unfortunately, Yi Tianlang underestimated Lin Ling's innate spirit body. He thought that Lin Ling was an ordinary 6-star martial spirit realm, but he didn't know that Lin Ling's innate spirit body was so strong that even before he comprehended martial arts, he could already defeat a martial spirit realm, let alone now. Boom! The loud sound was deafening. The 100 spiritual qi wolves were all cut in half by the crescent, and the crescent continued to slash at Yi Tianlang. What? Yi Tianlang's face changed greatly. He was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. He grasped the saber in his hand and condensed all his spiritual chi to slash. Only then did he barely cut the crescent. His chi and blood were surging, and his face was a little pale. Lin Ling walked forward step by step with an indifferent face. "Aren't you in the earth spirit realm? Why are you so embarrassed? I thought the people of the demonic mountain were strong, but now it seems that you're just a so-so." His words were full of sarcasm, which made Yi Tianlang feel extremely humiliated. His eyes were full of anger. The surroundings became even quieter. No one had expected that Lin Ling would not only not be afraid of an Earth Spirit Realm expert, but also make an Earth Spirit Realm expert suffer a loss. "I'm going to kill you!" Yi Tianlang roared. His aura burst out. It was violent and overbearing. His body became much taller, and he grew a lot of hair. He actually turned into a half-wolf. This was his innate spirit body, night moon wolf body. Many people's faces were filled with shock when they saw this scene. An Earth Spirit Realm practitioner was indeed strong. The earth seemed to be shaking under Yi Tianlang's aura. Chapter 209. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. You talk too much nonsense. I just want to ask, were you the only one who didn't use your true strength earlier? Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he kept the brilliance resurgent sword. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and a wisp of blue flames danced about. The flame was extremely mysterious and seemed to be the origin of all flames. After it appeared, it immediately absorbed the fire attribute spiritual energy in the air and a terrifying aura spread out. This was the second generation flame art, 3,000 burning flames. That fire is so frightening. I can feel the heat even from this far away. This young man has hidden a trump card in the face of an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner. The surrounding Qin clan members all cried out in surprise. Only now did they realize that they had misjudged the young man. Since the young man dared to come and save the Qin clan alone, he indeed had some ability. Stop trying to be mysterious. Let me tear you apart. Yi Tianlang stared at the flame in Lin Ling's hand. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. He knew that he couldn't let this young man brew the flame any longer. Otherwise, the situation would be very troublesome. Whoosh! He pounced over at lightning speed, appearing in front of Lin Ling in the next moment. His huge wolf claws swiped at Lin Ling. If this claw reached him, Lin Ling's fate would most likely be split into two. Paw paw! The wolf claws brought with them a fishy wind and astral energy. Even the air was torn apart. Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. He wasn't alarmed even if the sky collapsed. It was only when the huge wolf claw was right in front of his eyes that his pupils suddenly constricted. A wisp of flame danced in his pupils. 3,000 burning flames. Flames were brewing in his palm as he looked at the wolf claw and slapped it out. Rumble. A terrifying flame energy exploded. The 3,000 burning flames was indeed a martial art that had condensed 3,000 fire-type spiritual energy. It was extremely powerful, and when it collided with the wolf claw, it instantly exploded with power. A gigantic mushroom cloud soared into the sky as blue flames continued to burn. That kind of power made the people in the distance stop breathing. No! Yi Tianlang sensed an ancient flame coming from his wolf claws. His wolf claws were blown apart by the blue flames, and the flames wrapped around his body, burning him crazily. He couldn't block this fire. Paw paw! The merciless flames were still burning, and the prairie was peaceful. A moment later, the area where Lin Ling was standing was charred black within a few hundred meters. Nothing could be seen, and everything had been burned to ashes. As for Yi Tianlang, how could he withstand Lin Ling's fire? He was burned to ashes. The surroundings were completely silent. A moment later, a cry of surprise rang out. What a terrifying fire. Using the strength of the martial spirit realm to obliterate the earth spirit realm, this young man's potential is so strong. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Lin Ling with awe and respect. Are you still not going to scram? Do you want me to start a massacre? Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree. An invisible aura emanated from his body. Wherever it passed, everyone's hearts trembled subconsciously. Yi Tianlang's subordinates trembled all over. They looked at the young man as if he was the grim reaper of the grassland. Retreat! Someone shouted, and then Yi Tianlang's men ran away in panic. They were completely terrified. Even a leader as strong as Yi Tianlang had lost to this young man. Who could be his match? He saved the Qin clan all by himself. The old patriarch looked at Lin Ling in the distance, and his heart was in turmoil. In fact, he didn't really believe that Lin Ling came alone to save the entire Qin family. After all, Lin Ling was too young. However, today's facts proved that this young man had strength that didn't match his age. As for the other members of the Qin family, they were all speechless. In the beginning, they looked down on Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was useless and couldn't save the Qin family. However, facts spoke louder than words. What else could they say? Just as some people said, Lin Ling saved the Qin family by himself. Oh no, you killed Yi Tianlang. After a short moment of silence, a panicked voice rang out. Everyone looked up and found that the speaker was the patriarch, Qin Chongqing. At this moment, Qin Chongqing's face was full of resentment. He looked at Lin Ling angrily. Do you know who Yi Tianlang is? He is Yi Tianma's younger brother. Yi Tianma is an expert in the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. His brother's death will certainly infuriate him. He will definitely vent his anger on our Qin family. You killed Yi Tianma's younger brother, but you implicated our Qin family. Qin Chongqing stared at Lin Ling. Who didn't know how terrifying Yi Tianma was? He was like a demon god in the night demon prairie. Everyone from the Qin clan fell silent as they imagined the calamity that was about to befall them. They were all terrified. Some of them looked at Lin Ling with resentment as they thought of the danger that was about to befall them. You guys are really shameless. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan's voice rang out. She looked at the silent young man with an unwilling expression. If he hadn't saved you, you would all be dead now. Who would have thought that you would selfishly plan for yourselves after escaping a life and death calamity? Don't you have anyone else in your heart besides yourself? As soon as her voice fell, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. However, some people still spoke up with dissatisfaction. He saved us and we are grateful to him. But he made us fall into new trouble. I think he's harming us. That's right. Not everyone can bear Yi Tianma's anger. I suggest that we hand him over to Yi Tianma. Maybe we can survive. Everyone discussed. Their shameless tone made Qin Xiaolan's face extremely ugly. Qin Chongqing nodded. That's a good suggestion. In order to save everyone, this little brother can only sacrifice you. Yi Tianma might not kill you either. Why don't you go to Heaven Demon Mountain yourself and say that this matter has nothing to do with our Qin family? Shameless. Could this person be any more shameless? For the sake of his own life, he gave away his benefactor, who had saved his life not long ago, to his enemy in order to appease his enemy's anger. Ha! Lin Ling laughed loudly. He looked at Qin Chongqing and looked at these selfish and shameless people. His eyes were filled with disdain. He coldly smiled and said, "And if I refuse?" "If you refuse, then don't blame us." Qin Chongqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a gloomy face. Shwa! A sword light flashed. Qin Chongqing's legs were cut off by Lin Ling. You think you can catch me with just you guys? I don't even fear Yi Tianlang. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Lin Ling revealed a mocking smile. These people were really naive. Originally, I really wanted to kill people like you with a single slash. However, I don't want to dirty my hands, so I'll leave you guys alive. After coldly smiling, Lin Ling looked at the old clan leader. Let's go. The old clan leader coldly looked at these family members. Then, he coldly snorted. He really didn't want to help these family members anymore. These people were cruel and unscrupulous. They were even worse than dogs. At least if you saved a dog, the dog would still be loyal to you. As for these people, they only cared about their own safety. Chapter 210. They chose the wrong path. Sir, the Qin family's bloodline is not righteous. That is my fault. If you still have anger in your heart, then vent it on me. When leaving, the old clan leader said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Old clan leader, this is not your fault. In this chaotic world, everyone has their own selfish motives. Moreover, I don't feel any anger towards the dead. Hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. After carefully thinking about it, they immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that Lin Ling did not plan to save those people anymore. When the time came, as long as the people of Demonic Mountain came again, those heartless people would definitely die. As for Lin Ling's actions, even if they were also from the Qin family, they still approved of it. Lin Ling had already done what he should have done. Those people only had themselves to blame for their fate. 3 days later, the Night Demon Prairie was once again in turmoil. This time, the Demonic Mountain's army moved out. Their goal was naturally to slaughter the Qin family's people, as well as to kill Lin Ling. No, we are not the people who killed Yi Tianlang. Spare us, the person who killed Yi Tianlang is not here. On Qin Changxing's side, everyone was being slaughtered. They all cried out for mercy, but the Demonic Mountain was indifferent. As for far away, Lin Ling watched silently. He did not plan to help. The massacre continued. More and more people died. Those Qin family members gradually began to regret. They realized that they shouldn't have listened to the clan leader's words. They shouldn't have let others die for them because of their selfishness. That youth had already saved them once, but after leaving in disappointment, he would definitely not appear a second time. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. From the beginning, they had already made plans for themselves, but they had already chosen the wrong path. They also had half a foot in the abyss of death. The massacre lasted for an entire day. Not a single one of Qin Changxing's people escaped. They all died with regret. The old tribe leader looked at this scene from afar, and his eyes flickered. Then, he ignored it. He knew that people had many choices in life, but if they made the wrong choice, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Next, they should be coming to us. But don't worry, those people aren't strong, so there's nothing to worry about. But Night Sky Demon can be considered an opponent. Lin Ling also looked into the distance and said. His words made everyone feel relieved. Lin Ling could be considered their only hope at the moment. Fortunately, from what Lin Ling said, it seemed that this young man had a lot of confidence. Rumble. The earth trembled. In the distance, the sound of hooves could be heard. Sure enough, it's here. Whoosh! A wisp of blue flames shot out and exploded on the prairie, forming a huge wall of flames that blocked everyone from Demonic Mountain. If you don't want to die, then scram. Have Night Sky Demon come see me. Lin Ling walked out alone and looked at the people of Demonic Mountain in the distance. In the distance, the people of Demonic Mountain had dignified expressions. That young man was very bold, actually daring to have Lord Night Sky Demon personally come see him. But that young man was also very strong. If they met force with force, they would lose many people. After a moment of silence, the people of Demonic Mountain looked at the blue flames again and turned to leave. What a smart guy. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and then lightly said. If those people dared to cross the lightning pool, then today would be their death anniversary. But they clearly weren't stupid. The old tribe leader and the others were all shocked. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but who knew that Lin Ling alone would make the people of Demonic Mountain not dare to cross the lightning pool. He looks younger than me, but how can he be so strong? Qin Xiaolan looked at Lin Ling's back, her heart shaken to the extreme. The people of Demonic Mountain didn't dare to easily invade, but after some consideration, Lin Ling didn't plan to sit and wait for death. Instead, he decided to go to Demonic Mountain alone because he couldn't stay here forever. So as long as Night Sky Demon died, he would have completed his mission. At night, the sky above the prairie was even clearer and the stars were extremely bright. Lin Ling, are you leaving? After learning of Lin Ling's plan, Qin Xiaolan's face couldn't help but darken. Yes, as long as Night Sky Demon isn't eliminated, we will never have a day of peace. So rather than being passive, it's better to take the initiative. Lin Ling smiled. But, Qin Xiaolan wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't worry, I will take care of Night Sky Demon. At that time, you can also live your days in peace. Lin Ling thought Qin Xiaolan was worried about something. The old tribe leader sighed softly. He was experienced and could naturally see clearly that his little granddaughter had fallen in love with His Excellency. But this was also normal. His Excellency was tyrannical and had unlimited potential at such a young age. Naturally, he was the young girl's secret crush. But, His Excellency might not like Xiaolan. After they finished eating, they went to their tents early to rest. Moreover, with Lin Ling present, everyone knew that Demonic Mountain's people wouldn't dare to rashly approach, so there wasn't anyone keeping watch at night. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in his own tent, cultivating. At this time, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His soul force had always been powerful, so there was no way he could conceal the person who came. He shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Ling." Qin Xiaolan lifted the tent's curtains and walked in. Under the light, although this young girl didn't have the kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of nations, she was still exceptionally beautiful and exuded the youthful aura of the prairie. At this moment, the young girl's face was a bit flushed. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Lin Ling, what do you think of me? Big sister Xiaolan is not only the most beautiful girl in the Qin family, but your martial arts aren't inferior to ordinary girls. In our words, you can go out into the hall and into the kitchen." Lin Ling smiled as he recalled the words that were passed down in his previous life. Am I really that good? Qin Xiaolan's pretty face became even redder. Suddenly, she stared into Lin Ling's eyes and mustered up her courage to say, "How about you take me as your wife?" The women of the prairie were open-minded and said what they thought. Even so, this sentence still seemed to suck all of Qin Xiaolan's strength. Lin Ling's eyes widened. What the hell is this? She came to my tent in the middle of the night just to say this. Qin Xiaolan saw that Lin Ling was silent. She gritted her teeth and reached out with her jade-like hands. She quietly took off her clothes, gradually revealing her fair collarbone. Her two perky white bunny-like peaks were also on the verge of popping out. In the prairie, if a woman liked a man, the woman would express her love with her body. This was a custom passed down from generation to generation. Lin Ling's eyes widened even more. He really wasn't used to this kind of custom. Wait, you shouldn't take off your clothes. If word gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. Qin Xiaolan stopped what she was doing and looked at Lin Ling resentfully. You're disgusted with me. Lin Ling was really speechless. In reality, Qin Xiaolan was also a beauty. In his previous life, she was definitely more beautiful than those young models. But what time was it now? He had to go to Demonic Mountain soon and had no time to bring Qin Xiaolan with him. Actually, Lin Ling wanted to explain something, but he didn't know how to start. Qin Xiaolan's pretty face darkened. I know that Sir has a bright future ahead of him, but Xiaolan is only a mortal girl. Sir won't take a fancy to me. I'm sorry, I was rash earlier. She put on her clothes and left dejectedly. Chapter 211. Heavenly Demon Mountain. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Lin Ling woke up early and decided to head to Celestial Demon Mountain. If this trip was successful, then he could leave the Night Demon Prairie. Everyone came to see Lin Ling off, except for Qin Xiaolan. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He bid farewell and left. After he left, on the boundless prairie, a young girl quietly looked at his back. A line of tears flowed down her delicate face. Xiaolan, I'm afraid it'll be impossible for us to meet again after my lord leaves this time. If you really can't let go, then go and pursue him. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. Beside Qin Xiaolan, the old tribe leader slowly walked over and gazed at the grasslands in the distance. Qin Xiaolan faltered slightly as her large eyes flashed. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know of their conversation. He rode his horse all the way to the Demonic Mountain, and after a few days, he finally arrived at the other side of the Night Devil Prairie. There were obviously more people here, but they were all from the Demonic Mountain. Sir, why did you summon us Night Demon 13 Mountains? Yes, I came from a faraway place. Many of them seem to be forces from other parts of the Great Prairie. An expert from the Royal Highness side is here. He said that he is here to discuss something important, so he summoned all of you here. A man dressed in beast skin said. Prince Wang Hai Wang. The faces of the people from the various forces turned solemn. They didn't dare to complain anymore and entered Celestial Demon Mountain one by one. Lin Ling watched from afar. After pondering for a moment, he put on a black cloak and blended in with the people from the various factions. The Heaven Demon Mountain was the tallest mountain in the Night Demon Prairie. There were a large number of houses built on the mountain, and it was as lively as a small town. Today, the mountain was even more crowded, as if to welcome the arrival of powerful cultivators. In a large hall, the leaders of the various forces in the Night Devil Prairie were gathered, drinking wine in large bowls. A bare-chested man sat at the head of the table. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with killing intent from time to time. When they met his gaze, all the leaders of the various forces revealed respectful expressions. This man was Night Sky Demon, the demon god of the Night Demon Prairie. Leaders, there's no need to be so courteous. After tomorrow, the Lord from His Highness side will arrive. At that time, he will assist us in unifying the Night Devil grasslands. Leader is mighty. Everyone shouted loudly, and one of them said, Leader, I heard that the second prince has sent people here, and they are currently at the Qin clan. Is this true? Night Sky Demon's face instantly filled with anger. There is indeed such a thing. Moreover, someone came and killed my little brother. If it wasn't for your highness people coming, I would have already slaughtered them. Let that little brat live for another day. How dare you touch the leader's men? He's dead for sure. Next time, please let me be the vanguard for revenge. The people from the various factions shouted. No need, I will personally cut off his head and sacrifice it to my little brother. Night Sky Demon's body emitted a thick killing intent. So fierce, it's not certain who will be sacrificed. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out, causing the entire hall to instantly become silent. Everyone looked over and saw a man wearing a cloak in the corner, calmly drinking wine. How dare you? If you have the ability, then report your name. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Heaven Demon Mountain today. Everyone was furious. A one-armed man threw his wine bowl and stood up, angrily walking towards the cloaked man. Shio! A blue flame shot out. After touching the one-armed man, the flame burned wildly, and in a few breaths of time, the man was burned to ashes. At this moment, the hall became even more silent. That cloaked man's strength was so strong, instantly killing the third head in one move. Who are you? Night Sky Demon also frowned, staring at the cloaked man. The cloaked man drank some wine and stood up. He took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face that shocked everyone. They never thought that this cloaked man would be so strong, but he was so young. I am the person you're looking for. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the hall to suddenly think of something. Could this person be the expert who killed Night Sky Demon's little brother? It's you. How dare you? I haven't even looked for you and you've already delivered yourself to me. Night Sky Demon was stunned. A tyrannical aura emitted from his body, causing the entire hall to violently shake. Everyone was secretly shocked by Night Sky Demon's strength. The cloaked man was Lin Ling. At this moment, his expression was calm as he lightly said, I came here to take your life. Humph. Arrogant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth killed the first person's little brother. Not only did he not run away, he delivered himself to them. Could it be that he wanted to use his own strength to erase the entire Heaven Demon Mountain? He thought too highly of himself. This is the funniest joke I, Night Sky Demon, have ever heard in my life. Night Sky Demon laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with disdain towards Lin Ling's ignorance. You won't be able to laugh later. Lin Ling remained indifferent. He pulled out his brilliant resurgent sword. On the sword's blade, a terrifying flame burned. It was as dazzling as the sun, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. That beam of light was too bright. Shio! A slash slashed towards Night Sky Demon. It was a dazzling flame slash. On the surface, besides being dazzling, it didn't seem to be very powerful. This is your self-confidence? Night Sky Demon laughed contemptuously. He didn't put that slash in his eyes. The other party was young and was only in the martial spirit realm. What was there to fear? Heavenly Demon Tyrant Body. A roar rang out. Night Sky Demon's body was covered in black smoke. It was a shocking sight. Only his two eyes appeared like a demon god. He seemed to have turned into a demon king covered in black smoke. This was Night Sky Demon's innate spirit body, Black Cloud Demon Body. Shio! The sword slashed towards Night Sky Demon like a blazing sun attacking the darkness. Many people sneered. This sword slash was simply like the light of a firefly. It would soon be swallowed by Lord Night Sky Demon's black cloud. However, there was a sudden change. The sword slash didn't seem big, but it was unstoppable. It was like a laser slashing down on Night Sky Demon's body. It caused his body to emit white smoke as if he was being burned. Looking carefully, one could see a sword mark on his chest that was as dazzling as before. What kind of sword is that? How can it break my Black Cloud Demon body? Night Sky Demon's alarmed voice rang out. It was too terrifying. He thought that the sword slash was just an ordinary sword slash. Who would have thought that its temperature would be so high, as if it was condensed from flames? The most mysterious thing was that before he touched the sword slash, he couldn't feel the sword slash's temperature at all. This was the Seven Blades Heavenly Flame. This flame was famous for its benefits. In Lin Ling's words, it was like a laser that compressed the flame to a point. On the surface, the temperature wasn't high, but once it touched anything, it could cut through everything. Pooh! Night Sky Demon spat out a mouthful of blood. I already said that you wouldn't be able to laugh. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He put away the brilliance resurgent sword and 2 flames appeared in his palms. Chapter 2:12. New enmity, old hatred, do you think you've won? I was just careless before, but now I'll make you wish you were dead. Night Sky Demon roared. His body exploded, turning into a large amount of black clouds that wandered around like a demon. A shocking baleful aura surged out. Everyone in the hall was terrified and fled. Night Sky Demon was furious. He feared that the entire Night Demon Prairie would suffer a calamity. Who doesn't know how to boast? I've met many of them so far, but unfortunately, they all lost to me. Lin Ling sneered. The flames in his hands became even more vigorous. His left palm was a blue flame and his right palm was a white flame. When the 2 flames jumped, his hands suddenly came together. Pang! A new flame appeared in his palm. It was blue and white and emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was Lin Ling's strongest attack so far. It was the combination of 2 innate spirit bodies. He also knew that this matter had to be resolved quickly because it seemed like a powerhouse had arrived. Although it seemed like it would be tomorrow, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Night Sky Demon, the demon god of the Night Demon Prairie. Unfortunately, you met me. With the blue and white flames in his hand, Lin Ling's body shot out, charging at Night Sky Demon. Great Heavenly Demon technique. On the other side, Night Sky Demon also roared. Demonic energy rippled out and he also charged at Lin Ling like a demon king. So, 2 figures approached from afar, colliding in the center of the hall. One side was blue and white while the other side was pitch black. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Hong! But it didn't last long. In the next moment, a huge wave surged out, turning into a multicolored mushroom cloud. The luxurious hall was instantly shattered by this energy. The entire Heavenly Demon Mountain was shaken. So terrifying. Everyone hid far away, their faces filled with shock. This level of battle was not something they could approach. Is that youth dead? After a long period of silence, someone whispered. Unfortunately, no one replied to him. Everyone looked at the ruins, waiting for the result. He's dead for sure. How could he be Lord Night Sky Demon's opponent? Not long after, an old man said with certainty. His words made many people nod. Night Sky Demon was famous in the Night Demon Prairie, so everyone believed in Night Sky Demon's strength. Paw! At this moment, a series of light footsteps rang out, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. When they looked up, their expressions immediately became extremely interesting. In the broken ruins, all sorts of energy still swept out. A tall young man walked out, a taunting smile on his face. His cold eyes looked at the crowd, and wherever he passed, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The young man walked out. Clearly, Night Sky Demon had lost. This huge guess caused everyone's faces to turn pale. A devil god of the Night Devil Prairie had actually lost to a nameless youth. How was this possible? I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to leave this place. Otherwise, all of you will die. Lin Yiming tilted his head and looked at the people in the distance with interest. Ah! Everyone's mouths were wide open as a wave of fear spread in their hearts. In the next moment, they did not say anything and dispersed in an uproar. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He did not kill them all because once Night Sky Demon died, Demonic Mountain would also cease to exist. The remaining people were not strong enough to be a concern. Then, he looked at the sky and slowly left. Not long after, the once prosperous and bustling Demonic Mountain was completely empty. No one would have thought that the devil god of the Night Devil Prairie would turn into ashes from today onwards. Hey, didn't they say Night Sky Demon was waiting for us? Why is there no one here? At this moment, several figures appeared on Demonic Mountain, looking at the messy mountain peak in confusion. Night Sky Demon is so bold. He knew we were coming, but he didn't let us wait and even left Demonic Mountain empty. Among them, a young man coldly said. If Lin Ling was here right now, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was the pride of the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans, Zhang Yixiao. If you want to welcome someone, you should welcome me. You're just followers. Another man glanced at Zhang Yixiao arrogantly. This man was about 30 years old and was quite handsome. Only his eyes did not match his face. His eyes were too small, just like a slit. But it was precisely because of this that his eyes gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. With Lord Yi here, we're naturally just supporting characters. Zhang Yixiao was secretly angry, but his expression was extremely polite as he spoke. This Yi Tianfan is too arrogant. He thinks he has some ability and is highly valued by Lord Wang, so he's arrogant. What's there to be proud of when he's just the head of a family outside of Cloud Sea City? Once my strength increases, I'll definitely get back at him. Zhang Yixiao thought to himself, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He was very clear about the other party's background. Although it was a nameless family, Yi Tianfan obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere and then went into seclusion to cultivate for many years. His strength increased greatly, and he was highly valued by Lord Wang. It's better if you don't flatter me. The man did not even look at Zhang Yixiao as he walked forward indifferently. Zhang Yixiao's eyes were filled with anger. This man was too hypocritical. If he did not flatter him earlier, he would have taught him a lesson by now. They walked along the top of the mountain. After some searching, they finally confirmed that something seemed to have happened on Demonic Mountain. Who's there? At this moment, Yi Tianfan shouted in a low voice. He was very powerful and had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. No clues could escape his eyes. A man from Demonic Mountain walked out in horror. After seeing Yi Tianfan and the others, he knelt down with a thud. My lord, I'm Lord Night Sky Demon subordinate. I was drunk earlier, so I didn't leave. What happened here? Yi Tianfan asked indifferently. The man did not dare to be negligent and told him the whole story. A young man killed Night Sky Demon. What a bold guy, daring to touch Lord Wang Haiwang's people. He knew I was coming, but he killed the people of Demonic Mountain before I came. He's looking down on me. Yi Tianfan was furious as if he had been insulted. Young man. Lord Wang said that His Majesty the Second Prince would send people to help. It seems that the young man is one of His Majesty the Second Prince's people. His Majesty the Second Prince has countless powerful subordinates, but if we're talking about popular people, could it be him? Zhang Yixiao pondered for a moment. It was not difficult to guess the young man's origin. He was suddenly overjoyed. That young man should be Lin Ling. Who would have thought that he would not be able to find him after searching high and low for so long? Old and new hatred would be repaid here. Last time, Lin Ling had almost killed him. Fortunately, Lin Ling's target was Do Jun, so he had escaped. This time, he would not let Lin Ling go. Lord Yi, I think we should pursue that young man. That young man is a popular person in Cloud Sea City. If you kill him, you will definitely become famous in Cloud Sea City. Zhang Yixiao suggested. He was using someone else to do the dirty work. Popular person. Chapter 213. He who kills with a borrowed knife must die, absolutely not. That young man defeated the scholar not too long ago, and he's already ranked at the top amongst the geniuses of the city. Zhang Yixiao spoke honestly, and he was extremely disgruntled in his heart when he spoke these words. Lin Ling used to be a prodigy like him. But now, Lin Ling was a rising star in the inner city, and Zhang Yishuo could only be a follower. No. Of course, no matter how famous Lin Ling was, it was useless because he was going to become a dead man. Alright, follow me to hunt him down. Yi Tianfan's interest was piqued. He led Zhang Yishuo and the others down from the mountain peak. After sensing the direction, he chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling hadn't gone far. He didn't expect that Duke Wang's powerhouses would arrive so quickly. Several hours later, he finally sensed a powerful aura surging towards him. This person was stronger than Night Sky Demon, and his innate spirit body's grade was also higher. You're the one who killed Night Sky Demon. Give up and wait for me to capture you. Dying in my hands is also an honor for you. Not long after, the person finally caught up. A man sneered as he looked at Lin Ling. His attitude was extremely overbearing and arrogant, as if Lin Ling was a dead man in his eyes. It's you. Lin Ling glanced at the man and then at Zhang Yishuo. Lin Ling, I trust you've been well since we last met. I didn't expect we'd meet again here. Seeing Lin Ling again, Zhang Yishuo was obviously very proud, because he could finally see Lin Ling die in front of him. Let me tell you, originally when Night Sky Demon died, we should have gone back to report, but when I found out you were here, I immediately rushed over with Sir Yi. You said your brother was thinking about you. Zhang Yishuo said with a smile. She was clearly saying that Lin Ling wouldn't have died in the first place, but because she brought Lord Yi here, Lin Ling would have died in her hands. What a busybody. Last time, you used Do Jun to kill me. This time, you're using someone else's hand. You're a prodigy of your generation. Don't tell me you don't know how to do anything other than using someone else's knife to kill. But Zhang Yishuo, have you ever thought that before I die, you will die before me? Lin Ling did not show any signs of anger. He only looked at Zhang Yishuo coldly. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. This sword carried the might of the 7 blades of Skyfire. Its speed was very fast, making people unable to react in time. Yi Tianfan did not expect Lin Ling to act so suddenly. He frowned. Although he might be able to save Zhang Yishuo if he used all his strength, he did not want to do so and was too lazy to do so. As for Zhang Yishuo, he was still smiling proudly a moment ago. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than his. He did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly attack him. Whoosh! The sword radiance slashed across and a sword mark appeared on Zhang Yishuo's chest. He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Do you think it's funny? You think that just because you're his dog, he will value you. Unfortunately, a dog is still a dog. He doesn't care about your death at all. Lin Ling looked at Zhang Yishuo indifferently. His eyes were filled with mockery. I'm sorry. You're here to watch me die. In the end, you're going to die before me. Perhaps, if you didn't trick him to kill me, you wouldn't have died. Plop. Zhang Yishuo's upper body slid down and fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open as if he could not believe that he had been cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. He also did not expect that he would die in front of Lin Ling. If he could turn back time, he would not have brought Yi Tianfan to kill Lin Ling. Because at that moment, he was also going to die. He died extremely unwillingly. With my strength, I can have any follower I want. You're just a piece of trash with an extraordinary status. Yi Tianfan, don't put you in my eyes. Yi Tianfan's face was calm from the beginning. He then pointed at Lin Ling and said, It's your turn. Are you sure you want to kill me? I don't have any enmity with you. What's more, you came here to discuss matters with Night Sky Demon, but Night Sky Demon is already dead. You can go back and report. Prince Wang won't blame you. Why provoke another enemy? Lin Ling frowned. Ha! Yi Tianfan laughed loudly. His laughter carried a domineering aura. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to make me afraid of you? If I, Yi Tianfan, want to kill you, I'll kill you. What's there to be afraid of? Die. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a tyrannical spiritual energy erupted. Rolling dark clouds rushed towards Yi Tianfan's arm. An illusion of 5 great mountains appeared behind Yi Tianfan. Yi Tianfan's strength was indeed very strong. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for him. Unless Lin Ling stepped into the martial spirit realm. However, although Yi Tianfan was strong, he had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought that it would be easy to kill a mere martial spirit realm cultivator. Dual flames. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling used his most powerful killing move right off the bat. The 2 types of flames fused and slapped out at the rolling dark clouds. The blue and white flames boiled and constantly swallowed and emitted a light like a sea urchin. It collided with the rolling dark clouds in the distance. Boom! The prairie shook violently and strong winds blew in all directions. You have some skills. Yi Tianfan was secretly surprised. This young man was stronger than he had imagined. However, that was all. As the wind and clouds surged, a huge pit appeared on the ground. There were flames burning and clouds of spiritual energy dancing. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that Lin Ling had disappeared. What a cunning young man. But can you escape? Yi Tianfan said arrogantly. He took a step forward and chased after Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, his feet were half a meter above the ground. It seemed like he had the ability to fly. However, in reality, it was just a martial art. An earthly spirit realm cultivator had the ability to fly for a short period of time, but it could not last long. The 2 of them chased each other and the prairie shook. In front, Lin Ling frowned. His cultivation level was lower than his opponent's and the spiritual energy in his body was not as dense. If this continued, he would not be able to escape from Yi Tianfan's pursuit. Therefore, Lin Ling looked around, looking for an opportunity. His eyes focused and soul force surged into his eyes. The lost time quietly appeared. Beast tide. In the next moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He turned around and ran towards the other side of the prairie. Previously, he saw a terrifying beast tide in the night demon prairie. In previous years, the appearance of a beast tide would cause great suffering. Therefore, he planned to use the beast tide to escape this time. Others did not know the origin of the beast tide. However, Lin Ling saw it through his eyes. It was on a strange prairie island. In the night demon prairie, there was a place that was submerged by endless water. There was an island where all the beast tide appeared. This was something that even the natives of the night demon prairie did not know. If Lin Ling did not have magical eyes, he would not have known. The 2 of them ran for another day and night. They were getting closer to the quiet island. The island was like a forbidden area. When the 2 of them got closer, a terrifying demonic aura began to stir. Chapter 2:14. A menacing tide of beasts. Not long after, the ground shook, and the small island in the distance seemed to have come to life. An enormous bloody mouth opened up with the intention of swallowing the heavens and the earth, and numerous strange demon beasts that seemed like wolves and tigers appeared from within the mouth. The auras of these demonic beasts were powerful, as if they came from ancient times. It was as if they were being summoned by something, as they continuously appeared from the mouth and swept out in all directions. There were too many. They were so dense that they were like a large expanse of dark clouds. Once this beast tide appeared, no one in the entire night devil prairie could stop it. How terrifying! Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had encountered a beast tide before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful beast tide. Although these demonic beasts could help him avoid being hunted down, they would also put him in danger. At the back, Yi Tianfan's expression changed drastically. "Damn brat, how dare you come to the beast horde?" He was boiling with rage. He had been chasing after Lin Ling for 2 days now. In the end, not only did he not manage to kill Lin Ling, he even attracted a beast horde. Even he did not dare to provoke this beast horde. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the apocalypse began. The endless beast tide was like an ocean, drowning Lin Ling in an instant. Yi Tianfan could not escape either and was also drowned by the beast tide. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, the beast horde finally calmed down. The number of ferocious beasts on the great grassland decreased gradually. On a hill, a figure crawled up. His clothes were tattered and his face was filled with anger. It was Yi Tianfan. Although the beast tide was terrifying, with his strength, there was still a high chance that he could avoid it. "Damned brat, you want me to suffer even before you die? Don't let me meet you in my next life." Yi Tianfan roared in anger. His heart was filled with grievances. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. In his mind, Lin Ling was already dead. After all, even he had to be careful when facing such a beast tide, let alone Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed on the brink of death. The beast horde he encountered was even more terrifying than Yi Tianfan's. If not for his 2 innate spiritual bodies, he would have been swallowed by the beast horde by now. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Paw. Moving with great difficulty, Lin Ling wearily advanced through the great prairie. Everywhere he passed, large amounts of blood flowed. He was already in a semi-unconscious state, and was relying on his last breath to continue walking. As for his dantian, it was even more chaotic at this moment. Because he had forcefully used his spirit qi when facing the beast tide, it had caused his spirit qi to become chaotic. The combination of the 2 types of flames was as if he had gone mad. This was the first time Lin Ling had suffered such a serious injury since coming to this world. Awoo! In the distance, a few wolf-shaped demonic beasts were eyeing the young man covetously. They could sense that the young man would fall at any moment. It was just that the young man's aura was too terrifying, so they didn't dare to approach him. Plop! Not long after, Lin Ling finally collapsed. The wolves in the distance quietly approached and opened their bloody mouths. "Bastard, scram!" Right at this moment, a clear shout rang out. A leather whip imbued with spirit qi swept towards the wolves, causing them to whimper. In the end, they gave up on Lin Ling and ran away with their tails hanging down. A beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Ling. She looked at the young man who had fallen, but tears of heartache flowed out of her big beautiful eyes. Because at this moment, Lin Ling was like a man made of blood. "Lin Ling, in order to save our Qin family, you suffered so much." The person who came was Qin Xiaolan. She left the Qin family after Lin Ling left and followed Lin Ling's footsteps. When the beast tide appeared, she hid. However, she was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so she searched for him along the way. Fortunately, she didn't lose sight of Lin Ling. At the moment of Lin Ling's life and death, she saved Lin Ling. Qin Xiaolan looked up at the sky. It was gray and overcast. Qin Xiaolan knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so she supported Lin Ling and continued forward. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a strange state. The spirit qi in his dantian was in a state of chaos, but it quietly began to condense. Like a giant tornado, it constantly drew closer to the eye of the storm. Of course, this speed wasn't fast. If he wanted to completely condense it, it would take a long time. Musha City, the border of the Night Demon Prairie. Because it was far away and one had to pass through endless water sources and mysterious islands on the way, the demonic claws of the demonic mountain didn't extend here. This place was like a paradise, extremely lively and bustling. In the ancient yellow earth cities, a large number of earthen houses were built. Martial artists from all over and the natives of the prairie weaved in and out of the city. All kinds of hawking sounds could be heard in the streets and alleys. And in one of the yellow earth houses, a young man was lying on a bed. His entire body was wrapped in bandages and he was in a state of deep sleep. Beside him, a pretty girl looked at him worriedly. Days quietly passed. Lively hawking sounds echoed all around, causing the young man on the bed to furrow his eyebrows. Gradually, his eyelashes fluttered and a pair of large clear eyes suddenly opened. Seeing the yellow earth roof for the first time, the young man's eyebrows furrowed even more and his eyes seemed a bit dazed. Beast tide. The young man muttered to himself. Memories began to circulate in his mind. Then, he sighed, I've finally woken up. This young man was Lin Ling. I never thought that I would survive a disaster. As he recalled everything, Lin Ling's complexion became dignified. After coming to this world, he finally encountered his first life or death calamity where a powerful enemy attacked him. However, in this world, there were martial artists that died all the time. But, as long as one could survive this life or death calamity, they would naturally be reborn. Lin Ling put away these thoughts and then sensed his dantian. However, his dantian was in chaos, causing him to bitterly smile. Back then, in order to escape from the beast tide, he simply used 120% of his strength and stimulated his potential beyond his limits. Right now, the after effects had appeared. The spirit aura in his dantian was in chaos, and his cultivation seemed to have disappeared. Something isn't right. But soon enough, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He realized that the chaotic spirit aura seemed to be gathering towards a point in an orderly manner. That mysterious point was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the spirit aura and emitted a horrific aura presence. After sensing for a moment, Lin Ling was delighted as an unbelievable idea arose in his mind. Spirit aura seed. If a martial spirit realm expert wanted to enter a higher realm, then they had to condense and cleanse all the spirit aura to produce a qualitative change and finally form a spirit aura seed. Then, they would step into the realm that all martial artists yearned for, the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm was obviously an expert's realm, and they had the absolute qualifications to stand firm in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Until now, every famous figure, or those who were famous in history, had at least the Earth Spirit Realm. This also meant that Lin Ling also had the qualifications to create his own legend. I didn't expect to benefit from a disaster. It allowed me to go from the 6-star martial spirit realm to the 7-star martial spirit realm and reach the Earth Spirit Realm. Lin Ling was ecstatic. When he was at the 6-star martial spirit realm, he was able to defeat ordinary Earth Spirit Realm experts with his 2 innate spirit bodies. If he stepped into the Earth Spirit Realm, where would his limit be? Yi Tian Fan, you better not be engulfed by the beast tide. I'm waiting to take revenge on you. Chapter 2:15. Masha City. Right now, Lin Ling only needed to wait for the spirit energy seed to successfully condense, so he had nothing to do for now. He wanted to see where he was and who had saved him. After removing the gauze, Lin Ling's upper body was bare. He then left the yellow mud hut and went outside. Outside the hut, a young girl dressed in animal skin was busy fetching water. The young girl's back was slender and elegant. Although she wasn't sexy, she still had the charm of a woman. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very familiar with this young girl. It was her. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He had more or less guessed that the person who had saved him was this young girl. For some reason, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards her. Xiaolan. Lin Ling called out softly. The young girl was fetching water with a wooden bucket. Hearing this, she turned her head and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Ling, you're finally awake." She could no longer suppress the worry in her heart and immediately ran towards Lin Ling. Then, she hugged Lin Ling and cried bitterly. During this period of time, she had been worried about Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would never wake up. Now, it was as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. I'm awake. Thank you." Lin Ling didn't interrupt the young girl's sobbing. He quietly hugged her and smelled the unique scent of the great grassland on her body. Ripples appeared in his heart. This young girl had saved him and even searched the vast great grassland for him. This kindness made it impossible for Lin Ling to leave her behind, unless Lin Ling had a heart of stone. Qin Xiaolan cried for a long time. Then, she gradually came to and realized that Lin Ling's upper body was bare. Her tears had soaked Lin Ling's chest. Especially when she saw Lin Ling's muscular body, Qin Xiaolan instantly blushed. Although the great grassland women were open-minded, Qin Xiaolan was still a young girl. "Hurry and put on your clothes." Qin Xiaolan blushed. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and muttered in his heart, "Didn't you see everything when you helped me wrap the gauze? Why are you shy now?" However, Lin Ling still put on his clothes. He was wearing a set of beast skin clothes. Although the Lin Ling wearing the beast skin clothes didn't have the same handsome aura as before, there was an additional charm that could only be found in the grasslands. Qin Xiaolan looked at him quietly, and her face blushed again. "By the way, Xiaolan, where is this place?" Lin Ling asked. At the moment, his strength had not yet recovered, so it was crucial for him to find out where he was. "This is Ma Sha City." Qin Xiaolan began to explain. Lin Ling listened silently while he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This place was very far away from Night Devil Prairie, and it was extremely far away from Ocean of Cloud City. At the very least, he was sure that he wouldn't be in any danger in the short term. "Looks like I'll have to stay in this ancient city for a while. Xiaolan, I'll have to trouble you during this period of time." Lin Ling recalled for a moment before he spoke again. He knew that it was definitely not easy for Qin Xiaolan to bring him to this place. "Not really. I'm a daughter of the grasslands, so this isn't difficult for me at all. Moreover, the daughters of our Qin clan grew up in the grasslands, and they know a variety of crafts. They can easily do well in Ma Sha City. I'm currently the head of the martial arts instructor of a large clan in Ma Sha City." Qin Xiaolan spoke with slight complacency. Her appearance was different from her usual valiant and heroic style, and she seemed slightly like a mischievous girl. Lin Ling couldn't help but use his hand to scratch Qin Xiaolan's small nose. "I know, you're the best. You're too kind. Compared to the great hero Lin Ling, I'm just a very ordinary little girl." Qin Xiaolan put on a mischievous smile, but in next to no time, her pretty face dimmed. "Lin Ling, you're awake now. You'll leave after you recover, right?" Her voice was somewhat downcast, causing Lin Ling to feel an indescribable pain in his heart. Qin Xiaolan continued, "However, you've saved the Qin family, and I've saved you as well. I'm already satisfied to be able to repay your kindness. After you leave, I'll also return to the Qin family and live my old life again." Quietly looking at the pretty girl, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and then hugged Qin Xiaolan. "If you don't mind, you can come with me wherever I go." Qin Xiaolan's delicate body trembled, and her large eyes stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, she lowered her head and gently nodded. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. With Qin Xiaolan's aptitude and beauty, no young model in the previous world could compare to her. However, she was willing to leave her home for him and follow him for a lifetime. This was Lin Ling's blessing. "During this period of time, we'll stay here. However, I can't let a woman take care of me. Since you're going to be the head martial arts instructor, I'll think of a way to help subsidize you. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said. Although they were both martial artists and could go without food for a month, since they were going to live in seclusion in this city for a short period of time, Lin Ling naturally had to do what a normal person would do. Otherwise, he would attract unnecessary trouble, and this was not something Lin Ling wanted to see. Since Qin Xiaolan was going to be the head martial arts instructor, Lin Ling naturally had no interest in it. Instead, he thought of the business he did in the previous world, setting up a roadside stall. In the past, he was self-reliant. When he was in university, he sold many things and set up many roadside stalls, such as all kinds of snacks and so on. Now that he thought of setting up a roadside stall, not only did he not reject it, but he also felt a sense of nostalgia. Wait, I'll make a delicious meal for you. Lin Ling rushed into the kitchen and searched for all kinds of ingredients. In the end, he finally made a delicious spicy hot pot. It had to be said that although there were few ingredients in the prairie, they were superior in terms of cleanliness. The spicy ingredients were also more complete than in the previous world. When a bowl of bright red noodles appeared in front of Qin Xiaolan, her appetite was instantly aroused, and her fragrant tongue licked continuously. After taking a bite, she was even more astonished. She had never eaten such delicious food before. It's delicious, right? Lin Ling felt a sense of accomplishment. He patted his chest and said, "Don't underestimate me. I was a gourmet back in the day. There are many culinary skills that will surprise you." The young man and the young woman settled down in the peaceful Masha city. During this period of time, Lin Ling had been the most peaceful in this world. Lin Ling naturally enjoyed this rare moment of peace very much. Lin Ling's neighbors also knew that there were two young people living in the yellow mud house. The woman was like a flower of the prairie, and her looks were enough to topple cities. The man was also not weak. He had a tall figure and was extraordinarily handsome. Most importantly, the man had excellent culinary skills. Even the head chef of Masha City's Longhu couldn't compare to him. Soon, the news of the two people gradually spread, and they also had a small reputation in the nearby area. Qin Xiaolan also liked this kind of peaceful life very much. Every day, she would go out to be the head martial arts instructor, and when she returned, she would eat the delicious food made by Lin Ling. During the day, Lin Ling would push the cart he made and buy delicious food on the streets. His days were peaceful and fulfilling. Chapter 2:16. To flatter oneself on this day, Lin Ling packed up his stall early in the morning. Then, he looked at the sky and headed toward the place where Qin Xiaolan was teaching martial arts. The place where Qin Xiaolan taught martial arts was the largest martial arts hall in Masha City. All the youths within 1,000 miles gathered here. Their purpose in coming here was naturally to learn martial arts. And this was not the first time Lin Ling had come here. After entering the martial hall that was built from yellow earth, he couldn't help but smile, thinking of the days when he was in the Guyan sect. Of course, Masha City was isolated from the rest of the world, so how could its martial power compare to the outside world? "Brother Lin, you're here. Sister Qin is still teaching martial arts. Let me take you to see her." After Lin Ling entered, a large number of young boys and girls greeted Lin Ling. Qin Xiaolan's reputation in the martial hall was not small. Firstly, Qin Xiaolan was beautiful. Secondly, Qin Xiaolan was strong. Therefore, Lin Ling also took advantage of Qin Xiaolan's limelight, causing many young boys and girls to be very respectful towards him. Of course, not everyone liked Lin Ling, and there were some who were talking about him. "Although Brother Lin is very handsome, I heard that he doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy. He's not worthy of Sister Qin at all. Sister Qin is beautiful and powerful. Many young masters are pursuing her. I don't know why, but she took a fancy to Brother Lin. They were not much younger than Lin Ling, and some were even older than Lin Ling. What do you know? It's fine as long as they like you." Moreover, compared to the young masters of the big clans, I feel that Brother Lin has a very clean aura. Some girls were dissatisfied. Lin Ling's calm and indifferent aura often attracted them. TSK, no matter how you look at it, it's still pretty but useless. The boys were even more jealous. Lin Ling looked like an ordinary person, but his soul force was extremely powerful. As he walked forward, he naturally heard the discussions in the corners. Regarding this, he didn't mind and just smiled. During this period of time, he had already investigated. Not to mention the martial hall, even the entire Masha city did not have an expert that could make him afraid. The strongest was only in the martial spirit realm. With such strength, not to mention now, even if it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid. Martial Master Qin is worthy of being a young hero. It is the honor of Masha city to have you in the martial hall. On a yellow square, a large number of youths were gathered there. An older youth looked at Qin Xiaolan and said. His eyes flashed with a hint of passion. Qin Xiaolan was dressed in animal skin, but her features were delicate and her body was slender. Her martial arts skills were displayed on her body, giving others a pleasant feeling. At this moment, she was teaching archery. Archery was a compulsory course for martial artists of the Great Prairie. When she stood there quietly, she was slender and elegant, and her pair of full breasts attracted the gazes of many youths. Heart, eyes, hands, one line. Once the arrow is released, it will hit the bullseye. Qin Xiaolan said in an indifferent voice. She released her slender hand, and a beam of light shot forth, hitting the bullseye from 500 meters away. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Then, all kinds of cheers rose and fell. All the youths looked at Qin Xiaolan with even more longing in their eyes. Martial Master Qin, you are already so strong at such a young age. I'm afraid the entire Night Devil Prairie and the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom cannot be compared to you. Martial Master Qin, you're amazing. All the youths said one after another. Qin Xiaolan smiled and emitted a youthful aura. She shook her head and said, the world is so big, and there are so many prodigies. I, Qin Xiaolan, am just the light of a grain of rice among all the prodigies. How can I be compared to the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, let alone the Night Devil Prairie? When she said this, her mind recalled the time when she was at the Qin clan. The scene of that youth using flames to intimidate tens of thousands of people. Compared to him, what kind of prodigy was she? He was the true dazzling prodigy. When she thought of this, Qin Xiaolan let out a sweet smile. These people all thought that she was very strong, but they didn't know that her man was even stronger. Even the demon god of the Night Devil Prairie wasn't a match for her man. Martial Master Qin is too modest. The youth from before walked over and smiled indifferently. Ma Bai, I am not being modest, but this world is indeed very big. Qin Xiaolan shook her head. The youth in front of her was also a martial master from the martial court and was the son of the Masha city lord. In the eyes of many young ladies, Ma Bai was also someone they longed for. Of course, Qin Xiaolan naturally didn't have any feelings for Ma Bai. Her man was countless times stronger than Ma Bai. However, Ma Bai didn't think so. He felt that he was a prodigy of his generation, the most talented elite of the Night Devil Prairie, and the only one who was worthy of him was Qin Xiaolan. Martial Master Ma, you are the strongest prodigy of Masha city, and Martial Master Qin is the strongest female prodigy. You two are a match made in heaven. Some youths shouted. In their eyes, Qin Xiaolan and Ma Bai were the strongest. They had to admire them. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolan was a bit unhappy, but she didn't show it. She only smiled faintly. However, Ma Bai was very satisfied with those words. He raised his head proudly, and when he saw Qin Xiaolan only smile, he thought that Qin Xiaolan was a bit shy, but she had already tacitly agreed. Xiaolan, are you still teaching martial arts? It's almost noon, go back and eat. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, causing the surroundings to instantly quiet down. Many people looked at the youth who was walking over with disdain on their faces. That person was Lin Ling. Oh, it's so late. Okay, let's go back. As soon as Qin Xiaolan saw Lin Ling, she immediately revealed a smile that was different from her usual self, making many people jealous. Even Ma Bai frowned. Although Qin Xiaolan was also smiling before, that kind of smile clearly lacked a hint of friendliness compared to the current smile. What right did this trash have to get close to Martial Master Qin? A flame of anger rose in Ma Bai's heart. Lin Ling had come to the martial hall several times, so he also knew that Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan were lovers. However, Lin Ling's body didn't have any spirit energy fluctuations, so he was obviously just an ordinary person. At best, he was only slightly better looking. However, in a place like the prairie, martial arts was the right path. Only the strong could have dignity and status. So, what was Lin Ling? Stop. Ma Bai said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Ma Bai. Lin Ling also turned his head and calmly looked over. Kid, Martial Master Qin is the proud daughter of our Masha city. I advise you to leave her. Ma Bai said in an overbearing manner. Martial Master Ma, what do you mean? Qin Xiaolan was instantly angry. She finally got together with Lin Ling with great difficulty, and this Ma Bai actually said that Lin Ling wasn't worthy of her. This caused Qin Xiaolan's heart to surge with anger. Martial Master Qin, this is the conversation of the prairie's men. It's better if you don't interrupt. Moreover, it's useless no matter how handsome a man is. Without strength, he's just trash. I think these words aren't just from my heart. Ma Bai said indifferently. That's right. A man without martial arts and relying on a woman to support him, what kind of man is that? Lin Ling isn't worthy of Martial Master Qin. The surrounding youths had long been secretly in love with Qin Xiaolan. Now that they heard Ma Bai's words, they instantly agreed.